Philosophy of Nature. Volume I. G.W.F. Hegel. Hegels. Philosophy of Nature. Edited and translated. With an introduction and explanatory notes by M. J. Petrie M.A., D. Phil. Volume I. Preface. Without the patience and linguistic help of my wife, this book could never have been written. Her family, and the German friends I made at Elsinore, have helped me to avoid many of the flaws generally incident to English translations from the German. I should like to express my very deep gratitude for all the help that they have given me. Without the full cooperation of the Copenhagen Royal Natural Science Library and the University Library at Lund, I could never have undertaken the writing of the commentary. At one time it was, indeed, solely the cheerfulness, enthusiasm, and efficiency with which their staffs helped me to trace references and acquire books, that encouraged me to believe that the work I had undertaken was completable. I should like to acknowledge my indebtedness to Father F. C. Copleston S.J., whose perspicacity and tolerance made my work on Hegel at Oxford so rewarding and enjoyable, and to Sir Malcolm Knox and Professor W. B. Lockwood, who recommended my finished labors to the publishers. M.J.P. Reading. August 1968. Contents. Preface. Introduction. A. Encyclopedias. B. Levels, hierarchies, and spheres. C. Logic, nature, spirit. D. Development. E. The notion. F. The idea of nature. G. Critics. H. Text and sources. I. Terminology. Foreword by K. L. Michelet. The Philosophy of Nature. Introduction to the Philosophy of Nature. A. Ways of regarding nature 245 to 246. B. The notion of nature 247 to 251. C. The division of the philosophy of nature 252. Section 1. Mechanics 253. Chapter 1. Mathematical Mechanics. A. Space 254. 255 dimensions. 256 figurations. B. Time 257 to 259. C. The union of space and time. 260 place. 261 motion and matter. Chapter 2, Finite Mechanics Gravity 262. A. Inertia 263 to 264. B. Impact 265 to 266. C. Fall 267 to 268. Chapter 3. Astronomy. 269 Universal Gravitation. 270 Kepler's Laws. 270 to 271 The totality of the solar system. The words in Roman are those of Hegel's headings which appeared in the first edition of this work. The words in italics do not appear as headings in the text, but such identification of these passages was made on the contents page of the first edition of the work. Introduction. A. Encyclopedias. Systems are useful not only in that one thinks about matters in an orderly manner, according to a certain plan, but in that one dunks about matters at all. The latter use is undoubtedly greater than the first. G. C. Lichtenberg. If the Hegelian system is to be fully appreciated, it has to be grasped as a whole. Experience has shown that this is no easy matter, not only because the general principles involved in its structuralization have never been clearly presented and effectively criticized, but because, in the range of its subject matter, it is so bewilderingly comprehensive. Hegel's own teaching experience had made him aware of the difficulties involved in communicating satisfactorily, however, and it was mainly in order that this system might be conveniently considered in its entirety that he produced his encyclopedia. This work, which is therefore central to any understanding of his manner of thinking, was designed as a general guide to the courses of lectures he delivered at Heidelberg and Berlin between 1816 and 1831. As it was primarily a teaching book, he was constantly revising it, and during his lifetime 3 editions of it were prepared for the press. The lectures were designed mainly for undergraduates, and it is therefore a consideration of Hegel as an encyclopedist and a teacher which provides one of the readiest introductions to his philosophical system. The problems facing encyclopedists have changed very little since the beginning of the last century. Then, as now, most specialists were unwilling or unable to assess their disciplines in a satisfactory manner within any comprehensive or systematic exposition of knowledge as a whole. Aristotelianism had long since ceased to dominate the university teaching of Europe, and most philosophers, as philosophers, were as incapable as they are today of saying anything very helpful about the labors and problems of their academic colleagues and fellow citizens. Then, as now, the need for a synoptic view of knowledge was forced upon the notice of specialists as fresh discoveries gave indications of formerly unsuspected connections, especially in the natural sciences. Then, as now, various attempts were made to evolve such a view from inadequate premises and ephemeral interpretations, and then, as now, these attempts were overvalued and capably criticized. The encyclopedists of Hegel's day had already begun to assess the state of affairs in much the same way as their present-day counterparts. Philosophical encyclopedias, such as Hegel's, were generally regarded as unsatisfactory in that they tended to impose a more or less arbitrary structuralization upon subject matter which was to be acquired in a much more trustworthy and intelligible manner from the specialists themselves. Étienne Chauvin, a French Huguenot pastor living in Berlin, had attempted to expound Cartesianism in an encyclopedic form in his Lexikon Rationale. Christian Wolff had attempted to scholasticize Leibniz in a similar manner. And J. Eschenberg produced the Kantian equivalent of their work in his Lehrbuch der Wissenschaftskunde. It was generally realized that writings of this kind merely emphasized the limitations and datedness of the philosophies on which they were based, and the irresponsible extravagances of Schellingianism finally brought the whole concept of philosophical encyclopedias into disrepute. The effect of organizing knowledge in order to further particular ends had become evident in the success of Bell's Dictionnaire historique et critique and Diderot's Encyclopédique, au Dictionnaire Raison des Sciences, des Arts et des Métiers in creating and consolidating the intellectual atmosphere of the 18th century Enlightenment. Although they are basically similar to the purely philosophical encyclopedias, works of this kind have now proved their social effectiveness, and are therefore still compiled and countenanced by certain interests, regimes, and churches. As they have never completely succeeded in integrating their subject matter into the ends for which they have been written, however, they have generally been criticized for their lack of objectivity. Then, as now therefore, the most generally acceptable kind of encyclopedia was arranged alphabetically, and like its modern counterpart, simply attempted to supply required information in a convenient manner. Compilations of this kind first made their appearance at the beginning of the 18th century, and enjoyed immediate popularity. In England, the Lexicon Technicum by John Harris and the Cyclopedia by From Chambers proved to be the most successful works of this kind. Their German counterparts were the Real Stats und Zeitungslexikon, edited by Johann Hubner, and the Allgemeines Lexikon der Kiensaint und Wissenschaften by Johann Theodor Jablonski. In Germany, however, this alphabetical arrangement tended to get out of hand as attempts were made to develop its comprehensiveness. The Grosses Vollständiges Universal Lexikon aller Wissenschaften und Kiensaint was finally completed by K. G. Ludovici, but despite its many excellences, it proved to be an unwieldy work, and even before it had been completed, parts of it were, of course, out of date. A similar fate overtook the immense Allgemeine Enzyklopädie der Wissenschaften und Kiensaint, started by J. S. Ersch and J. G. Gruber, which ran to 167 volumes before it was finally abandoned. Nevertheless, alphabetically arranged encyclopedias of the modern kind and of modem dimensions were also beginning to make their appearance during Hegel's lifetime. Under the editorship of Archibald Constable, Macvey Napier, and Charles Maclaren, the fifth, 6th and 7th editions of the Encyclopaedia Britannica showed a steadily improving standard of excellence with regard to layout and caliber of articles, and in Germany, D.A.F. Brockhaus, R.G. Lobel and C.W. Franke improved the famous Conversations lexicon in a similar manner. Despite the well-tried success and convenience of the alphabetical encyclopedia, it has certain rather obvious drawbacks and limitations. It is now outdated so rapidly by the precision and efficiency with which knowledge is acquired and made available, that its value as anything but a general reference book for the non-specialist is extremely questionable. Its main fault is, however, that it fails to bring out the natural interrelatedness of its subject matter. George Simon Klugel, professor of mathematics and physics at Helmstedt, was one of the first to realize this, and in his Encyclopädie, oder Zusammenhängen der Vortrag der Gemeinheitssichten, insbesondere aus der Betrachtung der Natur und des Menschengesammelten Kenntnisse, he made the first modern attempt at a non-philosophical systematic encyclopedia. Charles Joseph Pancook outlined a similar project in his Plan d'une encyclopédique méthodique et par ordre de métiers, an essay which gave rise to a massive and uncompleted rearrangement of Diderot's work. It was Coleridge who originated the English equivalent of ventures of this kind, probably as the result of M.S. having acquainted himself with the writings of Schelling, Oken, and Hegel. 1. His introductory essay to the ill-starred Encyclopaedia Metropolitana can hardly be expected to inspire confidence in the reliability of his method, however, and has probably done more than any other single publication to bring systematic encyclopedias into discredit in the English-speaking world. All these attempts at systematization were in fact arbitrary arrangements of subject matter entirely devoid of any effective, efficient, or well-founded guiding principle. 2. If the accomplished scientists and scholars of the day were persuaded to contribute to them, it was only on the understanding that although their articles might be situated in the works at the editor's discretion, the principles guiding the overall arrangement should not intrude upon their particular domains. Hegel may well have pondered over this kind of systematization as it was propounded in the early writings of Wilhelm Traugott-Krug. 3. The subject matter of Hegel's encyclopedia is of course dated, and it is therefore somewhat curious that the commentary to this edition of his treatment of the natural sciences should be the only attempt to place any part of it fairly and squarely in its historical context. It is to be hoped that the rest will now be submitted to similar treatment, for despite the importance of the structuralization of knowledge worked out in the encyclopedia, it can hardly be maintained that an understanding of its subject matter is entirely irrelevant to any worthwhile criticism of it. It is the structuralization which constitutes the book's main importance, however, and to some extent therefore, those who have hitherto attempted to develop or refute its expositions and arguments, may be excused for having concentrated so exclusively upon this feature of it. Hegel's criticism of the encyclopedists of the day is implicit in the structure of this work, and it is only by exhibiting the relevance and validity of the structuralization he elicits from its subject matter, that the claim that he has managed to overcome the difficulties facing them and their modern counterparts can be substantiated. The succeeding chapters of this introduction should make it evident that levels and hierarchies, the basic principles of the Hegelian structure, are as directly relevant to modern thinking as they were a century and a half ago. The current emphasis upon the importance of models and analogies in science might also provide a convenient introduction to Hegel's manner of thinking for many contemporary philosophers. 1. The central principle of the encyclopedia is, however, the dialectic, and it is doubtful whether contemporary thinking is any more capable of employing it correctly than were Hegel's immediate followers. Despite the somewhat bizarre use of it made by the communists, Americans evidently feel obliged to deny that it is a principle at all too, and although it originated in Hegel's interpretation of the Trinity, Christian theologians, despite the present ferment of theological radicalism and reorientation, have, in general, ignored it. 3. The failure of many professed Hegelians to distinguish clearly between the dialectic and the categories assessed in the first part of the encyclopedia, and even between dialectic and formal logic, has contributed to the fairly general confusion concerning the precise nature of this principle. Although the principle of a sphere, as it is formulated by Hegel, is intimately involved with the dialectic, it is also the immediate expression of levels and hierarchies, and contemporary thinkers will therefore have little difficulty in grasping at least one important aspect of its general significance. It can hardly be maintained, however, that contemporary thinking, of its own accord, has come to recognize the importance of the three basic distinctions in accordance with which the subject matter of the encyclopedia is ranged within the spheres of logic, nature, and spirit. The wealth, variety, and subtlety of logical categories as they are dealt with in most modern philosophies of science, would have delighted and fascinated Hegel, but there are no signs that contemporary thinkers are prepared to treat the investigation of their relative complexity as a separate discipline, essentially distinct from the natural and social sciences within which these categories make their appearance. Spirit as a general term applied to psychology, law, politics, human history, art, religion, and philosophy, to all the phenomena characteristic of consciousness, does not have the common currency in English that it has in German one, and although everyone is aware of the general features and problems of this sphere, Hegel's assessment and structuralization of it are very far from being generally discussed or recognized. The sphere of nature, however, in that it is regarded by Hegel as being distinct from purely logical considerations, and as being the immediate presupposition of consciousness, is distinguished in a manner that most modern scientists will probably find highly congenial. As his treatment of it is almost entirely free from epistemological quibbles, and consists of extremely detailed assessments of the whole range of the natural sciences, its subject matter, now that it has been placed in its historical context, provides an ideal starting point for a reappraisal of the whole Hegelian system. Faulty or irrelevant observations and erroneous or inaccurate thinking are more easily detected in the natural sciences than in either logic or spirit, and it is to be hoped therefore that this critical edition of the philosophy of nature, by furthering an understanding of that part of the encyclopedia in which the subject matter itself is least open to dispute, will help to bring about a clearer and fuller comprehension of the structural principles in which Hegelianism as a whole has its foundations. What is more, attempts to view the natural sciences as a whole are by no means alien to current habits of thought. 2 Collingwood's suggestion 3 that they might be given unity by being regarded as a form of thought dependent upon history, a further form of thought, might be criticized by pointing out that despite the persistence of uncertainty in their details, many features of the natural world that were formerly unknown or misunderstood no longer have a history, in that they can be predicted, manipulated, and exploited with what amounts to an absolute precision and efficiency. The movements of Neptune, for example, although they are like nearly all other natural phenomena in that they involve time, only have a history on account of the calculations and observations which led to their discovery. The spate of books on the philosophy of science published during the last decade or so might, in general, be criticized from an Hegelian standpoint, by pointing out that there has been too much reluctance to admit the existence of consolidated and unproblematical scientific knowledge, too much emphasis upon the difficulties involved in verifying the correspondence between knowledge and fact, and a general failure to realize that although logical categories and psychological phenomena are involved in our knowledge of nature, they also constitute distinct levels of reality insofar as they are either simpler or more complex than the subject matter of the natural sciences. From an Hegelian point of view, these approaches appear to emphasize the logical categories involved in the natural sciences and the human factors relevant to their development in an insufficiently hierarchical and somewhat incongruous manner. They are interesting and important to contemporary Hegelianism, however, in that they tend to treat the sphere of nature as a whole, in that they generally recognize that understanding it implies the precise formulation of thought as well as the investigation of natural phenomena, and in that they implicitly acknowledge that the sphere cannot be assessed without reference to spirit. In this last respect they have much in common with the attempts that are made to humanize science by assessing it in the light of ethical, social, or political objectives, or by emphasizing the sociological factors in its historical development. 1 None of these attitudes is specifically and self-consciously Hegelian. Taken as a whole, however, they do seem to indicate that it is unwise to regard the philosophy of nature as being entirely irrelevant to current problems and contemporary capabilities, and to the present widespread revival of interest in Hegel's writings. The main difficulty encountered in interpreting the encyclopedia has its origin in the fact that although it is helpful and even necessary to distinguish between its structure and its subject matter, these two aspects of it also have to be recognized as being ultimately identical. Levels of logical complexity are not the same as levels of complexity in the natural sciences or spirit, but the recognition of the principle of levels is essential to any precise definition of the subject matter of these spheres. Hierarchies of categories are not the same as hierarchies of natural phenomena in physics and biology, for example, or of groups in sociology, but the recognition of the principle of hierarchies is essential to any rational interpretation of the relationships between logical, physical, biological, or sociological phenomena. The three moments of the notion are not simply identical with the comprehensive unity of knowledge contained within the spheres of logic, nature, and spirit, but the recognition of these spheres, of the differences which distinguish them, and of the identity which unites them, is essential to any exposition of the differentiated unity of their subject matters. Hegelianism, if it is to be anything but an academic pastime, an exercise for historians of philosophy, demands an intimate and up-to-date knowledge of the subject matter of the encyclopedia. Since it is the masterly manner in which it enables one to assess knowledge which constitutes its main originality and primary value, however, there is always the danger that once the importance of its structure has been grasped, it will degenerate into scholasticism. It went out of favor because those who professed to expound it failed to clarify its structure and master its subject matter. If present trends continue, it will come into favor simply because it does not confine itself to word analysis and the particularity of knowledge. Word and sentence analysis is essential to clear and accurate thinking, however, and the emphasis upon the particularity of knowledge and research is basic to many of the most striking of modern accomplishments. It is interesting to observe, therefore, that word and sentence analysis, as an explicitly philosophical discipline, developed as a reaction against the scholasticized Hegelianism of the late 19th century, and that the particularization of knowledge and research, as a fundamental habit of thought, first came into its own as a reaction against the scholasticized Aristotelianism of the late 16th century. Both developments were, in their way, justified: word analysis as a criticism of overstructuralized thought, Baconianism as a criticism of overstructuralized research. While both have, however, helped to cultivate a mental attitude capable of testing, investigating and experimenting intelligently and effectively, in a somewhat paradoxical and evidently inadvertent manner, they have also tended to further the general acceptance of the somewhat questionable assumption that it is no longer within the power of man to assess, master and control the accomplishments of his genius. This is apparent to a certain extent, if 19th century thought is compared with its 20th century Western counterpart. It is most noticeable, however, if post-Baconian encyclopedias are compared with their medieval counterparts. Although the Aristotelian system lacks the comprehensive structuralization of the Hegelian, it was so effective in indicating the interrelatedness of various branches of inquiry and knowledge, that it was not until the early years of the 17th century that it became irrelevant to progressive encyclopedic work through the writings of Aquinas, and in conjunction with the works of Pliny and Saint Isidore, it came to exercise a profound influence upon medieval thought, and most of the great Latin encyclopedias of the Middle Ages are to some extent reflections of it. The most popular of them, the De Proprietatibus Rerum of Bartholomeus Anglicus, was republished in English as late as 1582, and the last of their kind, the Encyclopedia, Septem Tomies Distincta of Johann Heinrich Alst, appeared when Bacon and Descartes had already begun to regard knowledge from radically original points of view. In some important respects, the attitude of mind Aristotelianism helped to establish compares favorably with the state of affairs that might be expected to develop from the institutionalization of a mature Hegelianism. The unified sensibility of the art which flourished when it was still the dominating intellectual influence in Europe has come to fascinate literary historians in that it contrasts so sharply with the divided sensibility of the 17th century and the seemingly hopeless fragmentation of knowledge and education encountered today. 1. There is of course no reason why aesthetic considerations should not contribute to the current revival of Hegelianism. As it is, however, the extraordinary development of the natural sciences which distinguishes the present age from all others, it does at least seem likely that our tendency to lose ourselves in particularization has its origin in this development, and consequently, that too great an emphasis upon the aesthetic wholesomeness of Hegelianism might well reduce the outcome of the present revival of interest in it to nothing but the establishment of an esoteric cult. The most ardent of medievalists will have to admit, moreover, that even the famous trivium and quadrivium of the medieval educational system are very largely irrelevant to our present needs, and that today, medieval encyclopedias, since the arrangements they provide are clearly arbitrary and their subject matter is hopelessly dated, can hardly be regarded as having anything but an historical value. It is indeed to be doubted whether Petrarch's friend Domenico Bandini, when he began his gigantic Fons Memorabilium Universi with the consideration of God, and divided it into 5 parts in honor of Christ's wounds, was any closer to formulating a truly balanced assessment of knowledge than the most specialized of modern research students. It is often asserted that it was Bacon who initiated the wholesale rejection of compilations of this kind. It is certainly true that his writings appeared at the beginning of an age in which emphasis has been laid, to an ever-increasing extent, upon the particularity of knowledge and research. It is not often realized, however, that the failure of most post-Baconian attempts to synthesize the multifarious and often startlingly successful results which such an emphasis has brought about, is due not only or even mainly to the immense range of knowledge now to be assimilated, but to the inadequate or unsatisfactory nature of the premises and principles on which they have been founded. It is, moreover, frequently forgotten, that although we are justified in regarding Bacon as the champion of induction, he never regarded his method as being incompatible with the attempt to view knowledge as a whole. 2 In the introduction to the Great Instauration, for example, he makes it known that he had planned to structuralize research in a manner not so very different from that of his medieval predecessors, and the words in which he characterizes the social potential and significance of such an endeavor might well be taken as summing up the best that is to be hoped for from any widespread understanding of a truly encyclopedic philosophy of nature. He writes as follows of his general plan: "But to perfect is a thing both above my strength and beyond my expectation. What I have been able to do is to give it, as I hope, a not contemptible start. The destiny of the human race will supply the issue, and that issue will perhaps be such as men in the present state of their fortunes and of their understandings cannot easily grasp or measure. For what is at stake is not merely a mental satisfaction but the very reality of man's well-being, and all his power of action. Man is the helper and interpreter of nature. He can only act and understand in so far as by working upon her or observing her he has come to perceive her order. Beyond this he hath neither knowledge nor power. For there is no strength that can break the causal chain. Nature cannot be conquered but by obeying her. Accordingly these twin goals, human science and human power, come in the end to one. To be ignorant of causes is to be frustrated in action. The Hegelian system is truly encyclopedic. If it is to be fully appreciated, therefore, it has to be grasped as a whole, and we have Hegel's own authority for regarding the encyclopedia as the most convenient foundation on which to base the study which this entails. For the purposes of criticizing and assessing this work, it will probably be helpful to draw a distinction between its structure and its subject matter, although it should always be remembered that these two aspects of it, though they may not be identical, are very closely interdependent. The philosophy of nature, despite its having been widely ignored by Hegelians and non-Hegelians alike, constitutes an integral part of the whole. In that its subject matter is less open to dispute than that of the other spheres, and in that it is directly relevant to many contemporary attitudes and problems, it may be regarded as one of the best introductions to Hegel's manner of thinking. In its structuralization of the natural sciences it has much in common with medieval scholasticism, and will therefore present a challenge to modern thinkers. Many scientists and historians of science will find much in its subject matter that is interesting and familiar, however, and it is to be hoped that their recognition of Hegel's mastery in assessing the particularities of natural science, will encourage others to look in a new way at his logic and his philosophy of spirit. 1 F. W. Kluge Christian von Wolf der Philosoph, W. Arnsperger Christian Wolfsverhalmes zu Leibniz. C. Die Philosophischen von G. W. Leibniz Volume 4 pages 27 to 102, Volume 7 pages 43 to 247 for the possible germ of Wolff's encyclopedic work. 1. See his annotated editions of their works listed in the British Museum Catalogue, of J. H. Muirhead Coleridge as a philosopher. 2. See the criticism, by G. F. Pohl, of the alphabetical treatment of physics, in his review of the third volume of Geller's Physikalisches Wörterbuch, Jahrbucher für Wissenschaftliche Kritik July Sept 1829. 3. Kriegsgesunmeltschriften, Vol 7 and X. 1. M. B. Hesse Models and Analogies in Science, B. H. Kazemi The Concept and the Role of the Model in Mathematics and Natural and Social Sciences. 2. Walter Kaufmann For example, Hegel p. 173. 3. There have recently been signs that this situation is changing. Interest in Hegel's early theological writings and in the similarities between Christianity and communism have contributed. C. T. M. Knox and R. Kroner Hegel's early theological writings, Henry Rondet S.J. Hegelianisme et Christianisme, Jurgsplet die Trinitatslehre G. W. F. Hegels. 1. A fairly accurate illustration of this is provided by Die Welt, one of the most popular of West German daily newspapers, which brings out a weekly supplement devoted to Die Geistige Welt, i.e. education, family life, fashions, history, theater, music, art, literature etc., as opposed to science, commerce, and politics. 2. See for example Otto Neurath, Rudolf Kamap, Charles Morris International Encyclopedia of Unified Science. 3. R. G. Collingwood The Idea of Nature. 4. Mention might be made of the interesting historical approach to scientific method employed by E. H. Madden, Theories of Scientific Method, and the valuable attempts to clarify the problems involved in the conceptual foundations, methodology, theories, procedure, explanation etc. of modern science to be found in APAP, An Introduction to the Philosophy of Science, S. Corner Experience and Theory, J. O. Wisdom Foundations of Inference in Natural Science, C. G. Hempel Aspects of Scientific Explanation. 1. B. Glass Science and Ethical Values, H. Margina Ethics and Science, L. Hogben Science for the Citizen, J. D. Bernal The Social Function of Science, B. Barker Science and the Social Order, H. Boyko Science and the Future of Mankind, B. Barber and W. Hirsch The Sociology of Science, A. C. Benjamin Science, Technology, and Human Values, G. de Grasse Science as a Social Institution, N. E. Fell Science and Culture. 1. H. Glockner's Hegel lexicon laid the foundation of a systematic analysis of Hegel's vocabulary and use of language. Research of this kind is extremely effective in bringing out the radicalism and consistency of Hegel's thinking. For recent publications in this vein see W. Vardoren het Totalitätsbegriff bij Hegel en zijn voorgangers, Joseph Simon Das Problem der Sprache bei Hegel. 1. E. M. W. Tilliard The Elizabethan World Picture, P. H. Coker Science and Religion in Elizabethan England, R. S. Westphal Science and Religion in 17th Century England. 1. Robert Collison Encyclopedias, Their History Throughout the Ages pages 70 to 72. 2. B. Farrington Francis Bacon, Philosopher of Industrial Science. B. Levels, Hierarchies, and Spheres. The universe is a system, whose very essence consists in subordination, a scale of beings descending, by insensible degrees, from infinite perfection to absolute nothing. Somjanins. Dr. Johnson's slashing review of A Free Inquiry into the Nature and Origin of Evil by Somjanins, demonstrates in a strikingly lucid manner the philosophical problems that faced a mid-18th century writer attempting to make use of hierarchical thinking in dealing with moral or philosophical issues. 1. It shows very clearly, that although such thinking was then widespread among poets, theologians, and philosophers, it was very far from bridging the gap between them and the natural scientists, and that those who still used it in the grandiose manner of classical antiquity and the Middle Ages were almost entirely ignorant of its practical application. Janins, however, who was a gentleman by birth and profession, a politician by occupation, and a philosopher only out of interest, had defined evil in a manner which might well have pleased Hegel had he read him. 1. These real evils, he says, proceed from subordination, without which no created system can subsist, all subordination implying imperfection, all imperfection evil, and all evil some kind of inconvenience or suffering. Johnson attacks this basic concept in a remarkably acute manner by pointing out the futility of attempting to define the extremes of infinity and nullity, the evident impossibility of indicating the relationship between that which is infinite and that which is finite, and the lack of any reliable method by which the gradations linking infinity with nullity might be enumerated. His criticism reads like a summary of the program Hegel must have set himself when the outlines of his system first became apparent about the turn of the century, and he began to concern himself with the significance of spheres, hierarchies, and levels. Johnson rounds it off by drawing the following general conclusions, all of which were to be revised by his German contemporary. This scale of being I have demonstrated to be raised by presumptuous imagination, to rest on nothing at the bottom, to lean on nothing at the top, and to have vacuities from step to step, through which any order of being may sink into nihility without inconvenience, so far as we can judge, to the next rank above or below it. Had Johnson been more intimately acquainted with the natural sciences, he might not have been quite so outspoken in his rejection of a concept which, although it was often used in a clumsy and incongruous manner, was by no means irrelevant to the intellectual problems of his day. Taking the great chain of being only as it was expounded by contemporary poets and philosophers, he may well have been justified in demolishing it as he did. He seems however to have been ignorant of its origins, since he refers to it as the Arabian scale of existence, and he would probably have treated it with more respect had he known that it had in fact been inherited from the Greeks. Professor Lovejoy has shown that its ultimate origin lies in Platonic dualism, in Plato's contrasting the visible universe with the ideal world of the demiurge and the eternal forms in the Timaeus, and in his judging politics in the light of absolute justice in the Republic. 2 Both these undertakings involved the formulation of a graded approximation to an ideal. In Aristotle this concept reappeared in a more sophisticated manner as the distinction between matter and form, and it was mainly through his writings that Platonic dualism and the great chain of being came to dominate the intellectual life of Europe in the later Middle Ages. 1 During this period it provided the generally recognized framework for the assessment of all knowledge, and remnants of its influence upon education may still be found in the seniority accorded to the various faculties in the older universities of Europe. Theology, concerned as it is with human knowledge of the being and attributes of God, was recognized as of necessity the most comprehensive of all disciplines, and professors of it therefore took precedence over all others in university functions. Law, medicine, literature etc. found their positions beneath it in accordance with the relative comprehensiveness of their subject matters. 2 As Hegel notes 3 The basic question the system posed for philosophers and theologians was that of the creation of the world, and of the relationship between God and what is created. Between about 1300 and about 1600, and largely on account of the use made of Aristotelianism by the Thomists, the being and attributes of God and the particularity of knowledge were not regarded as presenting theologians and natural scientists with anything resembling an irreconcilable conflict. The potential contradiction implicit in any comparing of scientific with religious truth, like the actual contradiction discovered through the conflict between positive and natural law, was overcome by postulating a hierarchy in which one took precedence over the other on account of its greater comprehensiveness or wider applicability, and in which separate disciplines could therefore be regarded as complementary. As has been noticed, the intellectual harmony resulting from this is echoed in the encyclopedias of the time, and is apparent in medieval humanism and in the unified sensibility of Elizabethan literature. In that the great chain of being was used to consolidate a world picture based to a very great extent upon Ptolemy and Aristotle, it might have been expected to have been fairly conclusively discredited by the Copernican and Baconian revolutions. Professor Lovejoy, who emphasizes the otherworldliness of the Middle Ages, and tends to overlook its humanism, naturally regards the fact that hierarchical thinking was most vociferously advocated in the 17th and 18th centuries, as being somewhat paradoxical. 1. He is evidently unaware that as the sources on which he bases his history of the subject are predominantly literary and philosophical, his view is somewhat unbalanced, and he certainly fails to note that metaphysically unpretentious hierarchical arrangements of the various sciences have never gone out of fashion. In the period which puzzles him, the great chain of being was being propounded by men who were very largely ignorant of its precise relevance to the natural sciences, and scientists who employed it as a matter of convenience within their particular disciplines were no longer prepared or able, as they had been in the Middle Ages, to acknowledge its more general significance. 2. A chasm, as Johnson calls it, had opened between men's conceptions of the highest being and of positive existence, and as it widened it became increasingly obvious that the religious culture of the time was unable to bridge it. Attempts were made to tinsel science with a veneer of religiosity, but they merely tended to confirm the opinions of those convinced of the hopelessness or perversity of all such undertakings. The Religious Philosopher, designed for the conviction of atheists and infidels, by Bernard Nieuwentyade, which was still popular in Hegel's day, enlisted considerable scientific knowledge in the service of its arguments, but its arrangement was chaotic, and the doubt it attempted to cast upon the reality of the heliocentric orbit of the Earth can hardly have recommended it to the scientifically enlightened. Physico and Astrotheology, or, A Demonstration of the Being and Attributes of God, by William Derham, had reached 15 editions by 1798, and was scarcely less popular in Germany, but it was inferior even to Nieuwentyade's work as a responsible and systematic survey of the natural sciences, as were the pious lectures on natural and experimental philosophy by George Adams, instrument maker to George III. Jeanins contributed in a light and elegant manner with his A View of the Internal Evidence of the Christian Religion, which gained the distinction of being translated into French, and William Paley produced his by no means entirely contemptible Natural Theology, or, Evidence of the Existence and Attributes of the Deity, collected from the appearances of nature, in which an attempt is made to prove the existence of the deity from the design traceable in natural phenomena. Paley's work is interesting in that, like Hegel's one, it contains an unusual rejection of astronomy as the best medium through which to prove the agency of an intelligent creator, and a concentration upon the human anatomy on account of its complexity. For my part, says Paley, I take my stand in human anatomy. 2. The natural sciences themselves occasionally showed a certain reluctance to discard theologically tinged terminology. C. G. Gillespie has shown, for example, how the providentialist view lingered on in British geology between 1790 and 1850. On the whole, however, it was becoming increasingly apparent, during Hegel's lifetime, that science and religion were employing ostensibly incompatible means of expression. What is more, specialization of interest and the fragmentation of knowledge were already well advanced within the natural sciences themselves, and most of the great works of scientific synthesis, although by modern standards their range is impressive, were already confined to fairly limited fields of knowledge. Towards the close of the 18th century, the great chain of being was reinterpreted, in the organic sciences, as a temporal progression, and may therefore be regarded as having contributed to the development of evolutionary theories. 4. As attempts have been made, notably by David George Ritchie in his Darwin and Hegel, with other philosophical studies, to present Hegel as the philosopher of evolution, the strictly qualified way in which evolution is compatible with Hegelianism should perhaps be indicated. In that the evolution of one species out of another is regarded as taking place in a period of time, it is clear that the temporal sequence of the complex factors involved in this development, if it can be relevantly and satisfactorily reconstructed and explained, can do nothing but deepen our knowledge of the organic phenomena with which we are concerned as practicing geologists, botanists, and zoologists. The main principle behind the organization of the subject matter of the encyclopedia is, however, that of a progression from what is more simple to what is more complex. It may well be the case that what evolves in a temporal sequence also exhibits a progression of this sort, but this is by no means necessarily so, and a temporal sequence of the kind significant in a biological context is in any case almost entirely irrelevant to an understanding of mechanics or physics. Although Hegel's rejection of the philosophical pretentiousness of the evolutionary ideas current in the opening decades of the last century is therefore decided and forthright, it is cautious and qualified in matters of detail relating to the state of knowledge in the various organic sciences. 1. In their immediate application to the natural sciences, Hegel's levels, hierarchies, and spheres were designed to meet the criticism that the Great Reign of Being provided no reliable method by which the gradations linking its extremities might be enumerated and ranged in a rational sequence. The origin of these principles is to be found in the natural science of the time, and before proceeding to analyze them and indicate their relevance to modern thinking, it may therefore be of interest to illustrate the variety of contexts in which they occurred a century and a half ago. Orderly expositions, in which the subject matter was presented by beginning with its basic principles and progressing to more and more complex considerations, are to be found in many 18th and early 19th century scientific publications. Most of them were quite devoid of philosophical pretensions, and seem simply to have arisen out of the practical needs of those who worked them out. Newton's Mathematical Principles provides one of the best examples of this in the sphere of mechanics. The book begins with definitions and laws of motion, proceeds to the motion of bodies and the same in resisting mediums, and concludes with a system of the world, involving the consideration of concrete problems concerning the planets, the moon, comets, etc. The fundamentally hierarchical thinking motivating this arrangement is explained in the Scholium to Book I, Section 9. In mathematics we are to investigate the quantities of forces with their proportions consequent upon any conditions supposed, then, when we enter upon physics, we compare those proportions with the phenomena of nature, that we may know what conditions of those forces answer to the several kinds of attractive bodies. And this preparation being made, we argue more safely concerning the physical species, causes, and proportions of the forces. Although Hegel criticizes Newton severely for what he considers to be an unwarranted scientific use of the intellectual convenience of hierarchical thinking, he evidently found much that was acceptable in this general method, since he praises a similar publication, Traité de mécanique élémentaire, by L. B. Francoeur, which treats mechanics by progressing from statics to dynamics and hydrostatics, and concluding with an exposition of the complex phenomena of hydrodynamics. This kind of exposition is also found in many of the most popular school books of the time devoted to the general subject matter of mechanics and physics. It is basic, for example, to the layout of the Institutes of Natural Philosophy by William Enfield, to the Introduction to Natural Philosophy 1 by William Nicholson, and to their German equivalent, a work quoted by Hegel on several occasions, Grundrisse der Lehre by F.A.C. Gran. Nor was it confined solely to general works of this kind, although it did of course tend to be less in evidence as specialization increased. The famous lectures delivered at the Royal Institute in 1802 to 1803 by Thomas Young too proceed in the same manner, beginning with mechanics and ending with vegetable and animal life, as does the highly accomplished and immensely influential Système de connaissances chimiques by A.F. Fourcroy. It was in fact in the chemistry textbooks of the time that the method came into its own. Nearly all of them begin with a consideration of first principles, and then proceed to consider simple and compound bodies, acids, salts, metals, vegetable and animal substances, in that order. A System of Chemistry by Thomas Thomson, translated into German by F. B. Wolf III, provides a good Anglo-German example of this. Richard Kirwan, in his Elements of Mineralogy, Vol. ICH. 4, explains the value of this kind of hierarchical thinking in the classification of minerals. On the most general view of an indiscriminate heap of earths and stones, we may readily perceive that some have an homogeneous aspect, none of the parts of which their volume consists bearing the appearance of being composed differently from one another. Others on the contrary visibly involve two or more heterogeneous substances, either adhering to, or inhering one in the other. These are called aggregates. Lastly, others seem to participate of the nature of two heterogeneous fossils, without however any visible separation of one from the other. These I call derivatives. Thus we have three primary divisions of earths or stones. It was however in the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms that the hierarchical thinking of the early 19th century found itself most deeply involved in seemingly unresolvable scientific controversies. Abraham Gottlob Werner, by means of his classification der Gebirgsarten, had popularized an arrangement of rocks in which a progression was made from primitives such as granite, gneiss, and mica, to transitions such as slate, chalk, and trap, flats such as sandstone, basalt, and coal, alluvium such as sand and brown coal, and volcanic formations. 1. The emphasis he laid upon the part played by water in the formation of geological phenomena involved his followers in a protracted controversy with the disciples of James Hutton of Edinburgh. However, 2. Hutton had emphasized the importance of heat, and when Hegel was lecturing at Berlin, the rival geological theories were only just beginning to be regarded as either compatible or obsolete. In botanical studies, the avowedly artificial classification of Linn was challenged, on the continent, by A. L. de Jussere, in his Genera Plantarum. This attempt to formulate a natural system did not meet with immediate general acceptance, however, so that Goethe's attempt at a hierarchical interpretation of the plant world 3 was regarded as a somewhat hazardous undertaking, and in England, purely Linnean works such as the Introduction to Physiological and Systematic Botany by Sir James Edward Smith, and the Botanical Arrangement of All the Vegetables Naturally Growing in Great Britain, by William Withering, were still being re-edited in the 1830s. A similar situation prevailed in the spheres of comparative anatomy and zoology. As data accumulated and new affinities became evident, attempts were made to abandon the artificial classification of Linn's Systema Naturae. The hierarchical conceptions of Lamarck and Cuvier were by no means fully satisfactory, however, and their involving development in time, as Hegel notes, tended to introduce irrelevant considerations into the uses or assessments that were made of them. 4. Nevertheless, with such a wealth of hierarchical thinking in evidence in the various natural sciences of his day, it is not perhaps surprising that Hegel should have realized the general value of it when he came to consider the possibility of structuralizing knowledge in an encyclopedic manner. His acumen appears in the carefully qualified way in which he employed the basic concept, however, and it is primarily the critical analysis to which he submitted it that constitutes the relevance of his work to modern thinking. Johnson's criticism that the scale of being had, vacuities from step to step, through which any order of being may sink into nihility without inconvenience to the next above or below it, though it may have been difficult to answer with reference to logic or spirit, was refuted in superabundance by the natural sciences of the day. Wherever scientists examined natural phenomena, the data they collected forced them to recognize evidently stable qualitative differences, in the interpretation and exposition of which they frequently found it not only convenient, but necessary to postulate a scale or hierarchy involving degrees of complexity. It is evident from his first full-scale attempt to work out a systematic encyclopedia, that Hegel had grasped the general importance of this procedure at a very early stage. It seems moreover to have been an examination of the natural sciences and the logical and metaphysical categories they involved which had impressed the importance of it upon him, for whereas this attempt includes a careful and ample exposition of an extensive range of categories and natural phenomena, it lacks a section on spirit. 1. Once the importance of distinguishing degrees of complexity has become apparent, however, two kinds of problem present themselves. The scientist who is actually investigating natural phenomena finds that although the general structure of his work may not need constant revision, the details of it usually do, and that on occasion certain discoveries or interpretations are liable to change even the general structure in a quite radical manner. Kirwan was an accomplished and respected mineralogist, for example, but it is doubtful whether many of his 20th-century counterparts would find his primary divisions of earths or stones very helpful in throwing light upon current research. The complexity relationships indicated by the natural sciences are, in fact, changing continuously. They were revised fairly extensively during Hegel's lifetime, and any modern scientist, picking up this book, will have no difficulty in seeing the further revision that has taken place since the 1820s. It is essential therefore that a distinction should be made between the subject matter and the principles of hierarchical thinking. Many 18th-century writers, to whom the great chain of being was simply a convenient and imaginatively satisfying dogma, failed to realize this, and applied the doctrine to contemporary knowledge as if it were already to be grasped as complete in all its details. It was the static and metaphysically irresponsible interpretation of it, which would certainly have been less widespread had the chasm dividing the natural sciences from theology and philosophy been less deep, which eventually brought the whole method of hierarchical thinking into general discredit. Point 2. When Schelling and his followers made their attempt at bridging this chasm, they also made the mistake of failing to formulate the principles of their drought as distinct from the subject matter with which they were dealing, and were therefore led into interpreting natural phenomena by postulating sequences and connections which outraged those engaged in the normal routine of sober and painstaking research. Hegel is justified in disassociating himself from the Schellingians in that while the subject matter of the Encyclopedia is assessed solely on its own merits, it is also referred back to a set of clearly definable and consistently employed principles. If the natural science of the day is questioned, this is usually because Hegel thinks that it is overlooking qualitative differences. He never quarrels with it simply in order to make striking observations or indicate novel connections. Point 3. Having grasped the general significance of distinguishing degrees of complexity, and acknowledged the state of continuous change in the natural sciences, it is therefore the investigation of the principles involved in Hegel's structuralization of knowledge, which presents us with the second kind of problem. Hegel had realized, at the latest by the autumn of 1801, that the natural sciences could not be satisfactorily treated merely by distinguishing levels of subject matter and ranging them in hierarchies. It became apparent to him, that the sequence of levels formulated on these principles did not exhibit a simple and uniform progression. Goethe's Die Metamorphose der Pflanzen might be used in order to expound botanical phenomena in a rational sequence, and Johann Hermann's Operatum Animalium Tabulae might be vice to the same purpose in animal physiology and zoology. Botany and animal physiology had to be juxtaposed in the overall sequence, however 11, and it was clear that the levels formulated within the botanical hierarchy, like those within the zoological hierarchy, had factors in common which differed from those justifying the juxtaposing of the most complex botanical level and the simplest level of animal physiology. Hegel had noticed, in fact, that although the formulation and juxtaposing of levels might be motivated solely by the principle of increasing degrees of complexity, the qualitative differences initiated by the transitions from one level to the next varied very widely in their degree of comprehensiveness. This was often most apparent in closely related levels. The transition from logic to space, for example, and that from the point to the line, both involved a straightforward and evidently valid juxtaposing of subject matters, but they differed very widely indeed in the comprehensiveness of the qualitative differences they initiated. It was evidently a consideration of this which led Hegel to formulate the principle of spheres. As a principle, it is as revisable and as intimately involved with the subject matter of the encyclopedia as are levels and hierarchies, and once its significance is grasped, the understanding of the general structure of this work and of the philosophy of nature is by no means difficult. Spheres consist of levels and hierarchies. They also contribute to the formation of more comprehensive spheres, however, within which they are themselves simply levels ranged in hierarchies. Botany is a fairly comprehensive sphere of scientific inquiry, for example. Within the more comprehensive sphere of organics, however, it constitutes a level in a hierarchy also involving geology and zoology. Organics, in its turn, constitutes a level, together with mechanics and physics, within the still more comprehensive sphere of nature. The most comprehensive or complex sphere of all is that of the encyclopedia as a whole, within which the three major spheres of logic, nature, and spirit constitute the final hierarchy of complexity relationships. It is in the structure of the encyclopedia as a whole, and, consequently, in the structure of the sphere, that the dialectic had its origin and finds its fulfillment. As the theological problems which preoccupied him during the 1790s gave way to the encyclopedic problems which preoccupied him at Jena, Hegel came to regard the three persons of the Christian Trinity as a theological prefigurarion of the three major spheres of the Encyclopedia. 1 Both the dogma and the structure were interpreted by him as exhibiting, in their unity, the syllogistic interdependence of the universal, the particular, and the singular. 2 Within each sphere, therefore, he attempts to exhibit the levels as progressing from what is general to the sphere as a whole, to what is more isolated and particular, and finally to what holds within itself both generalities and particularities. This triadic pattern or structure, severely regulated as it is by levels, hierarchies, and spheres, and involving as it does an immense wealth of observation and erudition, constitutes the central and all-pervading principle of the encyclopedia. Hegel refers to it, in the course of his expositions, as the notion, and in these lectures, often invokes it in order to indicate the imperfection of the natural sciences. This idealism, which recognizes the idea throughout the whole of nature, is at the same time realism, for the notion of living existence is the idea as reality, even though in other respects the individuals only correspond to one moment of the notion. In real, sensuous being, philosophy recognizes the notion in general. One must start from the notion, and even if it should as yet be unable to exhaust what is called the abundant variety of nature, and there is still a great deal of particularity to be explained, it must be trusted nevertheless. The demand that there should be an explanation of this particularity is generally vague, and it is no reflection on the notion that it is not fulfilled with the theories of the empirical physicists. The position is quite the reverse, however, for as their validity depends solely upon singular instances, they are obliged to explain everything. The notion holds good of its own accord, however, and singularity will therefore yield itself in due course. It is indeed impossible to overestimate the importance of this principle in the expositions of the encyclopedia. Philosophy has to proceed on the basis of the notion, and even if it demonstrates very little, one has to be satisfied. It is an error on the part of the philosophy of nature to attempt to assess all phenomena. This is done in the finite sciences, where everything has to be reduced to general conceptions. In these sciences the empirical element is the sole confirmation of the hypothesis, so that everything has to be explained. Whatever is known through the notion is its own explanation and stands firm, however, so that philosophy need not be disturbed if the explanation of each and every phenomenon has not yet been completed. The encyclopedia has two aspects, therefore, which, while they have to be recognized as being distinct, also have to be recognized as involving one another and as being ultimately or ideally identical. It is essential that its subject matter should be regarded as being open to constant revision in the light of the changing state of knowledge. It is no less essential, however, that this subject matter should be structuralized with reference to the principles through which it becomes most fully intelligible, and that these principles should be recognized as absolute and changeless. Unless the work is regarded in this manner, each of the three main points in Johnson's attack will be fully justified. There will be no way of defining the extremes of infinity and nullity. It will be impossible to indicate the relationship between what is infinite and what is finite, and there will be no reliable method by which the levels linking infinity with nullity might be enumerated. When he searched the thought of his time for principles that might be used in a systematic exposition of knowledge as a whole, Hegel discovered, therefore, an ancient and scholasticized metaphysical system needing radical revision in order to make it relevant to current intellectual insights, a Christianity which had failed to cope with the rapid changes brought about by Copernicanism, Baconianism, Rousseauism, and an extensively fragmented treatment of the natural sciences. The intellectual climate at present is in many respects more favorable to the understanding and acceptance of his encyclopedia than that at the beginning of the last century, and it may therefore not be entirely out of place to indicate some features of contemporary thinking in the natural sciences which have a direct bearing upon it. It has already been noticed that the present readiness to regard the problems presented by the natural sciences as a whole, one to recognize the relevance to natural science of exact formulations of thought as well as orderly arrangements of subject matter, and to acknowledge that an awareness of the importance of psychological, social, political, historical factors one is essential to any balanced assessment of this sphere, all provide ground which many modern thinkers have come to share with Hegel. This ground has to be regarded as particularly valuable, fertile, and interesting, precisely because those who have chosen to till it have been very largely unaware of Hegel's having acknowledged the potentiality of their labors. The most stimulating and encouraging feature of the link-up between the philosophy of nature and modern thinking about natural science, is undoubtedly this general agreement on the broad outlines of the approach required for any balanced assessment of the problems presented by natural phenomena. The most fascinating features of it are, however, the similarities in detail which have become apparent of recent years. As might be expected, two main attitudes have developed in the current treatment of levels. ROCAP has emphasized the importance of resolving observations of complex phenomena into generalizations too, and J.G. Kamini, after indicating the significance of reducing complex fields of natural science to a few fundamental entities, has even gone so far as to conclude that, we could thus picture the scientist as striving to the goal of finding the law of nature which would enable him to explain all facts with perfect accuracy. 3. The same manner of thinking, although it is carefully qualified, appears in an article by P. Oppenheim and H. Putnam, in which it is suggested that our view of nature might be given unity by a process of micro-reduction, out of which levels of elementary particles, atoms, molecules, cells, multicellular living things and social groups would eventually emerge. Point 4. However, J.H. Woodger's work at the Middlesex Hospital Medical School in applying the method of the Principia Mathematica to cytological problems 5 has had the interesting philosophical result of forcing him to suggest an amplification of Whitehead and Russell's work on the theory of relations, in the interest of distinguishing between progressions and levels involved in hierarchies. Point 1. Carl Menger has also indicated the need for a revision of pure and applied mathematics in order to facilitate the treatment of the relationships between quantitative and qualitative factors which so frequently become apparent in scientific work of all kinds. He suggests that Occam's razor should be qualified by the proposition that, entities must not be reduced to the point of inadequacy, i.e. it is vain to try to do with fewer what requires more, and that what modern mathematics needs is not a razor but a separator or prism for resolving conceptual mixtures with the spectra of their meanings. Point 2. M. Bungay 3 and R. B. Braithwaite have both attempted to indicate the wider philosophical significance of postulating levels in order to allow validity to apparently contradictory or complementary hypotheses concerned with various degrees of complexity or comprehensiveness. In order that the propositions should form an ascending hierarchy, they must, of course, cover a wider and wider range of possible experience, so that a higher level hypothesis could be refuted by observations which would not refute a hypothesis standing at a lower level. But, provided that there is no evidence refuting the highest level hypothesis, the evidence establishing it need be no more than that establishing a lower level hypothesis for it to be regarded as providing an explanation for the latter and as thereby raising the latter's intellectual status in relation to comparable hypotheses for which we can provide no such explanation. For Bungay has also attempted to define a level as a section of reality characterized by a set of interlocked properties and laws, some of which are peculiar to the given domain, and to indicate lie stability of the ontic levels to which the evident fluidity of our knowledge corresponds. This distinction between being and knowledge raises an issue which Hegel resolutely refuses to regard as a problem. One might of course ask on what grounds one postulates stable ontic levels if they are not those of our knowledge of them. Bungay gives a theoretical answer to this by pointing out that if these levels were not comparatively stable, nothing would be irrelevant to anything and the various sciences would be impossible. Hegel, whose logic and psychology are directly relevant here, would probably have added to this that the difference between being and knowledge assumed by the distinction is only partially valid. The subject matter of the natural sciences, in that it involves time and constitutes knowledge, is, of course, continually changing, in that it is also to be assessed in its graded, hierarchical and spherical aspect. However, a rational interpretation of it will also have to recognize its structural stability. The principle of hierarchies also occurs widely in modern thinking, although it is frequently employed only in its rather primitive 18th century form, as a vague progression from what is more simple to what is more complex. Point 1. As it has been formulated by Woodger, however, it has helped to clarify extremely intricate cytological problems, and, through its more recent use in embryology, given rise to the postulation of a three-dimensional coordinate system, the axes of which acts related to the idealized planes of morphological symmetry in a developing embryo and emergence of the triadic structure in rationalized embryology, which would most certainly have fascinated Hegel. Point 2 J. W. Addison's suggestion 3 that the theories of particular hierarchies that have arisen more or less independently in analysis, recursive function theory and pure logic might be used to realize Hilbert's concept of a unified science of mathematics. 4 could be regarded as providing the counterpart to Wütger's work in the sphere of pure mathematics. R. Hare has pointed out that in a true hierarchy the retrogression is asymmetrical. If, for example, a chemical explanation is given of a reaction, a valency explanation is given of chemistry, and an electronic explanation is given of valency, although is necessarily involved in a full explanation of, the converse is not the case. Similarly, although is necessarily involved in a full explanation of, the converse is not the case. Hare presents this very lucidly, and if his exposition is borne in mind, a lot of light will be thrown upon the practical and purely scientific value of Hegel's arrangement of the subject matter of the philosophy of nature. Point 1 Theodor Litt has even suggested that the whole encyclopedia is to be more readily appreciated if its levels are considered in the converse order to that in which Hegel lectured upon them. Point 2 One of the most ambitious and brilliant attempts to demonstrate the relevance of hierarchical thinking to contemporary physics has been made by Laszlo Tisza. Point 3 He points out that the great triumphs of 19th-century physics lay in the reduction of mechanics, electrodynamics, thermodynamics to classical mechanics, and that they are still relevant to our thinking in that they exhibit the simplifying and unifying power of certain high-level abstractions. 20th-century developments have shown, however, that basic disciplines such as classical mechanics, thermodynamics and quantum mechanics are too complex and diverse to be compressed within the confines of a single rigorously built deductive system. Tisza proposes therefore that the sphere should be regarded as a cluster of deductive systems, and that the procedure of logical differentiation which grasping it will therefore entail should be held in check through what he calls the logical integration of deductive systems. This involves an investigation of the interrelationships sustaining the compatibility or mutual consistency of the various systems recognized. By bearing in mind compatibility, controlled inconsistency, supplementary relations, and the fact that many relationships are, as yet, incompletely understood, he manages to work out a tentative grading of gravitational theories, mechanics, dynamics, and thermodynamics. Now that the uncertainty principle in quantum mechanics seems to have been effectively questioned by Alfred Landfor, there would appear to be little point in dealing in detail with the purely scientific origins of the idea of complementarity, or with the religious capital which the modern counterparts of Nieuwenjade, Derham, Adams, and Paley have attempted to extract from it. Although this concept is certainly consistent with hierarchical thinking, its valid applicability is one way, and very largely self-evident. It may be said, for example, that a physicist's analysis of a stone complements a chemist's for a geologist, or that a biologist's account of a person complements a psychologist's for a judge, but Mr. Alexander I was perfectly justified in feeling uneasy when he surmised that Messrs. Mackay and Carlson too might be inclined to use the concept in an attempt to make him admit the reasonableness of being religious. A true hierarchy is asymmetrical, so that whereas an exclusively scientific attitude of mind is at least potentially intelligible to predominantly religious thinking, the converse is by no means the case. The spheres of subject matter recognized by Hegel in the philosophy of nature simply reflect the natural science of his day, and many of them, in their general outlines, might still be regarded as valid. Contemporary science finds no difficulty in recognizing distinct disciplines. Research is continually bringing to light hitherto unrecognized affinities and connections, however, and attempts are therefore made to postulate metaphysical principles capable of making various disciplines more generally intelligible. Very few modern physicists, once they have begun to consider the general significance of interdiscipline relationships, have been able to keep to the kind of positivism employed so effectively by Tisza, and as most of them are not trained metaphysicians, the principles they have formulated have, on the whole, been unsatisfactory. Hare tends to accept Collingwood's relativistic historicism. In every hierarchy of explanatory mechanisms there is, at any given historical period, an ultimate or final mechanism which, in that period, does not call for an explanation. The characteristics of this mechanism, or the concepts of what counts for the time being as the ultimate explanation, can be expressed in what I shall call the general conceptual system of the period. 3. Ernest Nagel, evidently influenced by the success of evolutionary theories in organics, formulates the principle of emergence in order to make the relationships between various spheres of physics intelligible. 1. D. Bohm has made much of a similar principle, which he calls becoming to it is of course the biologists who are best qualified, on account of the nature of the subject matter with which they are concerned, to appreciate the metaphysical structure of a sphere. 3. Bertalanffy has, for example, criticized Russell's noble but only partly justifiable championing of the tenet that the understanding of a part does not necessarily involve a consideration of the whole. For if you take any realm of biological phenomena, whether embryonic development, metabolism, activity of the nervous system, biocenoses, etc., it is always so that a behavior of an element is different within the system from what it is in isolation. You cannot sum up the behavior of the whole from the individual parts. 5. It seems likely, moreover, that thinking in terms of levels, hierarchies, and spheres, rather than in terms which necessarily involve simple progressions in time, might throw a lot of light upon the value of certain attempts to justify the concept of teleology as it is taken to apply to biological development. 6. The uses made of the principles of levels, hierarchies, and spheres by contemporary thinkers have not, as yet, been used to throw any light upon the origin and significance of Hegel's dialectic. To a very large extent, therefore, the contemporary views noticed in this chapter have to be regarded as revisable and ephemeral, and it is indeed doubtful whether any of their proponents would wish to claim that they should be regarded as in any way absolute or permanent. Taken as a whole, however, they do constitute a great advance upon the scientific thinking of the early 19th century. In that they have not drawn their inspiration from any consciously pre-formulated metaphysic, but have arisen spontaneously out of attempts to grasp widely diverse and intricate phenomena. They are of great interest to contemporary Hegelianism, not only because they bear out the validity of Hegel's criticism of the physics and metaphysics of his own day, but because they give such an unmistakable indication of the relevance of his encyclopedia to present problems. Perception would, of course, be held by Hegel to be more or less erroneous. Nothing really exists, according to his system, but spirits. Bodies only appear to exist. J. M. E. McTaggart. The categories of Hegel's logic have yet to be traced to their origins in the history of philosophy and the natural sciences in the way that the subject matter of the philosophy of nature has now been related to its sources. As the general principles of the encyclopedia have moreover never been enunciated in a lucid, succinct, and usable form, and the English translations of the logic leave much to be desired. 1. The general results produced by the impact of the logic upon British thinkers have been somewhat lacking in clarity and coherence, and have therefore had the deplorable effect of simply mystifying, irritating, and bewildering the supposedly uninitiated. This is particularly noticeable in respect of those writers who, after reading the logic, have gone on to expound the relationship in which they think it stands to nature. McTaggart's remark is by no means the choicest of their utterances. 2. Alexander invokes the condensation of points from the complete law of the universe in order to clarify the matter. 3. H.S. Macran's investigations into the categories immediately preceding nature led him to regard it as the mere lump that the idea is gradually to leaven, the vile corpus on which the idea is to demonstrate its truth. He then proceeds to illustrate his point. The oak, for example, with its coherence of parts, differentiation of functions, and general unity of aim, as compared, say, with the indifference and coherence of clay, is on the way to the absolute identity of the idea, but no more. 1. William Wallace would even have us believe that endless times and spaces, writings in organisms, silent images, Lethe, the Divine Comedy and Condillac are all relevant to an understanding of the transition from logic to nature. 2. Nonsense such as this is of course inexcusable. It cannot be denied, however, that certain problems are presented by the logic and by the relationship in which it stands to nature and spirit, and before proceeding to look in detail at some of the main features of the philosophy of nature, they should perhaps be noticed. As the subject matter of the encyclopedia is ranged in order of complexity, we are safe in assuming that the fact that the logic precedes nature in the general layout of the work implies that Hegel regarded its subject matter as being less complex than that of the natural sciences. He thought, therefore, that whereas the complexity relationships of categories might be investigated and fully understood without reference to natural phenomena, nature and spirit presuppose categories in the same way that geology presupposes chemistry and physics, and the law psychology and biology, etc. The logic is in fact an attempt to establish the investigation of the relative complexity of categories, and the ordering of the resultant subject matter by means of the principles of levels, hierarchies, and spheres, as a distinct discipline. This point has been grasped in a fairly lucid manner by a number of commentators, who have then proceeded to criticize Hegel for illustrating the expositions of the logic by making copious references to the subject matters of nature and spirit. Point 3. This criticism has its origin in their failure to understand the nature of the categories and to distinguish between the subject matter and the structuralization of the logic. In attempting to reconstruct the first sphere of the encyclopedia without reference to the nature and spirit of Hegel's day and to the developments that have taken place since, these commentators have indeed shown as complete a miscomprehension of the discipline Hegel was attempting to establish as those critics who have claimed that the categories are nothing but the natural or spiritual phenomena from which they are supposed to be distinct. Point 1. The categories of the logic stand in relation to natural and spiritual phenomena in something like the same way as do the principles of the dialectic noticed in the previous chapter. They are an integral part of these phenomena, and yet, on account of their greater simplicity, universality, or generality, and on account of the complexity relationships in which they stand to one another as categories, they have also to be regarded as constituting a distinct sphere and as demanding treatment in a distinct discipline too. It may not be amiss to establish this point with reference to measure, which is fairly typical of the general range of categories assessed in the logic. Point 3. Hegel illustrates its significance by pointing out that water and minerals, when they are chemically analyzed, are found to be qualities conditioned by the measures of the quantitative ratios between the matters they contain, that the various kinds of plants and animals have certain fairly standard measurements which become less important as distinguishing features in less complex organisms, ammonites for example being both microscopic and as large as cartwheels, that in Greek social ethics all human things, riches, honor and power, as well as joy and pain, had their definite measure, the transgression of which was regarded as leading to ruin and destruction, and that the category is used theologically when, as in the Psalms, God is said to have established the bounds of the sea and the land, the rivers and the hills, or when it is said that he is the measure of all things. In the slightly more complex category of rule or standard, an increase or diminution on a scale of degrees proceeds by arithmetical progression, and is only limited by abrupt transitions of a qualitative character. Hegel illustrates this category by pointing out that an arithmetical progression in numbers of vibrations constitutes a musical scale consisting of distinct notes, that degrees of oxidation distinguish the oxides of certain metals, that although the plucking out of a single hair will not make a horse tailless, the continuation of this operation will, that, in the matter of expenditure, there is a certain latitude within which a more or less does not matter, but when measure is exceeded on one side or the other, good economy turns into avarice or prodigality, and that, with regard to the territory and population of a state, we must not forget, that by continual increase or diminution, we finally get to a point where, apart from all other circumstances, this quantitative alteration alone necessarily draws with it an alteration in the quality of the constitution. 1. It will be apparent from this that Hegel regards measure and rule as categories simply because a comprehension of any one of the various natural and spiritual phenomena of which they constitute an integral part, does not provide a complete understanding of the part they play in comprehension as a whole, because they are, in fact, more general or universal than any of the particular instances in which they may be noticed. It will also be apparent that measure presupposes, for example, the categories of quality and quantity, and is itself the presupposition of rule, that it is in fact involved in complexity relationships with other categories. Consequently, it also constitutes a level in the hierarchy of categories expounded within the sphere of logic, and, as Hegel shows, is itself a sphere containing levels and a hierarchy. Since the overall structure of the logic is identical with the overall structures of nature and spirit, there is a somewhat loose and vague correspondence between the simplest categories of the logic, the basic levels of nature, and the most primitive stages of spirit, etc., and Hegel occasionally calls attention to this in the course of these lectures. Point 8. The subject matter of the logic is, therefore, as revisable as the subject matters of nature and spirit, and must be as completely incomprehensible as the natural science and the spiritual activity assessed in the encyclopedia to those who are unaware of its origins. Many of the categories recognized by Hegel are still in use, some are obsolete however, and not a few of the complexity relationships he formulates need revision in the light of the developments that have taken place since the work was published. Point 3. Schelling, in the lectures he delivered at the University of Munich in 1827, was the first to point out that the formulation of the subject matter of the Hegel's logic presupposes the use of intuition. Hegel has attempted to erect his abstract logic over the philosophy of nature. He has imported into it the method of the philosophy of nature. However, it is not difficult to imagine what had to be perpetrated in order that a method having nothing but nature as its content and the perception of nature as its guide might be raised into something simply logical. He was forced to reject and violate these forms of intuition and yet to proceed on the basis of them, and it is therefore by no means difficult to make the perfectly correct observation, that even in the first step of his logic Hegel presupposes intuition, and that without relying upon it, he could make no progress at all. 1. The point of the initial categories of the logic is that they should constitute the simplest levels of their sphere, however, not that they should be without presupposition. Within the encyclopedia as a whole, the logic has the sphere of spirit as its antecedent, which implies that certain levels of general culture, spiritual insight, and philosophical competence are necessary precondition for any precise formulation of logical categories. Point 2. What is more, Hegel never denies that it is intuition that provides the subject matter of the encyclopedia. He parted ways with Schelling in that he realized that a distinction had to be drawn between intuition and rational thought, i.e. between subject matter and structuralization. We can assemble all the separate constituents of the flower, but this will not make the flower. Intuition has therefore been reinstated in the philosophy of nature, and set above reflection, but this gets us nowhere, because one cannot philosophize on the basis of intuition. Intuition has to be submitted to thought, so that what has been dismembered may be restored to simple universality through thought. This contemplated unity is the notion, which contains the determinate differences simply as an immanent and self-moving unity. Philosophic universality is not indifferent to the determinations, it is the self-fulfilling universality, the diamantine identity, which at the same time holds difference within itself. 3. Formal logic constitutes two main levels within the third major hierarchy of the logical sphere. 1. And is therefore part of the subject matter of the encyclopedia. The principles on which the logic is structuralized should therefore be very carefully distinguished from both categories and formal logic, and it is the failure to do this which accounts for most of the confusion in the attempts that have been made to assess and expound the significance of this part of the encyclopedia. Point 2. The principles of levels, hierarchies, and spheres are in fact employed consistently throughout the logic in precisely the same way as they are in the spheres of nature and spirit, and with roughly the same amount of success and failure. Wilhelm Schagren, so far as I am aware, was the first to recognize this. The method is so modified therefore, that the object's teleological determinateness becomes a basis for exposition, or, to use Kant's terminology, a foundation for the synthesis. As a result of the method as such therefore, the form is conceived rationalistically, but as a result of the object of this method, empirically. The state of correspondence between these concepts is to be recovered by the graded sublation of the state of opposition in which they stand to one another as the result of the object's form. The form of the object is determined by the concept of a level, but this concept does not actually determine the form of the subordinate stratum 3. The transition from logic to nature is therefore no different from any other transition in the encyclopedia. Hegel concludes the logic with the idea, simply because it was the most complex level he was able to formulate in this sphere, the category which coincided most fully with the principles of the notion, the fulfillment of the dialect. The idea may be described in many ways. It may be called reason, subject-object, the unity of that which is of an ideal nature and that which is of a real nature, of the finite and the infinite, of soul and body, the possibility which has its actuality in itself, that, the nature of which can only be grasped as existent, etc. All these descriptions apply, since the idea contains all the relationships of the understanding, but contains them in their infinite self-return and self-identity. 1. He begins nature with space 2 simply because it was the least complex level recognized in the natural science of his day. The characterization of space as sensuous insensibility, i.e. as having a predominantly logical aspect, and as non-sensuous sensibility, i.e. as also having a predominantly natural aspect 3 is by no means entirely irrelevant to the consideration of the logical antecedent of the three dimensions of classical geometry. 4. The main importance of the transition from logic to nature is, however, the major qualitative difference it initiates. According to Hegel, the distinguishing feature of the sphere concluded by means of the idea is its universality, the categories being involved in but not confined to natural and spiritual phenomena, whereas the distinguishing feature of the sphere initiated by space is its particularity, the levels of nature consisting as they do of more or less tangible objects. Like all other transitions throughout the encyclopedia, this one is undoubtedly revisable, but it presents no particular difficulties once the basic principles of Hegel's system are understood. Schelling was the first to concentrate upon the transition from logic to nature after having, perhaps willfully, misrepresented the general significance of Hegel's work, and so far as I am aware, no one has tackled him fairly and squarely on the point, apart from Michelet. 5. Like most of those who have accepted his misrepresentation and reiterated his criticism, he concentrates upon the actual wording of 244, there is nothing in the logic that might change the world. Hegel has to reach actuality. In the idea itself, however, there is absolutely no necessity for further movement or for becoming anything else. This expression, let forth the idea lets nature forth, is one of the strangest, most ambiguous, and also therefore one of the least pinnable expressions behind which this philosophy withdraws at difficult junctures. Jacob Boehme says, the divine freedom vomits itself forth into nature. Hegel says, the divine idea lets nature forth. What are we to understand by this letting forth? 6. This implied in effect that the Hegelian system was panlogistic in intention, and that the philosophies of nature and spirit constituted attempts to force subject matter that was clearly open to valid non-logical interpretations into a preconceived and somewhat dubiously formulated series of logical categories. The sensitive and revisable relationships indicated and elicited by means of the principles of the dialectic, were therefore interpreted by those who were often as ignorant of the subject matter as they were of the structure of the encyclopedia, as constituting a rigid deductive system bent on laying down the law in domains of knowledge where even specialists labored with humility and formulated theories with diffidence. Enthusiasts such as Hauptmann I, Hoffmann II, John III and Marx, encouraged by the chorus of critics which the general acceptance of such an interpretation called forth, set about revising Hegelianism by discarding its metaphysical presuppositions as irrelevancies, and applying their own conceptions of its general significance to those spheres or disciplines of which they happened to know something. Although the results of this were often ludicrous, they were, on occasions, effective and interesting. They could never be regarded as specifically Hegelian, however. The most deplorable outcome of these bars sinister in Hegelian pedigrees has undoubtedly been the aura of finality in which Marxists have been encouraged to invest their views on economics, sociology, politics, and history, as a result of their supposedly Hegelian ancestry. It would be idle and ignoble to question the idealism and compassion of Marx, or to deny the psychological and political effectiveness of his version of dialectic. It is however doubtful whether his writings would have been entirely ineffective had he never heard of Hegel. Their intellectual influence must moreover be criticized from an Hegelian standpoint by pointing out that they are relevant to an important but limited sphere of knowledge and activity, within which their validity is probably only relative, and that they in no way qualify those who read or act on them for making pronouncements upon knowledge or activity as a whole. Communism has, however, often attempted to influence activity and research at levels to which the effectiveness or desirability of its economic, social, or political doctrines is very largely irrelevant. A professing communist is not, of course, confined to having valid views only on economic, social, or political matters, and he may well be justified in bearing in mind such things as biological, aesthetic, or religious factors when attempting to further his economic, social or political ends. Pursuing these ends does not in itself provide any final confirmation of his opinions on anything however, and he would in fact be better advised to admit that the validity of his views on most subjects is probably as uncertain, limited, and fragmentary as those of anyone else. Communists are not of course the only politically minded people who would do well to bear this in mind. Tracing the effect of Schelling's interpretation of Hegel upon the intellectual history of the last century and a quarter would therefore be an extremely worthwhile undertaking. An analysis of the misrepresentations it has involved, the critics it has inspired and the errors it has perpetuated is, for instance, an essential precondition for any constructive outcome in the present dialogue between Christians and Marxists. The philosophy of nature, like the rest of the encyclopedia, is therefore in a sense dualistic, since a distinction has to be drawn between its subject matter and its structure. The principles of this structure having been indicated and established, and the relationship in which nature stands to the sphere of logic clarified, it remains for us to take note of some of the main features of Hegel's treatment of the subject matter in this part of the encyclopedia. The sources from which Hegel drew his information on the natural sciences have been indicated in the commentary, and are in no way remarkable. He often refers to the standard works and textbooks of his day, and he evidently read the main scientific periodicals in German, French and English. There is some evidence that the bulk of his reading in the natural sciences and the formation of many of his distinctive views took place between 1800 and 1815, but he also quotes many books and articles published later than this. In the treatment of light, for example, he refers to the discovery of its polarization Indiana 18081 but not to the momentous developments in wave theory initiated after 1816 by D. F. J. Arago and A. J. Fresnel. In the treatment of rain, he refers to Lichtenberg's attack on the Profunder Theorie de Herren de Luc vom Regen by J. D. Ozelius, as if it had settled a controversy, whereas, by the 1820s, Lichtenberg's views were no longer regarded as worthy of serious consideration. In dealing with the views of H. A. Gooden on disease, he evidently has in mind a systematization of diseases still based on the Synopsis Nosologia Methodicae by William Cullen, and he fails to see that Gooden's later work was in tune with the progressive developments of the 1820s. His actual mistakes are few and far between, and bearing in mind Croce's ignorant and ill-founded criticism too and the extraordinary reputation of this work, they should perhaps be clearly recorded. The motion of anything but a vertically trajected projectile, even if air resistance and the motion of the Earth are not taken into consideration, is a parabola, and never becomes simple fall 3. The mean distance of the Moon from the Earth is not 60 times the Earth's diameter. 4 Hegel should have realized that the Moon must turn upon its axis. At that time 14 satellites of the planets had been definitely identified, and there was some pretty conclusive evidence that those moving around Jupiter and Saturn had axial rotations. 5 There is therefore no excuse for his having denied the existence of satellitic axial rotation. When he says that the transmission of sound by the Earth is remarkable, by putting one's ear to the ground for example, it is possible to hear a cannonade taking place 10 or 20 miles away, he is grossly underestimating the distance. The cannonade at Mainz in 1792 was heard very clearly near Einbeck, 165 miles away for example, and in 1809 the cannonading of Heligoland was heard near Hanover, 175 miles away. He should not have paid attention to the ornithological fictions of Oliver Goldsmith when he found them refuted by travelers who had actually heard the birds of the Americas singing sweetly. 1. The facts he gives concerning Lawrence Oken and the theory of the vertebral analogies of the skull are not strictly accurate. He seems to have based his views on the subject simply on hearsay, and before making them public, should have investigated the matter more carefully. The lizards mentioned in 356 edition were discovered at Eldon in Suffolk, not Eldon, and were 50, not 15 feet below the surface of the ground. 2. In quoting what G. H. von Schubert had to say on the testicles of the male gadfly, he failed to notice a typographical error listed in the errata of the book. 3. In the same passage he quotes a French source in support of the conclusions J. F. Ackermann had reached as the result of his investigations into the sexual organs of hermaphrodites, and mistranslates Veramontanum as Christogali. He does at least question this translation, however. He is referring to the elongated cutaneous eminence on the inner surface of the urethra, which occurs where the bulbous part of this tube passes through the prostate. In English writings of the time this was known as the Caput Gallinagenes or Veramontanum, and to German anatomists as der Schnepfenkopf. Hegel may have had in mind the Anatomia Corporis Humanitab X by Philipp Verheijen, however, in which the feature is referred to as the Christogali Gallinacei. God was not the name of Hans Adolf Gudin, and the gentleman did not deserve the drubbing Hegel gave him for reviewing the paragraphs on medicine in the Heidelberg Encyclopedia in a critical manner. 5. An apparent howler on Hegel's part will often be found to have a highly respectable source in the scientific literature of the time, and to be by no means unreasonable once the contemporary state of knowledge and research is borne in mind. In 330 edition, for instance, Hegel says that ammonia has a particular peculiarity, for on the one hand it can be demonstrated that its base is nitrogen, its other constituent being oxygen, but that it also has a metallic base in ammonium. Since the true nature and composition of ammonia were well known by the close of the 18th century, this characterization might appear to be inexcusable. It is almost certainly based on a paper by Sir Humphrey Davy, however. 2. At that time ammonia, potash, and soda were taken to be the three alkalis. Davy's discovery that the last two were metallic oxides led him to postulate a metallic base to ammonia, and to suspect that the gas might also contain oxygen. 3. On one occasion at least, political considerations evidently influenced what should have been a purely scientific judgment. In 355 edition, Hegel quotes M. F. X. Bichat in support of the proposition that intelligence has little to do with physical prowess. Animals leap with the greatest skill from crag to crag, where the very slightest slip would send them toppling into the abyss, and move with astonishing precision on surfaces scarcely as wide as the extremities of their limbs. Even the ungainliest of animals do not stumble so often as man. 4. Hegel then proceeds to draw the conclusion that physical is necessarily gained at the expense of spiritual ability. When people acquire spiritual and other kinds of aptitudes, and develop a fluent style, ability in music and the fine arts, technical skills, the art of fencing, etc., the equilibrium is lost. On the other hand, cruder and purely bodily exercises such as drill, gymnastics, running, climbing, tightrope walking, jumping and vaulting, preserve this equilibrium. Activities such as these are not conducive to aptitudes of the first kind, however, and as they tend to be devoid of thought, they are generally obstacles to mental composure. There seems to be little justification for this view, and Hegel's entertaining it may well be due to the suspicion with which physical culture societies were regarded by the Berlin establishment in the decade following the War of Liberation and the downfall of Napoleon. 1. Several of the theories defended or accepted by Hegel were criticized at the time and are now very largely defunct. James Hutton, for example, in a paper read to the Royal Society of Edinburgh in 1784, initiated the modern explanation of rain by suggesting that its formation must be regulated by the humidity of the air and the causes which promote mixtures of different aerial currents in the higher atmosphere. 2. J. A. Deluc contended that the amounts of water discharged by the air on certain occasions are too great to be explained from Hutton's hypothesis. He objected strongly to the theory that water is dissolved in the air, and contended that when water evaporates, it changes into a new kind of gas, which cannot be detected hygroscopically, but which can change back into water. 3 To many meteorologists of the day, this contention appeared to be confirmed by the synthesis of water from dephlogisticated and inflammable air. 4 And by the decomposition of water by means of electric sparks, which was first brought about by the Dutch chemist Martin van Marum, working with the great frictional machine in the Tiller Institute at Haarlem in 1787. Hegel accepted Deluc's view and rejected Hutton's. In his assessment of animal acids, he makes mention of blood acid. If he has in mind the work of Raymond de Vieussens, who claimed to have discovered an acid in the 4 ounces of residue left from the evaporation of 50 pounds of blood, he was most certainly out of touch with current research on the subject, for this discovery was then generally acknowledged to have been putative. It is possible, however, that he is referring to the acidum sanguinis prepared by J. Winterl, by slowly treating blood and potash in a sealed container without bringing them to a red heat. According to Winterl, alcohol forms a salt with the residue out of which hydrochloric acid precipitates blood acid in the form of a curdled cheese. This experiment remained a matter of interest to chemists until the 1820s. 1 In 346 edition, Hegel accepts the view that the long plumule of the treponatans or the four-horned water caltrops is foliar in nature. This theory had first been put forward by C. L. Wildenau, professor of botany at Berlin II, and was widely regarded as being doubtful on account of its necessitating the conclusion that this plant is devoid of a radicle. The objections then raised against it have since been confirmed. 3. Many of the scientific views assessed by Hegel in the Philosophy of Nature, although accepted by him and regarded as being free from radical controversies by his contemporaries, are now only of historical interest. The manner in which they are presented in this work, excepting of course the structuralization to which they are submitted, is therefore of no particular interest, and simply belongs to the general history of the natural sciences. On occasions, Hegel also criticizes the accepted views of his day, however, and since those who have noticed this have not always been as intimately acquainted with the principles of the encyclopedia or the history of the natural sciences as one might have wished, it may be of interest to look in some detail at some of the issues he raises. An examination of the axioms on which pure mathematics was supposed to rest at the beginning of the last century, makes it abundantly clear that a radical reassessment of them was necessary before the distinction between pure and applied mathematics could be drawn with any certainty. 4 Hegel was certainly justified in arguing therefore that since the mathematics of his day involved the presupposition of certain axioms, capable of philosophical assessment, but in fact taken up more or less at random from concrete nature, it was not pure in any rigorous or truly philosophical sense. 5. 18th-century astronomers and physicists had tended to ignore the distinction Newton had drawn between the mathematical representation of problems and the physical reality of the situations being dealt with. 1 Hegel had seen the importance of this even at the beginning of his career too, and often points out that the failure to bear it in mind was hindering advances in the mechanics of his day. He praises J. L. Lagrange, for example, for establishing a clear distinction between the purely abstract mode of regarding functions, and their applicability to mechanical problems. 3 It is indeed his intense awareness of the difference in quality between predominantly mathematical thinking and the various levels of complexity to which it is more or less applicable, which constitutes the main value and originality of his treatment of mechanics in the encyclopedia. It should be remembered, however, that in this section at least, he criticizes the 18th-century interpreters of Newton rather than Newton himself. This is made particularly clear by the most important and original exposition of the mechanics, the assessment of gravitation in 269. Even the definitions and axioms with which Newton begins the mathematical principles, admirable and serviceable though they are by no means free from difficulties. 4 What is more, he was not primarily concerned with a systematic assessment of his fields of inquiry. Despite its many merits, therefore, his work cannot be said to promote any satisfactory degree of precision in the interrelating of qualitatively distinct fields of physical inquiry. Its greatness lies rather in the clarity and vigor with which certain problems are brought within the scope of mathematical calculation. The concept of force was one of the means he employed to this end. Even if we allow that he distinguished between its heuristic value and its physical reality, however, his use of it in the mathematical principles in order to relate the various phenomena dealt with to the central principle of the law of gravitation, has to be criticized on account of its having led so easily to the assumption that these phenomena could be exhaustively investigated and fully understood by means of a single technique. 5 Hegel recognizes that the law of gravitation embodies the most comprehensive generalization the science of his day could make about simply material bodies. He also realizes, however, that subordinate to it are several fields of specific inquiry in which the law itself is not fully apparent. This leads him to treat geometry, arithmetic, motion, matter, gravity, fall, etc. as involving disciplines and studies less complex in subject matter and limited in scope than inquiry into the nature of universal gravitation itself. Similarly, he takes the solar system to involve still more comprehensive generalizations on account of the particularity of its component bodies and the complexity of their motions. The widespread criticism to which the Newtonian calculus was submitted during the 18th century and the fact that Newton himself admitted that bk I prop I theorem I of the mathematical principles gives rise to a conic section in general rather than an ellipse in particular too was taken by Hegel to be further evidence of the fact that Kepler's first law is essentially more complex than the law of gravitation as such, and that the attempt to deduce it from the latter is therefore futile. 3. Most 18th and early 19th century textbooks attempted to explain the perpendicularity of elevation solely by the ordinary laws of refraction. 4 Hegel's criticism of them, so far as I am aware, was entirely original. By refusing to accept the purely mechanical explanations of his day, and insisting upon what he calls the advanced spirituality of refraction, he may not have added anything to scientific knowledge, but he did at least contribute towards keeping the way open for the demonstration, on the basis of the undulatory theory, that refraction may be more satisfactorily explained from the fact that the velocity of light is inversely proportional to the refractive index of the medium through which it passes. 5. The most famous sections of this work are concerned with a criticism of Newton's optics, and a defense of Goethe's Farbenlehre. It was this criticism rather than the implications of Hegel's general manner of thinking which gave rise to the friendship between the two men. The most worthwhile approach to this subject is undoubtedly that of the physicist unblinkered by the presuppositions of his particular field. 6 And from the physicist's point of view, Goethe's basic fault lies in his rejection of Newton's proposition 1 that the various colors of bodies arise from their reflecting most copiously this or that kind of light ray. 2 This rejection forced him to deal with the various appearances of color as involving physiological, physical, chemical, and even organic factors, which were not only inessential to the treatment of color as such, but which were not to be satisfactorily explained by the physiology, physics, chemistry, and organics of his day, and which were certainly not to be explained simply in terms of the opposition between light and darkness. 3. The great merit of his work in this field is that it consistently exhibits color as an experience involving concrete appearances. Although his attempt to refute Newton would seem to imply either that he regarded a purely physical interpretation of color as being indefensible and unwarranted, or that he considered the archetypal phenomenon to be justified on purely physical grounds. As a purely physical explanation of color, however, Newton's theory would appear to be immensely superior to Goethe's, for it still constitutes the broad basis of all modern physical research in the fields of light and optics. When Goethe published Zur Farbenlehre, Young's revival of wave theory had yet to be justified, and Malus polarization constituted the very latest discovery in this field. During the next 15 years, while Hegel was teaching in Nuremberg, and lecturing at Heidelberg and Berlin, the work done by Biot, Brewster, Arago, Fraunhofer, and Fresnel etc. brought about the virtual completion of the geometrical part of wave theory, and prepared the way for Maxwell's dynamical interpretation of light. Goethe chose either to ignore these developments or to attempt a refutation of them in the light of his archetypal phenomenon. Hegel justified his attitude. How then are we to assess Goethe's influence upon Hegel's treatment of light and colors? Goethe's theory appealed to Hegel because it made it comparatively easy to work out a hierarchical exposition of color in which justice could be done to both its physical and spiritual significance. 4 For Hegel, This spiritual significance involved not simply the psychic factor mentioned by Schopenhauer in his criticism of Goethe V but also the intelligible factor of a dialectical interpretation, employing the fundamental antithesis exhibited by the archetypal phenomenon. Had he accepted Newton's theory that white light is a compound of the colors of the spectrum, his treatment of color would have been much more closely juxtaposed to his treatment of light, and what is more, much more difficult to interpret dialectically. According to Goethe's theory, however, it is the various circumstances in which light and darkness are combined which give rise to color. These circumstances involve a complexity of physical factors, and consequently, as Hegel took light to constitute the simplest level of physics, he did not treat color until he had worked out the dialectical exposition of these further physical levels which he considered to be involved in its production. Although this approach is rather more sophisticated than Goethe's, it reproduces many of his errors. It fails, for example, to treat color as such, and while honestly purporting to be an essentially physical doctrine, actually misinterprets physical phenomena by bringing psychic and metaphysical considerations into an assessment of them. However, Hegel was undoubtedly convinced that Goethe had refuted Newton on purely physical grounds, and was therefore not aware that at this juncture the coincidence of the dialectical method and the archetypal phenomenon was bogus. It has to be admitted therefore, that in the light of his system and knowledge of the facts, he was justified in placing and treating color as he did. Consequently, although the treatment of color is not intrinsically erroneous, it is unsatisfactory, not only because Hegel erred in his assessment of the physics of his day, but because he violated an important principle of his own system, by introducing psychic factors at a level which should have been devoted solely to the treatment of physical phenomena. In that it consistently exhibits color as an experience involving concrete appearances, Goethe's theory is certainly not without its merits, however, and Hegel often shows that he was aware of its true importance. Had he also been aware of Goethe's shortcomings as a physicist, he might very easily have anticipated Heisenberg by converting the apparent contradiction between the Newtonian and Goethean theories into an exposition of their complementarity. His system was well adapted to help him do this. In accordance with its principles, Newton's theory should have been assessed in the philosophy of nature and Goethe's presented in the initial stages of the philosophy of spirit. Bearing in mind the state of knowledge at the time, and the sources upon which Hegel draws, it has to be admitted that he gives a perfectly competent and plausible exposition of plant anatomy. At the turn of the century, Sprengel, Merble, Treviranus, and Link had revived interest in the nature and origin of vessels and in the functions of the various tissues, and as a result of their work, these features came to play a role in botanical research which was out of all proportion to their real significance in the construction of the vascular plant. What is more, plant anatomists began to develop a false confidence in the conclusiveness of their researches. Point 1 By sharpening the antithesis between cells and their fluid content in the cellular tissue, between life vessels and vital sap in the vascular system, and between spiral vessels and wood sap in the assimilative system, Hegel seems to be preparing the way for the discovery that the vessels also have their origin in cells. Point 2. A similar criticism of current views subsequently borne out by later developments is to be found in the remark, dating from 1805 to 1806, that the sphenoidal bone has a tendency to dominate the center entirely, however, and to completely reduce the skull bones to a surface which lacks a center of its own. St. von Sommering, in the standard anatomical work of the time 3, had suggested that it was not a separate bone supporting the bones of the skull, but a mere extension of the occipital bone. Many early 19th century anatomists accepted this new interpretation of it, and spoke either of the basilarity or of the spheno-occipital bones. Point 4 Hegel, like later anatomists, rejected this view. On occasions he criticizes current views and has been proved correct for reasons other than those he bases his argument on. In 359 remark, for example, he rejects the opinions of medical writers such as the later Brunonians, Richelaub, and the followers of Schelling, who had made various attempts to explain disease in purely chemical terms. Point 5 He was ready to admit that work of this kind had its value, but he objected to its being interpreted as providing a full explanation of organic phenomena. He based this objection on his definition of the notion of living being, according to which the unity of the organism is compatible with the positing of distinct and transitory moments within it. By the 60s of the last century, the founding of microbiology by Pasteur, the discoveries made by Lister and I. Semmelweis in the field of antiseptic surgery, and the advances made in medical entomology by R. Lückert etc. had fully substantiated Hegel's position in so far as he had objected on principle to chemical interpretations of nervous fevers. However, although this subsequent research showed why this objection was justified, it did not bear out his reasons for making it, insofar as these reasons were based upon empirical data. It is in the transitions from one level to the next, in the actual juxtaposings of subject matters, that some of the most fascinating features of the philosophy of nature are to be found. As Laszlo Tisza has shown, an important part of a scientist's work consists in assessing, examining, and revising these relationships. Scientific breakthroughs occur when discoveries necessitate the revision of the recognized structure of knowledge, the reassessment of complexity relationships. Hegel evidently took immense care over formulating this aspect of the principles he employed throughout the encyclopedia. Although many of the transitions to be found in this work were widely recognized at the time and still bear directly upon the general state of knowledge, an understanding of not a few of them demands an intimate acquaintance with extremely specialized and hopelessly dated levels of natural science, and one naturally wonders whether the undergraduates at Jena, Heidelberg, and Berlin were equipped to the extent of being able to see the significance of them. In 314 edition, for example, Hegel concludes the exposition of magnetism and formulates the transition to crystallography by mentioning the ice spicula. The point he is making here involves a possible relationship between the figuration of a magnetic field to the embryonic aqueous crystallization of hail, sleet, and snow 3 and the crystalline structure of metals and minerals. Point 4 The ice spicula is taken to be the most complex expression of magnetic figuration and the simplest level of crystallization. The hierarchical sequence is carefully indicated therefore, but since the knowledge of the time had not been consolidated, the value of the transition is suggested but not labored. A similarly esoteric but well-founded transition is that made in 321 from color to odorous matter. It is often the case that well-established and widely accepted major transitions from one level to another provide the general framework for plausible and highly original minor ones. The treatment of sound in 300 to 302 is a good example of this. E.F. Chladni, in Die Akustik, had evidently suggested the transition from cohesion to sound, and J.W. Ritter, through his Fragment aus dem Nachlass und Physikers, may well have influenced the formulation of the transition from sound to heat. There is no evidence, however, that the fascinating hierarchical exposition of sound itself had any counterpart in contemporary thinking. Enough has been said to make it evident that the philosophy of nature, far from being an arbitrary and irresponsible exposition of partially understood subject matter, is a sensitively structuralized, deeply informed, and infinitely rewarding assessment of the whole range of early 19th century science. Now that its sources have been indicated and explained and its main features clarified, the reader is at liberty to explore its details to his heart's content. It is to be hoped that those qualified may even be tempted to bring sections of it up to date, and to review its structure and its subject matter in the light of current knowledge. The reader of recent books on the philosophy of science will probably be struck by the almost complete absence of epistemological issues in Hegel's work. To some extent this is due, as we have noticed, to his formulation of the sphere of logic, in which the universal thought determinations or categories involved in the comprehension of the particularities of natural science are treated as the subject matter of a distinct discipline. The subject matter of the philosophy of nature is in fact got analytically by an ordinary process of reflection upon the facts which are the common property of every thinker, in precisely the same way as the subject matter of logic and spirit. It is intuited, and Hegel deals shortly with those who presume to call the usefulness, reliability, or validity of this procedure in question, according to a metaphysics prevalent at the moment. We cannot know things because they are uncompromisingly exterior to us. It might be worth noticing that even the animals, which go out after things, grab, maul, and consume them, are not so stupid as these metaphysicians point to. Strict attention to the principles of the dialectic is therefore regarded by Hegel as providing an analysis radical and comprehensive enough to consolidate the data provided by the working scientist into subject matter worthy of consideration and treatment within the encyclopedia. Intuition may be the ultimate source of this subject matter, but the professional know-how of the scientist and the principles of rational exposition as employed by the philosopher are considered by Hegel as being sufficient safeguards against ludicrous misinterpretations of the facts provided by intuition. Looking at the history of Hegelianism, one might well conclude that in thinking this he was utterly and completely wrong. Instead of realizing that the encyclopedia can only become meaningful once the separate disciplines it includes have been mastered and the question of further relationships arises, professed Hegelians have taken it to imply that there is a shortcut to absolute knowledge via mysticism, obscurantism, or the sheer humbug apparent in statements such as those quoted at the beginning of this chapter. Hegel criticizes this attitude severely in the opening pages of these lectures, and it is to be hoped that this book will help to make it clear that what he says not only constitutes a defense of his own position, but is in itself justified. Considering the merits of his work, it says little for the knowledge and ability of those who have professed to interpret it that most of the real advances in knowledge pioneered since the publication of the encyclopedia have been brought about by men who have made no claim whatever to being Hegelians. What is more, professed Hegelians have, on the whole, shown themselves to be somewhat incapable, not only of making worthwhile contributions to specific disciplines and demonstrating the relevance of the encyclopedia to the specialist, but even of developing a constructive dialogue with their philosophical colleagues. The origin of this state of affairs is not difficult to trace. Pseudo-Hegelian statements concerning epistemological issues in the natural sciences should not, therefore, be confused with Hegel's own way of dealing with them, which simply involves the structuralization of the data provided by informed common sense, by means of the principles of the dialectic. The further point to be remembered in this connection is that the psychological factors involved in epistemological problems are, in accordance with the general structure of the encyclopedia, to be regarded as constituting part of the subject matter of spirit. The level of spirit succeeds that of nature within the sphere of the encyclopedia in that its subject matter involves the more complex quality of consciousness. The immediate transition from nature to spirit, corresponding to the juxtaposition of the idea and space in the transition from logic to nature, involves death, as the extinction of the physical individual, the most complex level of nature, and soul as the substance or absolute foundation of all the particularizing and individualizing of spirit. Point 1. This is also a major transition, however, in that it initiates the major qualitative change from particularity to singularity. Consciousness involves not simply universal categories or the particular objects of nature, but a combination of these categories and these objects in the more complex functioning of individuals aware of themselves and their environment. It therefore distinguishes spirit from logic and nature in the same way that the conclusion of a syllogism is distinguished from and yet dependent upon its premises. The broad outlines of Hegel's structuralization of spirit will be noticed in a subsequent chapter, since they throw important light upon the significance of his development as a dialectical thinker. At present we need only note that the psychological factors involved in epistemological problems are either to be considered as constituting part of the subject matter of subjective spirit 2 or as being rooted in imperfect philosophical systems. Point 3. Hegel would also have pointed out, moreover, that great care should be taken to distinguish between the logical and psychological aspects of epistemology. In this respect he would, in fact, have agreed wholeheartedly with K.R. Popper. The initial stage, the act of conceiving or inventing a theory, seems to me neither to call for logical analysis nor to be susceptible of it. The question how it happens that a new idea occurs to a man, whether it is a musical theme, a dramatic conflict, or a scientific theory, may be of great interest to empirical psychology, but it is irrelevant to the logical analysis of scientific knowledge. 1. Within the encyclopedia, therefore, the universality of logic is taken to be the presupposition of the particularity of nature, in precisely the same manner as nature is taken to be the presupposition of the singularity of spirit. Hegel indicated the relationship between these spheres not by means of panlogism nor yet by means of mystical insight, but by investigating their subject matter, ranging it in order of complexity, and then submitting it to a dialectical exposition involving the consistent use of the principles of levels, hierarchies, and spheres. Most of the difficulties raised by his exponents and his critics in respect of this procedure have been of their own making, and have simply reflected their own failure to understand not only the subject matter, but also the principles and the general significance of the encyclopedia. Development. It must be reserved to Hegel's admirers to make a driveler of him. An adversary will always know that he has to be honored, for having willed something great, and having failed to accomplish it. Kierkegaard. Hegel did not find it easy to communicate, either as a writer, a lecturer, or in private conversation. Point 2. His works, even at their most lucid, are by no means easy reading, and it could indeed be argued that the first complete and tolerably satisfactory printed account of his system as a whole, was the second edition of the Encyclopedia, and that it was not until he began his courses at Heidelberg in 1816 that his full capabilities as a teacher began to be recognized. Even towards the end of his life, when fame and recognition might well have developed in him something more of a capacity for relaxed and easy intercourse, he often tended to make an enigmatical impression, even in private conversation. One day Goethe announced to his daughter-in-law that there would be a guest for lunch, but did not tell her his name, which he had never omitted to do before, and did not introduce the guest when he arrived. Mute pause on both sides. During the meal Goethe said comparatively little, presumably in order to give free rein to his very talkative guest, who unfolded his thoughts with great logical acumen and in oddly complicated syntax. His increasingly animated exposition, with its quite new terminology, its intellectually elliptical style of expression and its strange philosophical formulae, finally reduced Goethe to complete silence, though the guest did not notice this. The hostess also listened silently, no doubt glancing at her papa in some surprise. When the meal had come to an end and their guest departed, Goethe asked his daughter-in-law, "Well, how do you like him? How very strange he is. I can't make out whether he's brilliant or crazy. He didn't seem to me to be a very clear thinker." Goethe smiled ironically, well. We have just had lunch with a man who is now the most famous of modern philosophers, George Friedrich Wilhelm Hegel. 1. In the last 30 years, the systematic analysis of Hegel's terminology and use of language has done much to clarify the meaning of a great deal of his work. 2. It is now no longer possible to regard his style as muddled and willfully obscure or as expressing purely arbitrary thought patterns which might be employed for any purpose, or which are regulated by nothing but the final teleology of his system. Once this has been said, however, it has to be admitted that there is a difference between his mature style as it is employed to convey the thought and exposition of the encyclopedia, and the manner in which he expressed himself prior to 1806. It was once he had left Jena and taken the job of editing a newspaper at Bamberg that he began to collect material for the Logic 3, and it is from this period onwards that one is justified in regarding his thought as settled in its broad outlines, and the main features of his style as having been consolidated. The shortened versions of the encyclopedia he prepared for his pupils while he was schoolmastering at Nuremberg May 4 have helped him to develop the conciseness and pithiness of his later phraseology, but they did not bring about any radical change in his general manner of expressing himself. His teaching at Heidelberg and Berlin involved extensive developments in the exposition of the details of the encyclopedia, but none in the revision of its general structure or in the purely linguistic features of his lecturing. It is therefore the period prior to 1806, and the intellectual ferment worked out of his system by the writing of the Phenomenology of Spirit, which present us with the problematical factors in Hegel's development. It was not until Wilhelm Dilthey published Die Jugendgeschichte Hegels that any systematic attempt was made to map the main features of this early period, and to throw light upon what Hegel then wrote by relating it to its historical context. 1. His work opened up an extremely fertile field of research, and it is now possible to distinguish fairly clearly between the different stages in Hegel's development and to introduce a certain amount of fact into the discussion of the basic problems by which they are characterized. Since the general significance of the notion in Hegel's mature expositions and the structuralization of the sphere of spirit are to be more readily understood once the general history of his early writings is borne in mind, it will probably be of value, before examining these central features of his system, to look in some detail at the main results of the research initiated by Dilthey. If the encyclopedia is accepted, as Hegel evidently intended it to be, as the work on the basis of which his philosophy is finally to be judged, it is the first 18 years of his life which have to be regarded as the most significant in respect of his development, since it was then that he laid the broad foundations of his encyclopedic range of knowledge, and first displayed the main features of his mature attitude of mind. The similarity between the intellectual attitudes of the first and the last 20 years of his life is indeed quite remarkable, and needs to be submitted to a more careful investigation than is possible here. The move to Berlin, by intensifying the extent to which he was aware of his Swabian origins, almost certainly played an important part in the development of it. Language may well have been a major factor here, for he never lost his broad South German accent, and traces of dialect are to be found even in his published writings. 1 Even in this work, for instance, remote as it is from any discussion of purely human differences, he mentions a linguistic peculiarity of his fellow countrymen in order to illustrate a purely scientific point. 2 Rosenkranz, who had relations in Berlin, and who had lived there intermittently since he was 18, has the following to say about the impression Hegel made in Berlin society. In Berlin it was certainly the case that much that was attributed to Hegel as an individual was merely Swabian in general, and was not regarded as being in any way peculiar to him so long as he lived more in the south of Germany. This is true of his homely unpretentious manner, his intuitive openness, the pointedness of his speech, the straightforward matter-of-factness and sincerity of his attitude of mind. 3 It is curious to note how this account of him contrasts with that of his visit to Goethe. Although he felt at home in Berlin therefore, and although it provided the setting for the complete fulfillment of his professional ambitions, it is not surprising to find him thinking back to his early years while he was working there. Some of the topics he discussed with his teachers at the Stuttgart Grammar School reappear in these lectures in a scarcely altered form. For example, 4 And the shortest and most poignant of his letters shows to what extent his earliest family life had left its mark upon him. His mother had died on September 21, 1781, and 44 years later he wrote to his sister Christiane from Berlin, "Today is the anniversary of our mother's death, I keep her always in my mind." 5. The most important source for our knowledge of him during these early years in Stuttgart is the diary he kept. 1 And there is no mistaking the similarity between the general attitude of mind apparent in this document and that of the subsequent professor of philosophy. The boy identifies himself with the political status quo of the Duchy of Württemberg and deplores the signs of peasant unrest there in precisely the same way as the professor was later to back the Prussian establishment in the enforcement of the Carlsbad decrees. He writes as follows on June 29, 1785, "Dear, oh dear. Bad news from Hohenheim. The peasants have started. They are a damned lot. They've smashed all the windows in the Duke's castle at Scharnhausen." As in his later years, his intellectual poise is quite undisturbed by personal problems or social distractions. On June 27, 1785 for example, after analyzing the merits of the Toynbee of the day 2, he notes down the result of a staff meeting at the school. "The only outcome of it bearing upon our conduct was that we were earnestly admonished to warn our fellow pupils against getting involved in fooling about in lewd and disorderly company." This was with reference to a group of young persons of the male sex aged 16 to 17 and of the female aged 11 to 12, which has been in evidence of late. It is commonly known as the Randy Club, the nuts etc. 3 The gents take the girls for walks and degrade themselves and waste time in a shameless manner. He gets on well with his teachers, somewhat better than he did with his colleagues at Berlin in fact, and unlike many adolescents, finds no difficulty in appreciating the various merits of the general order into which he has been born. When he left the grammar school in the late summer of 1788 for example, he chose the sorry state of the arts and sciences under the Turks as the theme of his valedictory oration. in which he attempted to point out how fortunate he and his fellow pupils were to have been fostered in a country so ready to encourage the acquisition of knowledge and the provision of public education. Point 4. In an essay written on August 7, 1788, he expresses views similar to those soon to be discussed throughout Germany. On account of the famous series of letters by Schiller. Point 5. He contrasts the culture of antiquity, in which, he thinks, there was harmony between man and nature, feeling and thought, love and religion, with the fragmented, formalized, and contradictory attitudes of his own day. He then continues, another characteristic of the ancients is that the poets had a gift for describing the external phenomena of visible nature apparent to the senses, that with which they were intimately acquainted. We on the other hand are better informed about the interplay of forces, and generally know more of the causes of things than of how they look. 1. This love of the balance and accord between content and form in classical art was to be expressed again, in a more elaborate manner, 40 years later, in the Berlin Lectures on Aesthetics. Although Schiller strengthened and confirmed it, it had its origin therefore in the sunny realism of the schoolboy, and it drew its strength not so much from a purely intellectual insight, as from a fundamentally resilient and untroubled frame of mind, which, although it was deepened and transformed by the intellectual turmoil of the years spent at Tübingen, Bern, Frankfurt, and Jena, also managed to survive it unscathed. The cultivation of it furthered the development of the rare blend of emotion and intellect, abstract thought, and concrete facts so characteristic of his mature thought. During these early years, however, it was important mainly in that it provided him with the vision and the peace of mind necessary for devoting the greater part of his time and energy to the acquisition of an enormous fund of miscellaneous knowledge and information. He read voraciously, took copious notes on whatever interested him too, and even as a boy, attempted to arrange this wealth of subject matter into an encyclopedia. Point 3. If the samples of his extracts and notes published by Hofmeister are representative of his reading as a whole, his general interests at this time centered mainly upon psychology, education, Egyptology, and philosophy. The diary shows, however, that apart from classical literature for mathematics, trigonometry, and geometry took up most of his spare time. Point 1. He read Shakespeare in J.J. Eschenberg's edition, and occasionally notes down the impression made upon him by miscellaneous readings such as the Cours de Belles Lettres by Charles Batlleux II or the Richardsonian psychological novel Sapiens Res von Memel nach Sachsen, by J.T. Hermes. Point 3. It was, moreover, in these early years that he first displayed the main features of his mature attitude toward religion. The historico-intellectual approach of his Berlin Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion 4 is already evident in an essay on the religion of the Greeks and Romans which he wrote on August 10, 1787,5, and it comes out clearly in the very first entry in his diary. June 26, 1785. Seminary preacher Regier preached at Matins. He read out the Augsburg Confession, and began in fact with the introduction to it before actually preaching. Even if I had remembered nothing else, my historical knowledge would therefore have been increased 6. In October 1788 he began a 2-year course on philosophy at Tübingen, and it was evidently at this time that he made his first acquaintance with the work of Kant. Johann Friedrich Flad was lecturing in the faculty, and in the introductory courses he gave, he was in the habit of emphasizing the relevance of Kant to Christian thinking by comparing his philosophy with that of Descartes, Malebranche, Locke, and Leibniz. Point 7. The effect of his teaching upon Hegel is apparent in the criticism Hegel levels at Kant in the thesis he wrote for his Master of Philosophy in 1790.8. Characteristically enough, he attempts to overcome Kantian dualism by pointing out that, despite the distinction drawn between sense and reason, both aspects of knowledge are united in a single subject one, and that purely moral activity is impossible in that it presupposes psychological phenomena. He also asks whether an acceptance of the absolute imperative of moral duty necessarily requires belief in immortality. For the next 3 years Hegel studied theology in the Tübingen Seminary, mainly under Gottlob Christian Storr. It was evidently the rigorously logical, dry, and somewhat formidable manner in which this man marshaled his immense linguistic and historical learning in order to defend traditional Lutheranism against what he considered to be the pernicious doctrines of the Enlightenment, which forced Hegel to spend the greater part of the 1790s thinking over predominantly theological problems. We know from his later letters to Schelling how thoroughly he disapproved of Storr's thought and methods. 2 During his period at Tübingen, however, he seems either to have been unwilling to jeopardize his career by criticizing his teacher, or uncertain as to how his views were to be refuted. In his academic work he simply did what was necessary. For his thesis he chose a purely historical subject 3 and merely concentrated upon handling his sources with the same scrupulous exactness and pedantry as that displayed by Storr in developing dogma out of biblical exegesis. There are no letters dating from this period, and the early fragments published by Knoll cannot be precisely dated with any certainty. 4 We do know that Hegel read Rousseau and the Greek tragedies at this time, however, and that his favorite hobby was botany. 5 It was not the Dons therefore, but his friendships, and especially those with Hölderlin and Schelling, which provided the positive intellectual stimulation of these years. 1 Hölderlin had already begun to write Hyperion before he left the seminary. Schelling was soon to make his mark as a philosopher, and it was the fervent discussions on Hellas, Christianity, Plato, Spinoza, Kant, Schiller, Jacobi etc. which took place whenever the circle came together, which were the greatest formative influence upon Hegel's intellectual development during his student years. The Lutheran Church in Württemberg was, throughout the 18th century, in a somewhat difficult situation. The effect of Pietism upon it after 1688 had led to severe internal strains, and by the middle of the century it looked as though it might well break apart. In 1777 Christian Friedrich von Schnurrer was appointed principal of the Tübingen Seminary, and the teachers he collected about him had as their main objective the reconciliation of Pietism with Orthodox Lutheranism, and the defense of Christian doctrine against the destructive criticism levelled against it by the men of the Enlightenment. Storr joined the faculty in 1786 and Flatt the theological faculty in 1792, and it was these two men who formed the nucleus of what is now known as the older Tübingen school. 2 Fichte's anonymous essay towards a critique of all revelation 3, which was thought at first to have been by Kant, appeared in 1792, and Kant's Religion within the Bounds of Mere Reason in 1793. 4 The Kantian works referred to by Flatt and Storr in the lectures heard by Hegel were therefore those that had appeared by 1790.5 They accepted Kant's distinction between phenomena and noumena, and used it to establish the plausibility of geological propositions. They argued, for example, that although three persons are not equal to one in the world of phenomena, the possibility of their being so as divine persons or noumena cannot be denied, since, as Kant has shown, we can know nothing of the noumenal world except that there everything is in all respects different from what prevails in the case of phenomena. They concluded from this that theology cannot possibly expect or fear anything from philosophy, and that the only valid basis it can have is that of supernatural revelation, made evident by the Scriptures. They therefore took it to be the task of the theologians to establish the historical validity of the Bible, to acknowledge it as the sole source and law book of Christianity, and to make use of the deductive method in resolving its statements into a systematic exposition of Christian dogma. 1 The strength of their position is undeniable, and for 2 decades at least it enabled them to infuse new life into the Lutheranism of the Duchy. The reaction against them gave a powerful impetus to Romanticism, however, and their biblical scholarship was soon to be discredited by advances which brought to light the historical and linguistic complexity of the texts from which they had extracted their dogma. To Hegel, however, it was not only the rather obvious pedantry and spiritual short-sightedness of the manner in which they handled religion which was objectionable, but the way in which they managed to travesty Kant. In distinguishing between phenomena and noumena, Kant had insisted that noumena were not to be divorced from their complex, the intelligible world, and that the distinction should not be used to give plausibility to the extravagances of the imagination. It would of course have been difficult to argue that the Scriptures on which Storr and Flatt based their arguments were simply to be regarded as extravagances of the imagination. Nevertheless, it was equally apparent that, in the light of the Kantian position, they could lay no special claim to constituting knowledge of the divine. What, then, were the implications of Kantianism for religion? Fichte answered this by concentrating upon Kant's critique of practical reason and emphasizing the importance of belief in revelation as a factor in the moral development of mankind. He took the possibility of revelation to depend upon the moral nature of man and not vice versa, and argued that if there is a revelation at all, its content must coincide with that of the moral law. 1 Kant expressed his approval of Fichte's work, and when he published his own views on the matter, they were found to be similar to those of his admirer. 2. That Hegel appreciated the importance of these developments is apparent from his first extensive theological essay, The Life of Jesus 3, in which the significance of Christ's teaching is stated in Kantian terms: act on the maxim which you can at the same time will to be a universal law among men. This is the fundamental law of morality, the content of all legislation and of the sacred books of all nations. 4 He seems, however, to have sensed the limitations of Kant's treatment of religion at a very early stage. His knowledge of the Church and of history in general made him intensely aware of the individualistic and ahistorical bias in Kantian thinking. He realized that religion is not simply rooted in individual moral experience, and that the Church is not merely a community of mutually recognizing moral entities. He appreciated the value of Kantian morality as the fulfillment of the divinity in man, but he deplored man's limitation of his knowledge of God to morality. He had criticized Flatt's exposition of Kantian morality in that it had seemed to him to belittle the importance of psychology. In the very first sentence of The Life of Jesus he acknowledges the need for something more than a Kantian definition of God. Pure reason, incapable of all bounds, is the Godhead itself. The plan of the world in general is therefore ordered in accordance with reason. It is by reason that man is taught to know his vocation, an absolute purpose in his life. It is indeed often obscured, but it has never been extinguished, and a faint glimmer of it has always survived, even in darkness. 1. It was this need which led him to investigate the manner in which Christ's life and teaching, the fulfillment of Kantian morality, have given rise to the institutionalization of religion in a church too, and to deplore the extent to which formalized theology and its ecclesiastical proponents had become divorced from the warmth and spontaneity of life, the needs and capabilities of humanity. If someone has not had this systematic web woven round him from his youth up, if he has come to know human nature by other means, by observing the experience of others or by following his own feelings, and if he now becomes acquainted with the system and is supposed to live in accordance with it, he finds himself in a world bewitched. In a man brought up under the system he can find no essential features like his own. Instead of trying to find anything natural in him, he would be better to look for it in Oriental fairy stories or in our chivalry romances. Indeed, he would be less in error if he proposed to make these poetic fantasies the basis of a system of physics, or these productions of our own era the basis of a psychology. Think of the innumerable hypocrites in any church which has a system of this kind. They have mastered all the requisite knowledge, acquired the prescribed feelings, obeyed the church's decrees. They live and move in church activities. We may well raise the question, what strength can be ascribed to them if they observe and do all that the Church requires and yet remain villains and traitors into the bargain? Just as lack of the means to satisfy physical needs robs us, as animals, of life, so too, if we are robbed of the power to enjoy freedom of mind, our reason dies, and once we are in that position we no more feel the lack of it or a longing for it than the dead body longs for food and drink. Our public religion, like many of our customs, appeals in these matters, as well as in the fasts and mournings of Lent and the finery and feasting of Easter Day, to rules for feelings, and these rules are supposed to be universally valid. This is why there is so much hollowness, so much spiritlessness in our usages. Feeling has gone out of them, even though the rule still prescribes that we should have it. Casuistry and monastical asceticism have been hit by nothing so much as by the development of a moral sense in mankind and the better knowledge of the human soul. 3. In The Spirit of Christianity, which Hegel wrote at Frankfurt during the winter of 1798-9,1, the same theme is developed, with reference to the Jews. Unlike Kierkegaard in Fear and Trembling 2, he deplores Abraham's absolute faith in a transcendent God. The whole world Abraham regarded as simply his opposite. If he did not take it to be a nullity, he looked on it as sustained by the God who was alien to it. Nothing in nature was supposed to have any part in God, everything was simply under God's mastery. 3. He then illustrates the consequences of such an attitude with reference to the history of this people, the subsequent circumstances of the Jewish people up to the mean, abject, wretched circumstances in which they still are today, have all of them been simply circumstances and elaborations of their original fate. By this fate, an infinite power which they set over against themselves and could never conquer, they have been maltreated and will be continually maltreated until they appease it by the spirit of beauty and so annul it by reconciliation. The great tragedy of the Jewish people is no Greek tragedy, it can rouse neither terror nor pity, for both of these arise only out of the fate which follows from the inevitable slip of a beautiful character, it can arouse horror alone. The fate of the Jewish people is the fate of Macbeth, who stepped out of nature itself, clung to alien beings, and so in their service had to trample and slay everything holy in human nature, had at last to be forsaken by his gods and be dashed to pieces on his faith itself. 4. Christ is regarded as the reconciliation of God and man, the fulfillment of the law, over against commands which required a bare service of the Lord, a direct slavery, an obedience without joy, without pleasure or love. Jesus set their precise opposite, a human urge and so a human need. 5. The significance of the three persons of the Trinity as the figuration of the atonement of God, man, and Spirit is discussed. 6. And after a consideration of St. John ch. I. The essential spirituality of religion is asserted, nowhere more than in the communication of the divine is it necessary for the recipient to grasp the communication with the depths of his own spirit. Nowhere is it less possible to learn, to assimilate passively, because everything expressed about the divine in the language of reflection is eo ipso contradictory, and the passive spiritless assimilation of such an expression not only leaves the deeper spirit empty but also distracts the intellect which assimilates it and for which it is a contradiction. 1. The resurrection, or the emergence of spirit from nature, is taken to be the necessary preparation for the feast of ascension, or the recognition of the holding of the particular within the universal by means of the singular. 2. Thus any expectation that the actual body associated with the Jesus who had been glorified and deified would be raised to divinity on the strength of miraculous deeds wrought by him in the flesh is so entirely unfulfilled that it rather intensifies all the more the harshness of thus attaching an actual body to him. Nevertheless, this harshness is all the greater for us than for the members of the first Christian community, the more intellectual we are in comparison with them. They were breathed upon by the Oriental spirit, the separation of spirit and body was less complete for them, they regarded fewer things as objects and so handed fewer things over to intellectual treatment. Where we have intellectual cognition of a determinate fact or a historical objectivity, they often see spirit, where we place only spirit unalloyed, there they look on spirit as embodied. An instance of the latter type of outlook is their way of taking what we call immortality, and in particular the immortality of the soul. To them it appears as a resurrection of the body. Both outlooks are extremes, and the Greek spirit lies between them. Our extreme is the outlook of reason which sets a soul something negative in the sight of every intellect over against the intellect's object, the dead body. The early Christian extreme is the outlook, so to say, of a positive capacity of reason to posit the body as living while at the same time it has taken it for dead. Between these extremes is the Greek view that body and soul persist together in one living shape. 3. It was this conclusion which rounded off the theological speculations of the 1790s. For the next 7 years Hegel attempted to interpret his earlier encyclopedic interests in the light of it, and it was out of these attempts that his mature system was to emerge. On his father's death in January 1799 he inherited enough money to enable him to think of qualifying himself for a university career. He contacted Schilling, and it was almost certainly the renewal of their friendship which encouraged him to put his views to the test by attempting an assessment of natural phenomena in the light of the general principles he had evolved from his theological studies. 2. The immediate outcome of this was the Dissertatio Philosophica de Orbitis Planetarum already noticed. In the autumn of 1801 he began lecturing at Jena on logic and metaphysics to an audience of 11. Between then and the autumn of 1802, and probably as a general preparation for these lectures and with a view to publication, he wrote out his first attempt at a comprehensive system. Point 3 Like the dissertation, this work shows how clearly the necessity of hierarchical thinking was apparent to him at this time. It also has a rather loose triadic structure moreover, and contains considerable evidence of an attempt to demonstrate the importance of syllogistic thinking in a systematic exposition of its subject matter. Point 4 Under the heading of logic, a progression is made from the simple relations of quality and quantity to the more complex relationships of the judgment and the syllogism, and finally to definition, division, and cognition. Metaphysics is regarded as being more complex than logic in that it involves not only abstract categories but also the thing in itself. In somewhat Kantian terms, cognition is then expounded as a system of principles, and this is followed by a metaphysics of objectivity, and finally by a metaphysics of subjectivity involving the ego and absolute spirit. Under the heading of nature, Hegel then deals with the logically contingent subject matter, progressing from the ether, appearance and motion, to mechanics, matter and physics. There is therefore no organics and no spirit, probably because he still felt himself to be unequal to the task of structuralizing these spheres in the light of the principles he was attempting to employ. From what is written, however, it is evident that he intended to show the significance of the third and most comprehensive major sphere in the exposition of the whole. In the lectures of 1803 to 1804 he evidently repeated the work on logic done in 1801 to 1802, and concentrated upon his exposition of the natural sciences, treating this sphere at the four main levels of mechanics, chemism, physics, and organics. He also made a fairly extensive but clearly incomplete attempt at working out the levels of consciousness into a philosophy of spirit. Point 1 In 1805 to 1862 he again omitted to revise the logic. Although he also retained the four main levels indicated in the previous lectures in his treatment of the natural sciences, he now submitted this section to a thorough revision, dealing with it in more detail, and attempting to give greater precision to its triadic structure. The most interesting feature of these lectures is, however, the first formulation of the broad outlines of the mature philosophy of spirit, progressions being made from subjective spirit to politics, and finally to art, religion, and philosophy. By 1801, therefore, Hegel had decided that in a philosophical encyclopedia a progression would have to be made from simpler to more complex phenomena, that this would involve a broad division of its subject matter into logical considerations simpler in content than natural phenomena, nature itself, in the assessment of which logical considerations would evidently involve contingency, and still more complex spiritual considerations, and that it was the most complex sphere of spirit which held the key to the philosophical exposition of the whole. The broad outline of his mature system was therefore already apparent to him, and while lecturing and writing at Jena he concentrated upon developing first the logic, then nature and finally spirit. What he evidently lacked at this time, however, was a central standpoint and principle which would enable him to demonstrate the interrelatedness of these three spheres, the identity of subject matter and structure in his expositions, the truth of the Greek view that body and soul persist together in one living shape. He came to realize that this would involve the establishment of a teleological standpoint for the assessment of spirit, and that in that he had not yet attempted this, he could not even regard himself as expounding the whole sphere of knowledge, since what was necessarily to be conceived of as a totality was evidently limited by the imperfect integration of what he was bound to regard as constituting the parts of it. Point 1. It was the attempt he made to solve this problem in the phenomenology of spirit which concluded his development as a thinker. Before proceeding to assess this work, however, it may be of value to compare the philosophy of nature with the corresponding works by Schelling and his followers, since it was certainly Schelling who encouraged him to develop this sphere of the encyclopedia at Jena, and although the connection between them at this time is well known, it is, in general, imperfectly understood. On July 30, 1814 Hegel wrote as follows to Heg Paulus, Professor of Philosophy and Theology at Heidelberg: "Do you know that I have concerned myself extensively, not only with classical literature, but also with mathematics, and of late with higher analysis, differential calculus, physics, natural history, chemistry, in order to be able to deal with the charlatanry of physiophilisophy, which philosophizes without knowledge, by means of imagination, and which treats empty conceits and even absurdities as thoughts. This might at least serve to recommend me in a negative manner. The same tone prevails in the opening pages of these lectures. It is indeed probable that Hegel had become aware of the worthlessness of much of Schelling's speculation as early as the summer of 1800, when he was studying his System of Transcendental Idealism III at Frankfurt, and that he only cooperated with him in the early years at Jena in order to facilitate his initiation into university teaching. It must at least most certainly be emphasized, that it is only in its superficial features that the philosophy of nature resembles the corresponding Schellingian writings. Like these works, it communicates an attempt to assess the natural sciences, but there the similarity ends. The dissertation of 1801, Hegel's first published work on this subject, has most of the main features of his mature attitude to natural science, and as has been noticed, his first comprehensive treatment of this sphere, in that it is preceded by a logic and a metaphysic, emphasizes the importance of strictly hierarchical thinking, was evidently meant to be succeeded by a philosophy of spirit, and makes minimal use of such favorite Schellingian concepts as polarity, magnetism, galvanism etc. Also bears a very close resemblance to his mature work. It may be said quite confidently therefore, that the diatribe with which these lectures begin is not simply a matter of the pot calling the kettle black. The sober and meticulous structuralization of the accomplishments of the natural sciences which distinguishes Hegel's work is indeed a far cry from the spirit which swept Herder, the spiritual progenitor of the Schellingians, as he sailed from Riga in the early summer of 1769. It was on the ship therefore that I became a philosopher however who had as yet barely learned how to philosophize from nature without books and instruments. If I had been able to do this, under a mast, on the wide ocean, what a standpoint it would have been for philosophizing upon the sky, sun, stars, moon, air, wind, sea, rain, current, fish and the depths of the sea, for discovering first-hand the physical nature of it all. Philosopher of nature, that should be your standpoint with the youth whom you instruct. Stand by him on the wide sea and show him facts and realities, use no words in explaining them, but let him grasp it all of his own accord too. Herder's attitude, as pictured here, had a great influence upon the young Schelling's intuitive approach toward the natural sciences, and for 2 decades at least it looked as though this brand of realistic romanticism might revolutionize scientific thought. Hegel, like Goethe, evidently appreciated the living wholeness of the insights it fostered and saw the value of it as a corrective to the subjectivism endemic to the age, but his awareness of its defects was evidently well known, even before the publication of the Phenomenology. For the brilliance of the rhetoric it inspired gave rise to an enthusiasm which it was often unable to sustain through the labors of painstaking research. On occasions, the vision was maintained, but found to be irrelevant to the details that had to be dealt with. Irresponsible and fantastic theories were therefore promulgated, cautious, sober and systematic research flouted. The collapse of the scientific method seemed possible, chaos seemed imminent. There was however no denying the brilliance of many who propounded the new doctrine. In Wordsworth, Novalis, Erlangslager and Kellgren the romantic view of nature brought forth exquisite poetry and nothing more, but in the addresses of Schelling and Stephens the audience was urged in a new and exciting manner to throw itself into the precise investigation of natural phenomena. In the autumn of 1802 Stephens began his famous lectures in Copenhagen. 1 Reason, the wellspring in which freedom and necessity are inseparably mingled, is that which is most central to us. It is the divinity by which each is united with all, the growing toward that which is sublime, the noble shoot that awakens us, the ray of eternal clarity that rouses us, the deep motivating principle of all our higher desires. It was with our very existence that a divinity gave us the ordering principle involved within the organization of a whole interacting everlastingly with all its parts. To raise that shoot, to cause it to grow, is the constant wish of every nobler nature. He feels in his heart that this is the immovable point around which everything moves, the changeless amid all change, the source of everything known to. Schelling influenced natural scientists as Hegel never did. Point 3 As the result of the enthusiasm stimulated by his teaching, J. Wagner and J. F. Fries attempted to reduce all the laws of the natural sciences to mathematics. J. E. von Berger developed pantheistic views out of his work as an astronomer. J. W. Ritter and H. C. Arsted made important discoveries relating to electricity and magnetism. F. B. von Bader distinguished himself as a mineralogist. H. F. Link and C. G. Nies von Essenbeck made their names as botanists. G. H. von Schubert published reliable works on botany, zoology and natural history in general, and a whole host of doctors, K. G. Karras, K. A. Eschenmayer, K. R. Hoffman, A. F. Marcus, A. Rochelaub, J. P. V. Troxler, K. J. A. Windishman etc. propounded more or less eccentric views on medical matters. Oken's popularization of science by means of his periodical Isis, and his founding of the Association of German Naturalists and Physicians in 1822, should also be put to the credit of the Schellingians. His work had a direct influence upon British affairs through the encyclopedic ambitions of Coleridge and the founding of the British Association for the Advancement of Science in 1831.4. English readers, who are probably acquainted with the translation of Oken's main work on the philosophy of nature, one will probably be surprised to learn that many Schellingians produced reliable scientific works later in life. By 1815 the essentially sterile nature of Schelling's early views had been acknowledged by most working scientists, although some of his disciples continued to speak well of them as late as the 1850s. Hegel, as we have noticed, had taken an independent attitude to the natural sciences from the very beginning of his public career. However, since his philosophy of nature was not designed primarily in order to revolutionize scientific research, since it was too abstruse to capture the imagination easily, and since the scientists who acknowledged their debt to him remained very minor figures too, his work tended to be lumped together with Schelling's, and to fall with it into the disrepute with which all subsequent evaluations of it have had to contend. Kant's warning that noumena should not be divorced from their complex, the intelligible world is heeded in Hegel's early work at Jena. He acknowledges the importance of formulating levels, hierarchies, and spheres as clearly and precisely as possible, and of so demonstrating the notion, the essential structure of knowledge. He notices the seductiveness of mysticism, of closing one's eyes, which is particularly pernicious in that it is not entirely valueless. There is indeed a turbid something which is not quite feeling or science, it is a speculative feeling or the idea, and although it is unable to free itself from fantasy and feeling, it is also no longer merely one or the other of these. I have in mind mysticism, or rather the Oriental as well as the Jacob-Bahmian attempts to demonstrate the idea. The lucid element is the universal, the notion, which, in its all exhibiting revelation, is as deep as it is extensive. 3. Although his encyclopedic work at this time is fragmentary, and although his dissatisfaction with it is apparent in his constant revision, there is, nevertheless, a very clear affinity between his Jena lectures and the mature encyclopedia. How then are we to explain the phenomenology, which, to a Kantian, can hardly appear as anything better than a nightmare? It is true that the work has a rather loose triadic structure, and that a general progression is made from basic subject matter such as sense certainty, perception, understanding etc. to clearly complex considerations such as morality, religion, and absolute knowledge. Natural science is considered after scepticism and the unhappy consciousness, however, and is the immediate antecedent of pleasure and necessity, the law of the heart and virtue etc. 1. What are we to make of this? It can hardly be argued that the sequence corresponds to anything in heaven, earth, or the waters under the earth. A scientist might well object to having the general nature and relatedness of the natural sciences travestied and caricatured in this manner, in what is evidently a bottom's dream, especially when he is also told that these intellectual antics are being perpetrated in the name of an absolute philosophy, transcending at some amazingly high level his rather more pedestrian accomplishments. After reading the reference to a botanical matter in the preface to Goethe wrote as follows to his friend T. J. Seebeck, "To say anything more monstrous is indeed not possible. It seems to me quite unworthy of a rational man to want to annihilate the eternal reality of nature by means of a miserable sophistical joke. When a distinguished thinker manages to contradict and obliterate an idea by means of ingenious and mutually self-nullifying words and phrases, one knows not what to say. Point 3. There is indeed no commoner evidence of the complete misinterpretation of Hegelianism than that provided by those who, though evidently ignorant of both the origin and the import of the phenomenology, persist in proclaiming its merits. They would be better advised to admit that they know not what they say. Most of the ridicule to which these would-be Hegelians have been justly submitted has its origin in a very healthy awareness of what is ostensibly ludicrous in this work, and in the shrewd suspicion that those claiming to have found a bottom to it are themselves somniloquent. During the winter of 1801/2, as we have seen, Hegel lectured on logic, metaphysics, and nature, and had evidently planned to develop a philosophy of spirit. In the summer of 1802 he gave notice of a forthcoming textbook, to accompany his lectures, entitled Logic and Metaphysics, or Systema Reflexiones et Rationis. 1. This failed to appear, although it was repeatedly advertised by him. Finally, in the winter of 1805/6 his friend Friedrich Emanuel Niethammer arranged for such a work to be published by J. A. Gobhard of Bamberg. There can be little doubt that Hegel originally intended this to be the first edition of his encyclopedia, and that the lectures of 1805/6 give a fairly clear idea of the initial plan and general foundation of it. The logic of 1801/2 was evidently to constitute the basis of the first part, the nature of 1803/6 that of the second part, and the spirit of 1805/6 that of the third part. 2. Printing began in February 1806. And he had arranged to have half the manuscript in the printer's hands by Easter. He soon found, however, not only that he was quite unable to work his material out systematically, but that he was getting hopelessly behind schedule. By the August of 1806 he had sent off barely half the work 3, and it was evidently at that time that he first decided to call it not a system of sciences but a phenomenology. 4. The second half of the book was written in the incredibly short period of 2 months. The preface was completed by the New Year, and sent to the publisher on January 16, 1807. These circumstances explain a great deal. The obscurity of Hegel's style evidently has its origin in the rapidity with which he wrote. The excessive unevenness in the execution of the work and its somewhat enigmatical character is presumably the result of his having been forced to change his conception of it while he was actually writing. It is valuable therefore, not as a systematic exposition of levels, hierarchies, and spheres, as is the encyclopedia, but as a broad and somewhat rough survey of certain spiritual phenomena. In that the natural sciences, like psychological, epistemological, historical, ethical, social, moral and religious phenomena, are the object of thought, there is no reason why they should not be brought within this survey. In the phenomenology Hegel is not however attempting to do justice to the precise interrelatedness of the subject matter of logic, nature, and spirit. He is concerned primarily, if not exclusively, with various modes of consciousness, and the extent to which they approximate to the standpoint from which spirit might be structuralized. It has to be admitted however that his account of this standpoint is woefully inadequate one, and in that this work has led so many unacquainted with both the structure and the subject matter of the encyclopedia to interpret Hegelianism as a philosophical game, devoid of rules, and best played blindfold in a state of blissful ignorance. Its influence is to be deplored. 2. Hegel therefore concluded his development by preparing the way for rounding off the exposition of the encyclopedia by a full-scale structuralization of spirit. 3. It was not until the Berlin period however that he found the time and the opportunity to show what this entailed. Tracing his development is important, in that it enables one to place his early works in perspective, and in that it helps one to see how easily what he was attempting to communicate in his mature works, can be misunderstood or even completely overlooked by those who are unaware of its origin. 1. The Logic of Scientific Discovery. p. 31. With regard to the many excellent works concerned with the logical and psychological aspects of the epistemological issues raised by the natural sciences, particular mention might be made of P. G. Frank, The Validation of Scientific Theories, C.G. Hempel Aspects of Scientific Explanation, Stephen Corner Experience and Theory. 2. His inability to preach effectively may have played a part in his not having entered the church after finishing at Tübingen, C.K. Rosenkranz Hegel's Leben pages 16 to 17. In his final report from the Theological Seminary the following comment is made: Orationum sacram non sine studio elaboravit, in recitanda non magnus orator visus. Johannes Hofmeister Brief von UND and Hegel Vol. 4 p. 87. October 1, 1827. At Goethe's request, Hegel stayed at Weimar for 2 days on his return from a holiday in Paris. F. von Biedermann Goethe's Gespräch Vol. 2 pages 476 to 477, D. Luke and R. Pick Goethe, Conversations and Encounters p. 170. 2 IP 141 et sec. 3. Wissenschaft der Logik. W. R. Bayer has claimed that his work as an editor has left its mark upon the abstract and sophisticated terminology of his logical expositions, see Zwischen Phänomenologie und Logik p. 219. 4. Philosophisch Propagandik, cf. Friedrich Heer Hegel und die Jugend. W. R. Bayer, K. Lanig, K. Goldman have shown that the years spent at Nuremberg were happy and rewarding, see Hegelian number 1808-1816. 1. A. L. C. Thomson, who also distinguished himself by his work on Kant, Feuerbach and Hobbes and by his Danish translation of Hume's Natural History of Religion, after working on the Hegel manuscripts in Berlin, produced an excellent but little-known work on the same subject as Dilthey and at almost the same time, see Hegeludwicklingen af Hans Philosophie till 1806. 2. T. L. Herring Hegel, Sen Wallen und Sen Werk. In chronologisch Entwicklungsgeschichte der Gedanken und der Sprache Hegels, Richard Kroner von Kant bis Hegel, J. Hofmeister Goethe und der Deutsche Idealismus, Justus Schwarz Hegels Philosophische Entwicklung, Hermann Glockner Hegel. G. P. Adams The mystical element in Hegel's early theological writings, J. G. Gray Hegel's Hellenic Ideal and T. M. Knox and R. Kroner Hegel's early theological writings are the only works in English concerned with this. It should not be inferred however that the 19th century was entirely ignorant of Hegel's youth. Karl Rosenkranz made a great deal of illuminating material available in Hegel's Leben. It has nevertheless been the work of the 20th century to evaluate this material in a systematic assessment of Hegel's views at different periods. Remnants of the 19th century attitude are still to be found in the failure to distinguish between the expositions of the Phenomenology and those of the Encyclopedia when discussing Hegelianism. 1. See the use of the verb ausgehen in 316 remark, No 2 p. 337. 2. No 2 p. 382-321 edition, are very closely related, and are not distinguished in Swabia, so that people there only have 4 senses. A flower is said to have a nice taste instead of a nice smell, so that in so far as we also smell with our tongue, the nose tends to be superfluous. 3. Hegel's Leben OPCIT 22. 4. See his discussion of a meteorological problem with H. D. von Kluss on July 4, 1785, and the treatment of the same subject in 287. 5. Rosenkranz OPCIT 4, Johannes Hofmeister Brief von UND and Hegel Vol. 3 number 497. His mother, Maria Magdalena Luisa Fromm married his father on September 29, 1769. 1. Rosenkranz OPCIT pages 431 to 448, Johannes Hofmeister Dokument zu Hegels Entwicklung pages 6 to 61. 2. J. M. Schrock Lehrbuch der Allgemeinen Weltgeschichte. 3. Dagengesellschaft, Laplander. Literally Mastiff Society, Laplanders, C. H. Fischer and W. Platerer Schwabisches Wörterbuch, F. Gross A Provincial Glossary p. 95. 4. Hofmeister Dokument pages 52 to 54. 5. Über die Ästhetische Erziehung des Menschen, über naive and sentimentalische Dichtung, Schiller's Werke, Nationalausgabe volumes 20 and 21, Tr. Wilkinson and Willoughby. 1. On some characteristic differences between indent and modern poets, Hofmeister document pages 48 to 51, CFW Ram Griechentum und Goethezeit. 2. Hofmeister LOCCIT pages 54 to 166. 3. The influence upon him of the Swiss mathematician, aesthetician, educationalist, and philosopher Johann Georg Sulzer should be investigated. On March 9 and 10, 1787, for example, he made copious extracts from Sulzer's Kurzarbegriff aller Wissenschaften und andern Theoldergelersamkeit, worin jeder nach seinem Inhalt, Nutzen und die Vollkommenheit göttlich beschrieben wird, see Hofmeister document pages 109 to 115. Sulzer was deeply influenced by Leibniz and Wolff. On his influence upon the education of his day Cr.M. Danijo. George Sulzer. Und sein Verhaltnis zu den pädagogischen Hauptströmungen seiner Zeit. 4. Homer, Aristotle, Demosthenes, Isocrates, Cicero, Plautus, Catullus, Tibullus, Virgil, Livy, Longinus etc. 1. Mainly the works of A. G. Kastner and J. F. Lawrence. 2. Trkw Ramler Einleitung in Dieskenen Wissenschaften. Hegel takes particular note of the section on epic poetry. 3. I only intended to read a little of Sophia's Journey during the afternoon, I was however quite incapable of putting it down until the evening, when I went to the concert OPCIT. January 1, 1787. 4. Tr. Spears and Sanderson. 5. Über die Religion der Griechen und Römer. 6. Cf. His attitude towards superstition and his comments on the Catholic Missa, quam vocant. Hermann Knoll has noticed that, after several changes, his handwriting resumes many of its earliest features in his mature works, Hegels Theologische Schriften p. 402. 7. Karl von Weizsäcker Lehrer und Unterricht in der Evangelisk Theologischen Fakultät der Universität Tübingen von der Reformation bis zur Gegenwart pages 127 to 144. On Flat himself see Karl Flat einige Züge von dem Bilde der Verwigten Dejo. Father Flat. 8. De limita officiorum humanorum, sepicita animorum immortalitate. 1. Sensus cum ratione sic quasi coaluit, ut visutric unum constituate subjectum. 2. Hofmeister Brief Volume. INOS 6-8, How are things in Tübingen apart from this? Until there's someone like Reinhold or Fichte lecturing there, nothing worthwhile will come out of the place. I haven't yet heard of any other attacks upon Kant's doctrine of religion apart from Storrs, although it will undoubtedly have to face them. The influence of it is certainly not great as yet, and will take time to become fully apparent. There is no shaking orthodoxy so long as the profession of it brings civil advantages by being involved in the whole structure of a state. I feel however that it would be interesting to disturb the ant-like industry of the theologians as much as possible, to make nothing easy for them, to chase them out of every corner and to allow them no refuge, until they have nowhere else to turn, and are forced to display their nakedness to the light of day. 3. De Ecclesiae Wurtembergici Renascentis Calamitatibus. 4. Hermann Knoll Hegel's Theologische Schriften. For the latest views on the chronology of Hegel's early works, see Gisela Schuler zur Chronologie von Hegels Schriften in Hegel Study N Volume 2 pages 111 to 159. Cf. Gunnar Aspelin Hegels Tübinger Fragment. In Psychologische Geschichtliche Untersuchung in Lunds Universitätsarzteskript NF. AVD. IBD 28 NR7. 5. Hofmeister document p. 31. M. Sartorius shared it with him. 1. J. Hofmeister Holderlin und Hegel, cf. Th. Herring Holderlin und Hegel in Frankfurt, Opogeler Hegel und die Griechische Tragödie pages 285 to 305. 2. C. von Weizsäcker OPCIT, H. Hermelink Geschichte der Evangelischen Kirche in Württemberg von der Reformation bis zur Gegenwart. A ducal commission for the reform of the seminary was appointed in March 1792 and its recommendations put into effect by decree on May 22, 1794. 3 Versuch einer Kritik aller Offenbarung. 4 Die Religion innerhalb der Grenzen der bloßen Vernunft tr. Green and Hudson ed. Silke 5 Kritik der reinen Vernunft, Grundlegung zur Metaphysik der Sitten, Kritik der praktischen Vernunft, Kritik der Urteilskraft. 1 Otto Pfleiderer The Development of Theology in Germany since Kant, J. J. Herzog Realencyclopädie für Protestantische Theologie und Kirche Volume 20 pages 148 to 159. Storr's most important works are, Observations quidam ad comparandum Contheanam disciplinum cum Christiana Doctrina pertinens, and Doctrini Christiani pars theoretica e sacri literaris repetita. After he had been discredited in Germany, he was translated into English, see an elementary course of biblical theology, expositions of the epistles of Paul, on the parables of Christ. As an example of his work, see the treatment of the Trinity in the Observations. As for the doctrine of the Trinity, the impossibility of giving a positive definition of the distinction between Father and Son and Holy Spirit, is no sufficient reason for denying the distinction itself, of which the Bible assures us, for reason, when left to herself, sets before us objects concerning which we indeed know that they exist, but concerning whose nature we have no positive knowledge. We can only distinguish between them and some false representations, or determine what they are not, but of their intrinsic nature, how they are we have not the slightest knowledge. Cf. Karl Daub Theologumena, sub doctrini de religione Christiana ex natura dei perspecta repetendi capita postura. Storr evidently published Die Lehre von der Dreieinigkeit, but I have been unable to trace the work. Cf. G. Suskind and J. F. Flat G. C. Storrs Sonne und die Festtagspredigten, Vol. 2 p. 37. 2 Prolegomena to any future metaphysic 32 to 35, experience must therefore contain all the objects for our concepts, but beyond it no concepts have any signification, as there is no intuition for their basis. The imagination may perhaps be forgiven for occasional extravagance, and for not keeping carefully within the limits of experience, since it at least gains life and vigor by such flights, and since it is always easier to moderate its boldness, than to stimulate its languor. But the understanding which ought to think can never be forgiven for substituting extravagance, for we depend upon it alone for assistance to set bounds, when necessary, to the extravagance of the imagination. The notion. There is surely a piece of divinity in us, something that was before the elements, and owes no homage unto the Sunday Sir Thomas Browne. It is perhaps rather curious that although most continental scholars are now agreed as to the general nature of the various stages in Hegel's development, they still hold widely different opinions as to what constitutes the basic motivation of this development and the central feature of his mature thought. Despite his careful analysis of Spinoza I and the forthright manner in which Oriental pantheism of the Hindu or Spinozistic kind is rejected as inadequate to the full capabilities of philosophy in the final sections of the Encyclopedia II, even the 19th century assertion that his thought is pantheistic in tone, is still repeated by some of them. 3 Theodor Steinbuchel 4 came closer to the truth of the matter when he saw the basic problem of Hegel's philosophy as an attempt to establish the relationship between the universal and the particular, and characterized it as being panentheistic in intention, i.e. as an attempt to demonstrate not simply that God is everything, nor yet that he transcends everything, but that while he is indeed transcendent, everything is in him. 5 Hermann Schmitz has concentrated upon the nature of the dialectic as being central to Hegel's thinking. 6 And attempted to show that it has its origin in the syllogism and the total incompatibility of subject and predicate found in the infinite judgment. 7 More recently, Jürg Splett has attempted to show how the logicalization of the Christian Trinity throws light upon both the ultimate telos and the ubiquitous structuralization of Hegel's work. 8 Although the value of such approaches is not to be denied, it seems likely that the most valuable contribution to the solution of this problem made in the last decade has come from Otto Poggeler, who has suggested that the central principle of Hegelianism is to be found neither in the logic nor in any of the particular levels of spirit, but in spirit regarded as a whole. This suggestion, if it is not simply taken to imply the vague and somewhat dangerous truism that spirit as such has certain powers of synthesis, would appear to lead us to the very center of the problem. Properly considered, it enables us to draw together the valuable but fragmentary insights of various interpreters, and to establish a vantage point from which the whole layout of the Hegelian system may be profitably viewed and accurately assessed. Point 1. It is evident from the Jena writings, that so long as Hegel was unable to establish the nodal point in the hierarchy of knowledge which could provide him with the broad framework for the structuralization of spirit, he had difficulty in dealing with this sphere. This was a particularly serious obstacle to the whole development of his thought, for since spirit constitutes the most complex of the three major levels of knowledge, it is also from this nodal point that the entire encyclopedia must derive its unity. Hegel realized, moreover, that since the final levels of spirit would have to be exhibited as concluding the whole cycle of knowledge, they would also have to be exhibited as initiating it, that is to say, as constituting the immediate presuppositions of the simplest categories of the logic. As a result of the various attempts he made at working out an encyclopedia, he became intensely aware of the fact that a mere enumeration of levels of complexity was unlikely ever to yield the nodal point he required. In the Phenomenology of Spirit, therefore, he set out to establish its features and general significance by what amounted to a process of elimination. Taking the general complexity of spirit as distinct from the comparative simplicity of nature and logic as his point of departure, he attempted to show the relative inadequacy of various spiritual phenomena to the fulfillment of what was required. As is well known, this led him to the definition of what he calls absolute knowledge. It has to be admitted, however, that partly on account of the rapidity with which he was forced to write this work, and partly on account of the imperfection of his preliminary assessments, this level is poorly defined, and the general significance of it inadequately expressed. One might reasonably have expected of him that he would have given a more explicit and rounded account of it in the encyclopedia, but it can hardly be said that he managed to do so. Point 2. The final levels of the hierarchy of spirit are therefore central to any understanding of the overall significance of Hegel's work. Before proceeding to examine this crucial section of the encyclopedia in some detail, however, it may be of value to make a few general remarks about the method he employs in developing his system, since the principles elicited at this final level of it are intimately involved in the structure of the whole. It has, firstly, to be remembered, that when he presents a phenomenon as concluding and rounding off a sphere, he has to exhibit it not only as the most complex level of that particular hierarchy, but as including within itself and having as its presupposition all the simpler levels constituting the qualitative unity of which it is the culmination. In the philosophy of nature, as throughout the whole of the encyclopedia, he brings immense erudition, great intellectual acumen and not a little ingenuity to bear upon the task of indicating phenomena capable of fulfilling these requirements. If, therefore, we are not intimately acquainted with early 19th century knowledge, it will often be difficult for us to appreciate the significance of his work. If we do manage to overcome this handicap, however, we shall soon discover that the judgments involved in the selections he makes are never unworthy of serious consideration. Able and accomplished though they invariably are, however, they are necessarily based upon the subject matter available to him, and even the major transitions of the encyclopedia are therefore open to revision. It is not often realized, however, that even a level as important as the absolute idea finds its particular place in the system and concludes the logic simply because it was the most complex category Hegel was able to intuit from the subject matter available to him. Consequently, although he does his best to show why he regards it as presupposing and including all the abstract universals by which it is preceded, he does not rule out the possibility of its being revised or redefined by subsequent thinkers. Point 1. The rounding off of the sphere of nature provides us with a closely analogous example. Since Hegel regards death as presupposing all the stages of development and complexity in the animal organism, the most complex of all natural phenomena, he presents it here as the most complex of all particularities, and consequently as the immediate presupposition of consciousness or spirit, in which singularity involves both universals and particularities. The formulation of this transition is by no means inapposite to current experience and knowledge, and may still quite reasonably be regarded as having its value. Although we may even be convinced that there is no reason why it should not be regarded as proof against any further revision, however, it would be unwise of us to regard the formulation of it as final, even if only for the very general reason that the manner in which knowledge enables a philosopher to illustrate the structure of the encyclopedia is perpetually changing. Point 1. We have already noticed that it is sections of the encyclopedia such as these, in which transitions are made from one sphere to another, which tend to be the most controversial. In that they simply involve progressions in degree of complexity, they should of course present us with little difficulty once we have an elementary idea of the basic structure of the work. In that they also have to be regarded as concluding and initiating qualitative differences varying widely in degree of comprehensiveness. However, they will quite obviously always be the focal points of legitimate and valuable differences of opinion. Nor is this so only in the case of major transitions such as those from logic to nature and from nature to spirit. The whole range of subject matter surveyed within the encyclopedia, down to its most minute details, must be regarded as being open to discussion, reinterpretation, and revision of this kind. Once this has been said, however, it should be added that this infinite revisability in no way affects the structure of the work. A modern physicist, for example, although he will certainly differ from Hegel in his interpretation of the subject matter of his particular discipline, will have little difficulty in discovering the merits of his structuralization of it. We have no direct evidence of the method Hegel employed in assimilating and arranging his material. When he was writing the encyclopedia and preparing the lectures he based upon it, however, it seems as though he made a preliminary survey of his subject matter, ranging it in general order of complexity, and then looked through it for the nodal points which might be presented as the concluding and initiating levels of the various spheres. A certain amount of evidence in support of this view may be adduced from the philosophy of nature. In the treatment of sound, for example, the major transitions demarcating the sphere as a whole were evidently suggested by the science of the day. The brilliant exposition of acoustic phenomena worked out between these nodal points is entirely original, however, and is evidently the outcome of nothing but Hegel's thorough grasp of the subject matter, and the principles common to the encyclopedia as a whole. Before examining the manner in which these principles are combined in the final levels of spirit, we should perhaps take careful note of their precise nature. We have already noticed that it is very easy to misassess and misunderstand the ubiquitous levels, hierarchies, and spheres of the Hegelian system, in that they have a dual nature. This is also true of the idea, the notion, and the dialectic, the principles which derive their significance from the final telos of the system. They are all to be regarded as principles, and as being distinct from their subject matter, on account of their being identical throughout the encyclopedia and constituting the general structure of logic, nature, and spirit. In that they are also completely devoid of identity, however, constituting as they do an integral part of an endlessly varied and varying subject matter, they are also to be regarded as perpetually changing and infinitely revisable. They may be said therefore to be mere theoretical abstractions in so far as they are lacking in subject matter, and to be utterly unthinkable in so far as any attempt is made to deny their purely structural nature. One might say, that although they have to be recognized, they also have to be illustrated, and that both the recognition and the illustration must be very largely meaningless in so far as it is supposed that one may be separated from the other. They are universal and changeless in that they are always relevant to an understanding of any kind of subject matter. They are particular and changing in that they are always strictly irrelevant to the actual acquisition of knowledge. Although Hegel often speaks of them in a striking and memorable manner, he is never very explicit in his treatment of them, and never goes out of his way to explain them. The following passage is typical of his utterances on the subject. As thoughts invade the limitless multiformity of nature, its richness is impoverished, its springtimes die, and there is a fading in the play of its colors. That which in nature was noisy with life, falls silent in the quietude of thought, its warm abundance, which shaped itself into 1,000 intriguing wonders, withers into arid forms and shapeless generalities, which resemble a dull northern fog. 1. Since the principles of the encyclopedia, as principles, are changeless abstractions, the apparent movement in the work, from one subject matter to another, motivated as it is simply by the need to illustrate the basic structure, is merely the result of Hegel's having had to communicate by means of the printed word and lecture in a manner acceptable to undergraduates. Theodor Litt has therefore done great service to a more general understanding of Hegelianism by pointing out that the subject matter of the encyclopedia may, with rather more profit, be considered in the converse order to that in which it is presented. Point 1. Since Hegel chose to deal with the levels in order of increasing complexity, progressions are made which certainly give his expositions the appearance of being teleological. A close examination of them will make it evident, however, that their apparently teleological nature is merely the result of his having been unable to talk intelligibly about everything at once. The main purpose of his work is not to progress to a certain end, but to exhibit the form of the encyclopedia as a whole by eliciting the structure of its various spheres. In so far as it is helpful or necessary to think in terms of ends, however, the various hierarchies might perhaps be said to display an immanent teleology. The sphere of spirit is like every other in the encyclopedia in that the significance of the level which rounds it off can only be fully understood with reference to the hierarchy by which it is preceded. In this case, Hegel formulates a progression from what would now be called psychology, to the law, ethics, the social sciences and history, and finally to aesthetics, religion, and philosophy. Point 2. The principles involved in this exposition are in no way peculiar to it, so that the structure that emerges from them has no particular features and significance of its own. Although it can hardly be claimed that there is a widespread appreciation of the value of this structure, many have been intrigued by the subject matter of the sphere, with the result that Hegel's expositions of the law, conscience, constitutions, war, world history, painting, music, poetry, Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, Plato, Aristotle, Bacon, Jacob Boehme, etc., are undoubtedly the best known and most widely discussed features of his work. This is not the place to embark upon the fascinating procedure of investigating the sources, judgments, and assessments which gave rise to the actual levels, hierarchies and spheres formulated here. Since the final section of Spirit contains the key to the understanding of the whole encyclopedia, however, it is essential that it should be carefully examined, its significance firmly grasped, and the general implications of it clearly presented. Hegel formulates this level in 572 to 577 of the encyclopedia and calls it, quite simply, philosophy. He does not make it easy for us to grasp its significance, however. The lectures on philosophy, which should have clarified the general meaning of it, do not in fact do so, since they treat their subject historically, not speculatively, and despite their vague triadic structure cannot therefore be regarded as a completely integral part of the encyclopedia. When attempting to expound the central principle of Hegelianism, therefore, we are left with these jejune paragraphs, the enigmatic utterances concluding the phenomenology, and a genial reference to Hamlet at the end of the lectures on the history of philosophy. Point 1. Despite their limitations, however, these sources, if they are carefully considered in their context, do not provide an entirely inadequate basis for the task in hand. The paragraphs in the encyclopedia are the most satisfactory, and from these it is quite evident that Hegel's thought at this juncture is essentially syllogistic. An examination of them will make it apparent that the major spheres of logic, nature, and spirit are here interpreted as the qualitative unities of universality, particularity and singularity, and are regarded by Hegel as constituting the premises and conclusions of a wholly triadic and syllogistic exposition. The ultimate origins of these entities are, at this level, admittedly remote, but since the attempt is being made simply to exhibit their combination while maintaining their distinctness, and since their formulation has already been submitted to a thoroughgoing and rigorous analysis, this is by no means a procedure which, in this section of the encyclopedia, is entirely inappropriate. It is pointed out that there are three possible ways of regarding or demonstrating their combination. In the first instance, logic may be regarded as being combined with spirit through the mediation of nature. If this general proposition is illustrated by a particular case, it might for example be stated that the category of measure is known to me on account of its occurring in a chemical combination. In the second instance, nature is combined with logic through the mediation of spirit. A particular case of this would be the occurrence of a chemical combination, known to me and so giving rise to the formulation of the category of measure. In the third instance, the syllogism is the idea of philosophy, which has self-knowing reason, the absolutely universal, for its middle term, a middle which divides itself into spirit and nature, making the former its presupposition, as the process of the subjective activity of the idea, and the latter its universal extreme, as the process of the implicit, objective being of the idea. In the particular instance of this case, my subjective recognition of measure, and the occurrence of it in chemical combinations, are regarded as the premises of the universality of it as a category. In these three syllogisms therefore, Hegel attempts to exhibit the universal principles involved in the three possible ways of regarding knowledge. As the German text is explicit enough on the point, it must be the inaccuracy of Wallace's translation of 5741 which has led British thinkers to regard the logic as such as constituting the middle term of this final syllogism. Hegel makes no mention whatever of the logical system fabricated by Wallace. What he actually says is that, this notion of philosophy is the self-thinking idea, the truth aware of itself. It is that which is logical, in the sense that it is universality verified within concrete content as in its actuality. The point he is evidently making here is that levels, hierarchies, and spheres, the components of the idea, like the categories of the logic, are universal in that they are not to be confined to particular instances or subjective thinking. As a confirmation of the correctness of Poggeler's thesis that it is spirit and not logic which constitutes the focal point of the encyclopedia, it should be noted moreover that it is not the absolute idea of the logic too but the self-thinking idea of spirit which is presented by Hegel as exhibiting the unity of the whole cycle of knowledge. When he refers to them as that which is logical, Hegel shows that he regards these central principles formulated in the final levels of spirit as differing very little, if at all, from purely logical categories. On account of their extreme abstraction and generality they are indeed well suited to be regarded as the immediate antecedent of pure being, the most elementary category of the logic. On the other hand, since it is the intellectual manipulation of them which gives rise to the unity of the whole encyclopedia, he is also clearly justified in regarding them as the most complex of all spiritual phenomena. Taken as a whole therefore, this may well be regarded as the most satisfactory of the three major transitions he formulates. What then is the part played by the idea, the notion, and the dialectic in Hegel's thinking? The idea is, one might say, the fulfillment of all the levels, hierarchies, and spheres formulated throughout the encyclopedia. It is therefore also the coincidence of the subject matter of the work with its central principle. The idea is what is true in and for itself. It is the absolute unity of the notion and objectivity. The ideal nature of its content is merely the way in which the notion exhibits itself in the form of external existence, and, by keeping this shape in its power through enclosing it within its ideality, maintains itself within it. It is therefore a unity in precisely the same manner as the syllogism is, that is to say by being the fulfillment of its premises in a conclusion. In the case of the idea however, logic, nature and spirit constitute the component parts. It finds its complete fulfillment in the final levels of spirit, but it is also evident wherever the subject matter of the encyclopedia coincides with its apparently teleological triadicity. The eternal life of nature consists firstly in the idea displaying itself in each sphere to whatever extent finitude makes possible, just as every drop of water yields an image of the sun. Secondly, it consists in the dialectic of the notion, which breaks through the limitation of this sphere, and since it only finds partial satisfaction in such an inadequate element, necessarily passes over into a higher stage too within the sphere of nature, the phenomenon corresponding to the absolute idea of the logic and the self-thinking idea of spirit is life, as the union of the notion with exteriorized existence, in which the notion maintains itself. Life constitutes the idea. Life is not merely the resolution of the opposition between the notion and reality, but of oppositions in general. Life has being where inner and outer, cause and effect, and means, subjectivity and objectivity etc., are one and the same. 3. Nature in general, on account of its materiality, tends to be regarded as falling short of this. However, the ancients grasped matter in general as non-ens, and nature has also been regarded as the idea's falling short of itself, for in this external shape the idea is inadequate to itself. For in a much quoted passage Hegel expands upon this with reference to the system as a whole, nature has yielded itself as the idea in the form of otherness. Since the idea is therefore the negative of itself, or external to itself, nature is not merely external relative to this idea, but is embodied as nature in the determination of externality. 5. The animal, as the most complex of natural phenomena and the initiator of spirit, is regarded by him as the existent idea, in so far as the animal's members are simply moments of its form, and are perpetually negating their independence, and withdrawing into a unity which is the reality of the notion. And is for the notion, the animal is the existent idea. If a finger is cut off, a process of chemical decomposition sets in, and it is no longer a finger. The unity which is produced has being for the implicit unity of the animal. This implicit unity is the soul or notion, which is present in the body in so far as the body constitutes the process of idealization. 1. As such it initiates the idealization of nature. The animal organism is the microcosm, the center of nature which has become for itself. Within it, the whole of inorganic nature has recapitulated itself, and is idealized, and it is this that has to be demonstrated by the more detailed exposition of it. 2. Reflective and finally dialectical thinking are the means by which this is subsequently achieved. The extent to which finitude makes it possible for the idea to display itself in each sphere of the encyclopedia is of course limited. Consequently, despite the imminence of Hegel's teleology and the care with which the various levels, hierarchies, and spheres are formulated, there is nearly always some sort of disparity between the idea as such and the particular sphere being expounded. The ultimate coincidence has to be postulated and borne in mind, and the general framework of one's exposition is clearly regulated by the need to formulate levels, range them in hierarchies and round them off within spheres, but the identity of subject matter and structure will, more often than not, be a matter of theory rather than accomplishment and practice. To the extent that the philosopher is therefore obliged to recognize a difference between the actual form of rationalized knowledge and the ideal in the light of which it is to be regarded as rational, Hegel refers not to the idea, but to the notion. He explains this concept as follows: the notion as notion contains the following three moments or functional parts. The first is universality, meaning that is in free equality with itself in its specific character. The second is particularity, that is, the specific character in which the universal continues in serene equality with itself. The third is singularity, meaning the reflection into self of the specific characters of universality and particularity, which negative self-unity has complete and original determinateness, without any loss of self-identity or universality. 3. Since the subject matter of a sphere such as nature does not yield a reflection of the triadic structure of the idea in the course of any piecemeal examination of it, the notion is therefore invoked in order to substantiate its triadic division into the universality of the mechanics, the particularity of the physics, and the singularity of organics. This division follows from the standpoint of the notion as it is grasped in its totality, and displays the diremption of the notion in its determinations. As it exhibits its determinations in this diremption, and yet only allows them independence as moments, it realizes itself in this, and so posits itself as idea. The notion not only exhibits its moments and expresses itself in its differences, however, but also leads these apparently independent stages back into their ideality and unity. By leading them back into itself, it in fact turns them for the first time into the concrete notion, the idea, and truth. 1. Precisely the same procedure is adopted in the structuralization of all the subsidiary spheres of nature, and, indeed, of the encyclopedia as a whole. On occasions, however, Hegel recognizes that he is met halfway by the subject matter itself. Magnetism is one of the determinations which inevitably became prominent when the notion began to be aware of itself in determinate nature, and grasped the idea of a philosophy of nature. This came about because the magnet exhibits the nature of the notion, both in a simple straightforward way, and in its developed form as syllogism. Its poles are the sensibly existent ends of a real line, such as a rod, or a dimensionally more extended body. Their reality as poles is of an ideal nature, however, it is not sensibly mechanistic, for the poles are simply indivisible. The point of indifference, which constitutes their substantial existence, is their unity as determinations of the notion, and consequently it is from this unity alone that they derive their significance and their existence too. No feature of the Hegelian system is better known or less understood than the dialectic. In a famous conversation, recorded by Eckermann, Goethe tackled Hegel on the subject during the latter's visit to Weimar on October 18, 1827.3. Hegel is here. Goethe has a very high esteem for him personally, though he does not greatly relish some of the fruits of his philosophy, and this evening he gave a tea party in his honor. In the course of the conversation, the nature of the dialectic was discussed. Basically, said Hegel, it is nothing more than the regulated and methodical cultivation of the spirit of contradiction, which is a gift common to everyone, and particularly valuable for distinguishing the true from the false. But let us hope, interposed Goethe, that such intellectual arts and skills are not too much misused for the purpose of turning falsehood into truth and truth into falsehood. That does sometimes happen, replied Hegel, but only with people who are spiritually sick. Well, said Goethe, I personally recommend the study of nature as preventive of that disease. For in nature we are dealing with something which is infinitely and eternally true, and which immediately rejects as inadequate everyone who does not show complete integrity and honesty in the way he observes and treats his subject. And I am certain that the study of nature would be a wholesome remedy for many a dialectical sufferer. The dialectic derives its significance and validity solely and exclusively from the triadicity of the self-thinking idea. It has its ultimate origin therefore in the threefold division of knowledge, and it is applicable to the various spheres of the encyclopedia only in so far as the attempt is being made to elicit a reflection of the idea from them to whatever extent their finitude makes possible. As Hegel presented his work, it appears as a triadic progression, within each sphere, from what is implicit or universal, to what is for itself or particular, and finally to what is in and for itself or singular. It might just as well have been presented in the converse sequence, however, and this might in fact have been a more satisfactory manner of procedure, since it is from the final triad that the whole pattern derives its significance. The great advantage of the method Hegel adopted is, however, that whereas it makes it difficult to see the significance of the triads while following only the details of his work, once the final levels of spirit are under consideration, the generalizations one is forced to make are fully qualified and substantiated, and, consequently, the validity of the overall exposition is so much the more apparent than it would have been had a beginning been made with these extreme abstractions. It should be remembered that the idea, the notion, and the dialectic, like the level, the hierarchy, and the sphere, are principles, dual in nature, essentially distinct from their subject matter, but also constituting an integral part of it. Practically considered, they imply therefore that the exposition of a philosophical encyclopedia involves three distinct disciplines. Firstly, the subject matter has to be intuited and understood for its own sake in precisely the same way as it is by the ordinary non-philosophical specialist. Secondly, the qualitative differences so often overlooked in the usual treatment of this subject matter have to be elicited and formulated as a system of levels, hierarchies, and spheres. Here, as we have noticed, Hegel's work has much more in common with that of our contemporaries than it had with the predominantly alphabetical systematizations being developed in his own day. Thirdly, these principles, as elicited from their subject matter, have to be demonstrated as contributing to the definition and fulfillment of the self-thinking idea by being submitted to a dialectical interpretation. Although this third requirement does not justify any distortion or misrepresentation of the subject matter of the encyclopedia, it does invalidate the claims of all imperfect thinking to final philosophical validity, in that it demands that the structure of each sphere should be regarded as the fulfillment of its subject matter, and not vice versa. Point 1. It will, perhaps, have become apparent, that the central problems faced by Hegel in his attempt to structuralize spirit, bear a close resemblance to those in which a theologian becomes involved when he attempts to make intelligible remarks about the being and attributes of God. Hegel recognized the similarity, and in both the Phenomenology and the Encyclopedia there is an immediate juxtapositioning of the theological and philosophical disciplines. Religious considerations, as we have seen, played an important part in his development, and largely on account of the effect they had upon Kierkegaard and Feuerbach, his mature views on religion have exercised a profound influence upon modern theology, and have helped, directly or indirectly, to form many of the current opinions on the subject. The manner in which his philosophical system was regarded by churchmen and theologians was by no means a matter of indifference to him moreover, and towards the end of his life, in a review of a book by Gaskell, he makes it evident that he was then willing, and even pleased, to have it regarded as a restatement in philosophical terms, of the truths of Christianity. 2 This is not the place to enter upon a critical analysis of the famous lectures on the philosophy of religion, but the relevance of the central principle of this work to current theology, and an indication of the manner in which religion is assessed within the Encyclopedia, may, perhaps, form a fitting conclusion to this chapter. Viewed from the standpoint of his mature system, the main development in Hegel's thinking during the 1790s was the shift from an interest in the ethical and theological implications of Kant's thought to preoccupation with the encyclopedic potentials of Schelling's. The basic judgment motivating this change seems to have been that whereas ethical, social, and religious matters must necessarily fall within the purview of an encyclopedic interest, the converse is not the case. This judgment reappears in the mature exposition of spirit, in which, as we have seen, philosophy and not religion is regarded as constituting the closest approximation to the logic. This simply implies that Hegel regarded philosophers as more fitted for expounding the significance of the major transition from spirit to logic than theologians. He evidently thought that although theology and philosophy are concerned with very similar subject matters, that of the former being God and man's relationship to God, and that of the latter being knowledge and man's ability to acquire and master it, it would be unreasonable to expect a theologian to make a contribution to philosophy unless he were able to distinguish between the two disciplines. He concluded therefore, that the essential difference between a theologian and a philosophical encyclopedist is that whereas the latter is obliged to concern himself with religion, the former is by no means obliged to expound his worldview encyclopedically. He makes this difference quite clear on several occasions. In the review just mentioned, for example, he quotes with approval Gaskell's remark that, "Spirit searches all things, including the depths of the Godhead." One in the peroration to his inaugural lecture given at Berlin on October 22, 1818 he develops the same theme: "I make bold to wish and hope that I shall succeed in winning and deserving your confidence along the way that we have before us. To begin with, however, I can ask nothing of you but this, that you should bring with you confidence in science, belief in reason, confidence and belief in yourselves. The spirit of truth, faith in the power of thought, is essential to the study of philosophy. Man should honor himself, and regard himself as worthy of the highest. He cannot overvalue the greatness and power of thought. The closed essence of the universe harbors no force capable of resisting the spirit of knowledge, to whose eyes it must disclose and reveal itself, and for whose delight it must lay forth its riches and its depths." To remarks such as these naturally brought Fichte's fate upon him, and for a while at least, he was suspected of atheism by the Prussian government. In 1821, for example, when the king by an order in cabinet made a minister responsible for seeing that the Ockhamian philosophy of nature and similar doctrines leading to atheism were not promulgated in the universities of Prussia, Hegel felt himself to be threatened. 1 Glockner has noticed, however, that despite the treatment of medieval scholasticism in the lectures on the history of philosophy, and despite his lifelong profession of staunch Lutheranism, it is the speculative theological systems of the Middle Ages, writings such as the Summa contra Gentiles and the Summa Theologica of St. Thomas Aquinas, which provide the closest approximation to the interpretation of religion found in his works. 2. The key to this interpretation is his assessment of the doctrine of the Christian Trinity, as this dogma has been accepted throughout the Western Church since 1054.3, as the triadic syllogistic unity of the self-thinking idea is regarded by him as constituting the most complex level of spirit. The fullest and completest formulation of the central principle of philosophy, so the Trinitarian doctrine of the co-equality of the three divine persons in one substance is regarded by him as constituting the most complex level of religion, the fullest and completest formulation of the central principle of theology. The philosophical principle, once the significance of it is grasped, implies the attitude to its subject matter made explicit in the encyclopedia. The theological doctrine, once put into practice, implies the life and activity of the Christian community. To force the encyclopedic labors demanded by a recognition of the significance of the idea upon a Christian community would be to kill it. To reduce philosophy solely to the life and activity of the Christian community would be to stifle it. Properly understood, therefore, the disciplines of theology and philosophy are complementary. Philosophy derives its full stature, depth, nobility, and certainty from the spiritual life of a wholesome Christian community. This community, in its turn, may rest assured of nothing but respect and confirmation from any fully valid philosophy. As might have been expected, the expression of views such as these involved Hegel in several bitter controversies, which he would probably have been better advised to have avoided. Despite the appreciation he shows of the part played by feeling and aesthetic experience in religion, for example one he managed to make an enemy of Schleiermacher, and despite the astonishing insight into many of the non-Christian religions displayed in his lectures, he tended, when not actually speaking from the cathedra, to hold unswervingly to the Lutheranism and the uncompromising intellectualism of his youth. 2 This may have been due in part to what he had suffered under the tutelage of Storr. And there can be little doubt, that despite the general principles of his system and his realistic and accurate knowledge of mankind, he hoped that he would not remain the sole expositor and proponent of the self-thinking idea. To what extent is his treatment of theology and his assessment of Christianity relevant to current scholarship and the present state of affairs? If, for the sake of brevity and convenience, we may take this question to touch principally upon the central doctrine of the Trinity, the following observations may prove to be acceptable as an answer to it. Largely on account of his having read a work by Tholic III, Hegel took a great interest in the non- and pre-Christian origins of Trinitarian theology. Tholic had indicated the occurrence of the divine triad in Arabic, Parsi and pagan Greek thought, and in his lectures on religion Hegel paid particular attention to the corresponding Hindu doctrine of the Trimurti. 4 Recent scholarship has tended to confirm the view that the conception of the triadicity of the deity was not derived solely from the New Testament or even from the Judeo-Christian tradition. 5 What is more, the Church has not been very successful in controlling the interpretation of the dogma at a popular level. It was not until 1334 that the observance of the Sunday following Whitsun as a feast in celebration of the Trinity was universally enjoined by the Pope VI, and it can hardly be claimed that the festival enjoys the popularity it deserves. It captured the popular imagination in England largely on account of its having been the day on which St. Thomas à Becket was consecrated bishop in 1162-1, and many curious perversions of Trinitarian theology have flourished here. 2 Nor has the situation been any different in Germany 3 or on the continent at large. 4 Hegel is therefore undoubtedly justified in refusing to regard Trinitarian thought of the popular kind as exclusively Christian, or as in any way adequate to an expression of the central truth of Christianity. Hegel takes the culminating embodiment of the Christian acknowledgement of the Trinity to be the life of the Christian community. 5 This was by no means an original interpretation of the dogma. Daniel Waterland, for example, propounded it in the course of his attempt to make Trinitarian thinking intelligible to the Socinians, deists, and Arianizers of his day. If religious practice in any measure depends upon a previous knowledge of God, then certainly, for the like reason, the perfection of that practice depends upon the perfection of such knowledge. If God be Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, the duties owing to God, will be duties owing under that trine distinction, which must be paid accordingly, and whoever leaves out any of the three out of his idea of God, comes so far short of knowing God perfectly, and of serving him in proportion of the manifestations made of him. The belief of the doctrine of the Trinity is no slight or insignificant theory, no barren notion or speculation, since it has a direct influence upon the dispositions of our minds, and upon our happiness hereafter. I make not this an argument of the truth of the doctrine, but of the importance of it. And I add, that if it may have such influence upon us, in creating proper dispositions, that comes to the same as to say, that it raises and improves our virtues, and all virtue is practical one. This interpretation has become particularly popular among English theologians since Professor Hodgson endorsed it in the Crowell Lectures of 1942 to 1943. He expresses it as follows: this doctrine had its origin not in philosophical speculation, but in the fidelity of the Christian community to the revelation it had received. The doctrine of the Trinity, the distinctively Christian doctrine of God, gives its character to the distinctively Christian way of worshipping and serving God. It guides our paths by giving us the pattern unity for individual and social life. It illuminates and deepens our hope of immortality. It enables us to see God and man in their right proportion as creator and created. 2 More recently, John Wren Lewis has also emphasized that the doctrine is no abstract theologian's puzzle but a practical and concrete design for living. 3. The Church defines dogma for the purpose of transmission, not explanation, the whole spirit of which procedure is therefore essentially negative, an avowal that no attempt should be made to explain what is essentially inexplicable. For it must certainly be admitted that despite the brilliance and acumen with which St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas have developed the psychological theory of the Trinity, Hegel is, in the main, correct when he characterizes expositions of this kind as exercises in thought, the validity of which tends to be confined to its theological context, and the persuasiveness of which tends to depend upon the reader's sharing in its presuppositions, many of which remain rationally unsubstantiated. 6 F. C. Bauer, taking this insight as his point of departure, surveyed the whole history of Orthodox Trinitarian doctrine in a magnificently detailed and perceptive manner, showing that it could hardly be regarded as in any sense philosophically or even theologically consistent. 1 English theology provides no exception to this. R.C. Moberly manages, it is true, to introduce some philosophical consistency into the consideration of the doctrine but his work has not been influential, and most modern English theologians would probably agree with Claude Welch when he says that, whatever may be concluded about other doctrines, the doctrine of the Trinity has rightly been considered to be wholly a doctrine of revelation, as regards both its historical basis and its role in systematic theology. 2 Consequently, although a student of classical Greek, a philosopher, and a modern scientist would all have to qualify their acceptance of the interpretation put upon homoousion and hypostasis at Nicaea and Constantinople, it is essential that the Christian theologian should not do so, since for him this interpretation embodies a truth concerning the 3 persons in one substance which is of absolute importance. 3. Hegel singles out Jacob Boehme, with his theory of the Supreme Spirit before the creation, the 7 nature spirits, and the regeneration of man through Christ, as typical of thinkers steeped in the truths of Christianity, attempting to give truth a speculative form, but failing to do so in any very satisfactory manner on account of their only being able to think in terms of sensuous images. As we have seen, he regards the principles of his encyclopedia as the only means by which Boehme's handicaps may be completely overcome. 4. Hegel's assessment of religion is therefore of great general interest, since it not only provides a means by which constructive dialogues might be opened up between the various religions, but also one by which theologians might communicate meaningfully with other specialists. The institutionalized and self-conscious use of the general philosophical principles of his system within predominantly religious contexts might well prove to be a mixed blessing, however, since it would at least have a tendency to stultify the spontaneity and human idiosyncrasy which are as essential to the life of a Christian community as they are to the work of an artist. F. The idea of nature. If theory had to depend entirely upon experience, there would never be any novelists. Since there never has been any general appreciation of the encyclopedia, It can hardly be regarded as very surprising that the application of its principles to an assessment of the natural sciences should have involved Hegel in a criticism of several widely accepted ways of thinking. We have already noticed the value of his attempts to indicate the importance of the qualitative differences he regarded as being unjustifiably overlooked by the natural scientists of his day. These lectures also contain explicit as well as implied criticisms of several vaguer and more general attitudes to natural phenomena, however, and since it might be argued with some justice that several of these are still flourishing, it may be of interest to take note of them. Although the relevance of astronomy to theological or philosophical considerations is somewhat difficult to define with any precision, it is, quite understandably, felt to be of very considerable importance. Like Paley, Hegel tended to belittle the intellectual content of this feeling, and to concentrate solely upon an analysis of the actual subject matter of the discipline. He then came to the conclusion, that whereas stellar astronomy might reasonably be regarded as presupposing the subject matter of mathematical and finite mechanics, it could not reasonably be regarded as involving anything as complex as the solar system or physics, let alone organic phenomena. Subsequent developments have made it impossible for us to regard it in quite this manner, but the general significance of the assessment would still appear to be relevant to our emotional if not to our purely intellectual manner of regarding stellar phenomena. The host of stars should not be put on a level with the solar system, which for us is the primary knowable system of real rationality within the heavens. The stars may be admired for their repose, but in worth they are not to be regarded as the equals of the concrete individual body. The content of space explodes into an infinite number of matters. This can delight the eye, but it is only the first breaking forth of matter, and this eruption of light is as unworthy of wonder as an eruption on the skin or a swarm of flies. The tranquility of these stars means more to the heart, for the contemplation of their peace and simplicity calms the passions. Their world is not so interesting from a philosophical point of view as it is to the sentiments, however. As a plurality within immeasurable spaces, it is of no significance to reason. It is externality, emptiness, negative infinity. Reason knows itself to be above this, for the wonder is merely negative, an uplifting of the mind which remains strictly limited one. The assessment, on the basis of which the planets are regarded as the most complex phenomena of the solar system too and the Earth as the most complex of the planets, is similar to this in that it is also likely to give rise to emotional rather than intellectual objections. The planet is the veritable prius, the subjectivity in which these differences are merely moments of an ideal nature, and in which life first has determinate being. The sun is subservient to the planets, just as the sun, moon, comets, and stars in general, are merely aspects of the earth. The sun therefore has neither engendered nor thrown off the planets. The whole solar system is an entirety, for the sun and the planets are engendered reciprocally. It is the property of the earth or of organic being to digest the completely universal astral powers which appear to have independence as heavenly bodies, and to bring them under the sway of individuality, so that these gigantic members reduce themselves to moments. Quality, in its totality, is individuality, as the infinite form which is one with itself. If there is any talk of pride of place, it must be this our earth which we regard as supreme. If one reflects quantitatively, one can certainly let the earth sink away beneath one as a drop in the ocean of infinitude. Size, however, is a very external determination. We now come to stand upon the earth therefore, which is not only our physical, but also our spiritual home. 3. The assessment on the basis of which animation and sentience are regarded as initiating a sphere which is higher for than that of physics or inorganic nature is closely analogous, in that it also involves a rejection of durability or size and an acceptance of complexity as the deciding factor in the dialectical progression. This transition is particularly interesting and valuable in that it presupposes the acceptance of the view that life is the culmination of inorganic nature, and the avoidance of the homely but blind alley opened up by the opinion that inorganic subsistence is the ultimate outcome of all life. The sentience of individuality is to the same extent immediately exclusive, however, and maintains a state of tension with an inorganic nature to which it is opposed as to its external condition and material. The basic division, or expulsion of the sun and everything else, constitutes the precise standpoint of animation. The idea of life is in itself this unconscious creativeness, it is an expansion of nature, which in animation has returned into its truth. For the individual, however, inorganic nature is a presupposition with which it is confronted, and it is this which gives rise to the finitude of living being. The individual is for itself, but as the organic being has this negativity within itself, the connection here is absolute, indivisible, internal, and essential. Externality is determined only as having being for organic being. Organic being is that which maintains itself in opposition to id. 1 Similarly, since consciousness or spirit is regarded as being the most complex outcome of organic existence, the entire sphere of nature is, in the structure of the whole encyclopedia, to be regarded as the antecedent or presupposition of it. This is the transition from natural being into spirit. Nature has found its consummation in living being, and has made its peace by shifting into a higher sphere. Spirit has therefore issued forth from nature. The purpose of nature is to extinguish itself, and to break through its rind of immediate and sensuous being, to consume itself like a phoenix in order to emerge from this externality rejuvenated as spirit. 2. In that the application of the principles of the encyclopedia to the natural sciences has given rise to the formulation of transitions such as these, the work might be regarded as constituting a counter-Copernican revolution in the general history of European thought. Advances in our knowledge of astronomical space since the 16th century, and in our awareness of the extent of geological time since the 19th, have certainly made it appear reasonable to ridicule the idea that organic existence and consciousness might be regarded as the culmination of nature. What is more, if we are thinking solely in terms of size and duration, of the extent of space and time, there would appear to be little point in arguing that this is not a ridiculous idea. To say that Hegelianism has countered Copernicanism is therefore merely to say that a view of the universe in which the Earth is not regarded as the center is compatible with a view of knowledge in which not only the Earth, but also organic life and consciousness are regarded as more complex and therefore of more significance and importance than stars and galaxies etc. 1. If it is borne in mind that it is impossible for anyone regarding natural phenomena to deny the consciousness involved in his consideration of them, and that the quality of this awareness must imply that any meaningful interpretation of nature necessarily involves a consideration not only of size and extent but also of relative complexity, the emotional and intellectual disturbances set up by an attempt to see or deny the full significance of relative space and time, will tend to disappear. The logical categories involved in these disturbances are dealt with by Hegel in 94 to 104 of the Encyclopedia. Infinity, for example, is presented as having determinate being and limit as its immediate antecedents and being for self as its immediate sequent, infinite progression as having quantum and number as its immediate antecedents and quantitative ratio and measure as its immediate sequence. These transitions, like the rest of the encyclopedia, imply therefore, that any consideration of experience as a whole involves not simply reference to nature, the content of space and time, but also an investigation of the relative complexity of categories and of the general significance of spirit. The extent to which popular opinion would tend to question their validity is therefore the extent to which it habitually regards knowledge in a purely piecemeal manner, and so necessarily fails in any attempt it makes to treat it as a whole. Hegel regards the subject matter of the philosophy of nature as being the confirmed and consolidated content of the data provided by the natural sciences. He shows very little interest in the procedure of weighing and evaluating the relative merits of various theories, and only refers to it in order to indicate his reasons for regarding and assessing the subject matter as he does. He is by no means blind to the necessary imperfection of all empirical knowledge, and he recognizes that it needs constant revision, but he never fails to object to the framing of hypotheses in so far as he regards these imperfect productions of spirit as giving rise to distorted interpretations of natural phenomena. He is even reluctant to admit that they may be employed profitably in a heuristic manner in order to facilitate research, and he always insists that they can serve no further purpose once the knowledge they relate to has been confirmed and consolidated. It is this attitude which gives rise to his invective against the proliferation of forces, the postulation of bundles of light rays, atoms, pores, the latency of heat, Newton's theory of colors, etc. He objects to these concepts primarily for scientific reasons, that is to say, because he regards them as having no foundation in the subject matter they are meant to make intelligible. Thinking which is given to this kind of fictionalizing, which fails to recognize the significance of formulating levels, hierarchies, and spheres, and which relies upon various more or less invalid or inappropriate models in order to communicate its interpretations of natural phenomena, is characterized by him as the understanding. If the thought determinations are vitiated by a rigid antithesis, i.e. if they are only of a finite nature, they are not adequate to the absoluteness of truth, which is both in and for itself, and truth is therefore unable to enter into thought. Thought of this kind, which can bring forth only limited determinations, and which has no other means of procedure, is what in the stricter sense of the word is termed understanding. The finitude of these thought determinations is, moreover, to be grasped in a double manner. In one respect they are simply subjective, and the antithesis of an objective clings permanently to them. In the other, their content is always restricted, so that they persist in antithesis to one another and still more to the absolute one. The merits and demerits of the standpoints he takes on account of this attitude toward hypotheses have been fully treated in the commentary. He regards it as the prerogative of any informed and thinking person to call in question the concepts of specialists if he suspects them of being purely hypothetical. The professionals only allow validity to the peculiar idiom of certain theories, etc., they completely overlook what others say, and treat it as if it had not been said. People of this kind often want to form a closed circle, to be in exclusive possession of science, and to extirpate other forms of judgment. Jurists are an example of this. The law is for everyone, however, and so is color. A closed circle such as this develops certain intellectual habits, which have a straightening effect. If one is not automatized by these habits, one is supposed to be uninitiated, for only the club members are supposed to understand the matter. This is not a false supposition, for as one does not employ the metaphysical category of the understanding according to which they consider the matter ought to be regarded, one certainly does not understand what they understand. Philosophers are usually cold-shouldered, although it is in fact their task to criticize these categories too. Hegel often characterizes the concepts of the understanding as the products of reflection. His criticism of the philosophy of reflection first became widely known on account of his early Jena writings, which were published when the nature and extent of his differences with Schelling were still very largely unrecognized. At that time it was mainly directed at what he regarded as the artificial Kantian and Fichtean distinction between the thinking subject and the thing in itself. 1. He realized later that his attitude tended to involve an unwarranted simplification of the views of these thinkers. Nevertheless, to talk of the determinations and philosophy of reflection became a convenient way of characterizing an attitude of mind which simply reflected the subject matter of knowledge piecemeal instead of assessing it rationally, and it was for this reason that the word became part of his technical vocabulary. 2. As it is used in the encyclopedia, therefore, it refers to the tacit or self-conscious recognition of a distinction between the subject matter of this work and knowledge. The use of it therefore implies a precise indication of the origin of the particular concepts of the understanding being criticized. The predominant categories involved in reflective thinking are analyzed and assessed in the logic under the heading of essence. The standpoint of essence is, in general, that of reflection. The word reflection has its origin in optics, where it refers to light, in its rectilinear progression, impinging upon a mirroring surface and being thrown back from it. We have here a duality, the being of an immediacy, and secondly, a mediated or posited factor. Now it is precisely a duality such as this which occurs when we reflect, or, as we also say, think back upon an object, since we are then attempting to comprehend it as mediated, not as it is in its immediacy. The task or aim of philosophy is often taken to be the ascertainment of the essence of things, and this is merely regarded as meaning that instead of leaving them in their immediacy, they have to be shown to be mediated by or grounded in something else. In this case, the immediate being of things is conceived of as a rind or curtain behind which essence is concealed. 3. Reflective is also sharply distinguished from dialectical thinking, in its proper determinateness. Dialectic is however the true and peculiar nature of the determinations of the understanding of things and of the finite in general. Reflection differs from it mainly because it transcends isolated determinateness and its relatedness by positing this determinateness in relationship while maintaining the validity of its isolation. Dialectic transcends in an immanent manner however, so that the one-sidedness and limitedness of the determinations of the understanding shows itself in its true light as the negation of these determinations. All that is finite is self-sublating. That which is dialectical therefore constitutes the moving spirit of scientific progress, the only principle by means of which immanent connection and necessity may enter the content of science. The true as opposed to the external sublation of that which is finite lies therefore in the dialectic in general one. Although he recognizes therefore, that consciousness or spirit in general has the power to self-consciously synthesize logic and nature, Hegel distinguishes very carefully between the various attitudes to the subject matter of the natural sciences which this power has given rise to. He points out that not all levels of spirit are capable of assessing it with equal validity and rationality. The natural unity of thought and intuition found in a child or an animal is no more than feeling, it is not spirituality. Man must have eaten of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, he must have gone through the labor and activity of thought in order to be what he is, i.e. the subjugator of the separation of what is his, from nature too. As has already been noticed, consciousness is regarded by him as becoming capable of assessing nature rationally once it has grasped the significance of the idea and the notion. Nature is implicitly a living whole. More closely considered, the movement through its different stages consists of the idea positing itself as what it is implicitly, i.e. the idea passes into itself by proceeding out of its immediacy and externality, which is death. It does this primarily in order to take on living being, but also in order to transcend this determinateness, in which it is merely life, and to bring itself forth into the existence of spirit, which constitutes the truth and ultimate purpose of nature, and the true actuality of the idea. 3. This is not the place to enter upon a detailed analysis of the careful expositions of various attitudes to the subject matter of the natural sciences given in the lectures on subjective spirit, aesthetics, religion, etc. As has been noticed, most of the epistemological issues raised in current philosophies of science would have been regarded by Hegel as constituting the subject matter of psychology rather than that of nature. His analyses of the attitude of various peoples and of the artist to nature, and of the theologian to the creation need not detain us here. Since, however, the lectures on the history of philosophy 1 contain detailed criticism and assessments of the philosophies of nature he considers as approximating most closely to his own, some indication of the relevant contents of this work may provide a fitting conclusion to this chapter. Naturally enough, he takes the threefold division of the subject matter of the encyclopedia and the interpretation of this in the light of the self-thinking idea as being, in principle, the ultimate accomplishment of philosophy. In these lectures therefore, he attempts to show the extent to which the philosophers of the past have formulated systems approximating to this ideal. In doing this it was not however convenient for him simply to adopt the general procedure of the encyclopedia, for if he had lectured in a purely speculative manner, his audiences would have found his expositions somewhat bewildering. They would have involved the analysis of the various philosophical systems without reference to their historical contexts, and would probably also have necessitated their being dismembered, for very few of them are wholly consistent in merit and principle. He therefore decided to give the subject an historical framework, and to allow his criticism of the various philosophies to arise out of a simply chronological method of presentation. The result is highly satisfying, the uncomplicated historical sequence of the subject matter being readily intelligible, and the criticisms deriving point and crispness from their speculative origin. It is however somewhat misleading, and many critics have, understandably but quite mistakenly, taken the work to imply that Hegel regarded the world historical process as finding its final culmination in the Berlin lecture rooms of 1818 to 1831. A perusal of this work soon makes it apparent that it is the philosophical systems of ancient Greece which Hegel regards as approximating most closely to his own. Thus, the subject matter of his own logic is seen, as being anticipated and prefigured in the Greek attempts to define the nous. Thales is therefore praised as the first true philosopher of nature in that he attempted to present water as the principle of all things. Heraclitus's formulation of the universal principle of flux from being and non-being is, of course, singled out for special appreciation. It is however the metaphysics of Aristotle which Hegel regards as constituting the closest approximation to the logic. Similarly, the various Greek attempts to define the significance of the elements etc., are regarded as prefigurations of the philosophy of nature. Once again it is the relevant Aristotelian work, the Physics, which receives the most exhaustive treatment. Hegel praises it for presenting nature as determined by the conceptions of end and necessity, but criticizes it, as he does the whole Aristotelian system, for allowing the different parts to fall into a series of independently determined conceptions, and failing to exhibit the nous as permeating all empirical manifestation. 1 Greek anticipations of the philosophy of spirit are found in the treatment of the soul by Leucippus and Democritus, Plato's Republic, Aristotle's Psychology, Ethics, and Politics, and in the ethical doctrines of the Stoics and Epicureans etc. It is in the juxtaposing of Bacon and Boehme in his consideration of the intellectual history of the early 17th century, that Hegel indicates the most interesting anticipation of his philosophy of nature in modern philosophy. 2 The Lord Chancellor of England and the Shoemaker of Görlitz are presented as formulating the two fundamental principles of any final philosophy of nature, i.e. the understanding of its subject matter and the appreciation of its structure. He characterizes the central significance of Bacon's work as follows: he did not merely bring forth opinions and sentiments, he did not merely express himself regarding the sciences dogmatically, as a fine gentleman might, but he went into the matter closely, and established a method in respect of scientific knowledge. He set forth the general principles of procedure in an empirical philosophy. The spirit of his philosophy is to take experience as the true and only source of knowledge, and then to regulate the thought concerning it. Knowledge from experience stands in opposition to knowledge arising from the speculative notion, and the opposition is apprehended in so acute a manner that the knowledge proceeding from the notion is ashamed of the knowledge from experience, just as this again takes up a position of antagonism to the knowledge through the notion. The notion is an essential matter, but as such its finite side is just as essential. This particularity must be worked out on its own account. We must become acquainted with empirical nature, both with the physical and the human. The merit of modern times is to have accomplished or furthered these ends. It was in the highest degree unsatisfactory when the ancients attempted the work. The corresponding appreciation of Boehme is one of the most fascinatingly perceptive expositions of the whole work. The crux of it is as follows: Boehme's chief, and one may even say, his only thought, the thought that permeates all his works, is that of perceiving the Holy Trinity in everything, and recognizing everything as its revelation and manifestation, so that it is the universal principle in which and through which everything exists, in such a way, moreover, that all things have this divine Trinity in themselves, not as a Trinity pertaining to the ordinary conception, but as the real Trinity of the absolute idea. Everything that exists is, according to Boehme, this threefold alone, and this threefold is everything. To him the universe is thus one divine life and revelation of God in all things. For Hegel, as we have seen, the idea of nature involves a combination of the Baconian and the Boehmian attitudes to natural phenomena. Despite the searching criticism of Newtonian mechanics and optics contained in these lectures, the basic inspiration of the work may therefore be regarded as differing little, if at all, from that of the Principia Mathematica. 1 268 edition. 2 270. 3 280 edition. 4 Hegel does use this adjective to convey the concept. See 31 remark. 1 Nature is thid in the element of extrinsicality, and like the understanding, it holds fast to the dispersed moments of the notion and so expresses their reality. In higher things, however, it unites the different forms of the notion into the highest concretion of unity. 1 357 and edition. 2 376 edition. 1 CFJW Oliver Kant's Copernican Analogy, an examination of a re-examination. 1 Encyclopedia 25. 2 320 edition. Cf. 276 Remark, 286 edition, 298 Remark. 1 Hermann Glockner Hegel Volume 2 pages 187 to 191. 2 See the various shades of meaning attached to it listed in Glockner's Hegel Lexicon. 3 Encyclopedia 112 edition. 1 Encyclopedia 81 Remark. 2 246 edition. 3 251. 1. 1 OPCIT Volume 2 p 156, cf pages 153 to 179. 2 OPCIT Volume 3 pages 170 to 216. G. Critics. Cantate Serenissimi. Triumphum Philosophiae. Robert Burton Philosophaster. The fate of these lectures in the hands of their critics has been somewhat singular. There can be very few works of this importance that have remained so completely unappreciated for so long. When Michelet finally published them in full in 1842, most of the purely scientific material they deal with was already 10 to 40 years out of date, and even the specialists were no longer completely familiar with the details of it. The general public had known of the broad outlines of the work since 1817, but only from the condensed paragraphs and remarks of the published encyclopedia, and taken by themselves, these abstruse and highly technical passages were necessarily unintelligible to those acquainted with neither the natural sciences nor the general principles of Hegelianism. During the 1830s there were therefore complete and radical misunderstandings of the work. F. C. Sibbern, for example, Kierkegaard's tutor at Copenhagen, published acute but wholly irrelevant criticisms of what he considered to be Hegel's views on certain natural phenomena. The situation did not change appreciably once the full text had appeared, for despite the care with which it had been prepared, the explanatory comments with which it was accompanied were quite inadequate to the needs of the day. No one was both willing and able to undertake the daunting task of explaining it in detail and relating its principles to the state of current knowledge. As time passed and the undertaking became more difficult, scientists and philosophers therefore tended to class it with the corresponding Schellingen writings, and to regard it as obsolete. Michelet, Rosenkranz, and Vera, despite the courage and persistence with which they attempted to expound the merits of it, had neither the knowledge nor the ability to save it from sinking into the oblivion in which it has remained ever since. The structure forced upon our university education by the need for specialists has tended to seal its fate. Professional philosophers are not required to be as well acquainted with the natural sciences as they should be, and very few of them indeed ever acquire a working knowledge of the details and minutiae of the histories of these disciplines. What is more, natural scientists, since Whewell, have not been in the habit of reading Hegel, and have ceased even to dream of taking all scientific knowledge as their province. Since this state of affairs is widely recognized, few will be surprised to learn that apart from some valuable dissertations on special aspects of the work which have appeared in Germany in the last decade or so, worthwhile criticism of it is extremely rare. In order to throw the maximum amount of light upon the nature of Hegel's expositions, criticisms of them should, in the normal course of events, be presented in a rational sequence. In this case, however, it will be more fitting simply to arrange the relevant publications in chronological order. This list contains everything relevant with which I am acquainted. It does not, however, pretend to be exhaustive. Difference, on. Forward. By Carl Ludwig Michelet. Plus, to philosophize about nature is to create nature. As I now finish the task allotted me by the Hegel Society of editing this priceless relic from the wealth of material Hegel has left us, it is only fitting that I should begin by quoting the man who really planned the revival of the philosophy 5 of nature. It is with the consummate energy of enthusiasm, and the supreme confidence of thinking cognition, that this sentence expresses the point of view which the divine twins of modern science held 4 decades ago, and which they defended triumphantly against the philosophy of reflection and everything associated with it. Their friendship developed 10 in early youth, and gathered strength in their public activity at Jena, plus and the publication of the Critical Journal of Philosophy. It was this friendship which won the ground on which Hegel was able to erect the sciences into a structure which is unsurpassable in its comprehensiveness, and which has its like only in the writings of Aristotle. If the sunny day of 15 victorious truth now rises into the heavens of science after that bright and glorious dawn with which the century began, we shall enjoy in these lectures on the philosophy of nature one of the choicest fruits to have ripened from the garland of blossoms then in bud. One could regard this statement of Schelling's as presumptuous, and 20 take it as evidence of the self-deification with which philosophy is so often charged at present. The poet says that it is the concern of philosophy to think again the great thoughts of the creation, however, and if we express the thought in this way, it seems to be less outrageous. What in fact can be our object in philosophizing about nature, if it is not to reproduce 25 its intelligible essence or generative ideas by thinking them forth from our spiritual inwardness? In this connection I should like to draw attention to the end of these lectures, where Hegel brings out the creative activity of spirit in nature in a similar way. It is generally asserted, however, that as experience is the only basis of 30 scientific cognition, and most certainly the only basis of natural science, the whole business of a philosophy of nature, which is the comprehension of nature through thoughts, is idle and utopian. One cannot deny, of course, that the philosophy of nature would never be able to think about nature unless it could draw upon experience, but experiences are in no way conducive to the discovery of ideas, unless these ideas flow from an inner five source. It can be seen only too often, that the continuous and unerterly accumulation of empirical data, instead of furthering our knowledge of nature, merely gives rise to further confusions and contradictions. Consequently, when the attempt is made to introduce a systematic consistency into natural science, this is said to be a useless and impossible task, and even the empirical scientists themselves will admit that it is doomed to failure. Yet this continual hoarding of fresh discoveries must be motivated by the fundamental assumption that there is a final result to be reached, and that at some time or another there will be a breakthrough from the phenomena to the essence of nature. As an excuse for the perpetual postponement 15 of this, it is always pointed out that everything has not yet been discovered, as if the goal which research of this kind has before it were not being continually shifted into the distance, for there is no end to what may be discovered. It is not surprising, therefore, that when a philosophy of nature also enters the field, and attempts, as it must, to present the idea of 20 the whole, it is passed by with a shrug of the shoulders, and a commiserating smile. We can say, therefore, that natural science still finds itself with the following difficulty: if we concern ourselves with understanding, noting particularities, exact observation, and distinguishing one thing from another, 25 we shall tend to regard whatever arises from an idea and leads back into it, as to some extent a burden to us. We shall be at home in our labyrinths in our own way, and will not feel the need for a line of inquiry that might lead us more rapidly throughout the whole. If we are able to survey wider areas of science, however, the danger is that we shall be tempted to despise detail, and to force that which depends for its life upon 30 separation, into a stifling universality. If we now inquire into the attempts plus that have hitherto been made to break out of this difficult situation, a balanced and all-round understanding will seem to be even more of an impossibility. The so-called philosophers of nature have certainly attempted to think over a great deal of empirical material. They have, however, been only too ready to apply the rigidly worked-out schemata which were given currency by Eschenmayer under the name of potencies, in order to ravage and plus obliterate the bright abundance and infinite multifariousness of nature, 40, and transform it into the drabbest of uniformities. Their turbid mixture of thought and empiricism was all the rage 40 years ago, and one can hardly blame the empirical physicists for the forthright way in which they plus have rejected it. Our worthy friend Link passed judgment upon it, and 5 we quote him with approbation, there is very little research to be done if one is prepared to accept the pronouncements of certain physiophilosophers. They tell us, for example, that a plant is the product of light, earth, and attraction. According to Kieser, the plant in its integrity is the plus organic magnet, and shows this both in its entirety and in its parts. 110 runs across the holy triad of undifferentiation in differentiation everywhere. Nature has never been so abused. Speculation of this kind can offer us nothing but vague relationships and superficialities. It never touches the inexhaustible profusion of actuality, and instead of interpreting the actual world, offers us hieroglyphics. This philosophy of nature 15 certainly applied the principle of creating nature through thought in a most unfortunate manner, for the figments of cognition it dealt with were merely the products of an eccentric imagination. Can we say, however, that empiricism has helped to close the gap which divides it from philosophy? If we note some of the views now being expressed by natural scientists, we shall have good reason to believe that Hegel's polemic against the atomistic and materialistic interpretations of plus nature is beginning to take effect. Resonant matter has already been discarded, and even Newton's theory of color has not remained unquestioned, although the wave theory which is replacing it seems to be even more materialistic. It has even been said quite recently that electricity is merely a direction, which sounds idealistic enough. These developments should not be overrated, however, for if atoms are transformed in a cheap way into molecules, physicists will still swear by them, as they will by pores, caloric and its latency, magnetic fluid, and many of the other odd 30 names given to artificial concepts of the understanding. These names are also figments of cognition, and are in no way superior to the schemata of the philosophers of nature. I have heard it objected that Hegel was tilting at windmills. Physics itself is said to be capable of accepting the proposition that heat, electricity, 35 atoms, and magnetic fluidity, etc., are merely modifications of matter and not independent essences, without the help of philosophy. It is added, moreover, that these expressions are essential to communication and the discovery of further phenomena. Physics is said to make use of them as heuristic concepts, which it then attempts to confirm by means of experiment. 41 might reply to this as follows. Philosophy should be grateful for the concession implicit in the point about the windmills, for as it was behind these windmills that the giant of empiricism had hidden himself, the fact that Hegel was knighted for combat of this kind should not detract in any way from his reputation. With regard to the second point, it should be remembered that even if this metaphysic of forces, matter, substances, and atoms etc. is only accepted as an hypothesis, it will still distort our initial assessment of experiments. It is impossible to interpret experiments soundly if fixed preconceptions of this kind are read into them, and one then deludes oneself into thinking that they confirm these preconceptions. The way in which we speak is never a matter of indifference, for thoughts cleave to expressions. Philosophy and physics have hitherto spoken different languages, and I am convinced that this is the root cause of their being unable to understand one another. I can see no reason why we should regard this as an insuperable obstacle. 15 However, and by offering this book to the general public, I believe that we shall be helping to overcome it, for it is here that the divine language of Hegel's rational dialectic already approximates to many of the modes of human speech used by the understanding. The French and English are mainly to blame for the labyrinths of complicated theory that 20 have been introduced into physics, and Hegel was only too justified when he blamed our physicists for relying too heavily upon the ways of thinking which predominate beyond the Rhine and the Channel. It is surely not unreasonable to expect our physicists to draw upon their German cultural resources, or at least to show that they are willing to negotiate 25 with German philosophy, and to correct it should it fall into error. A state of mutual understanding is one of the essential conditions of any future peace treaty. However, each side will have to be aware of the other's method of comprehension, for it is only by mastering an opposing point of view that one is fully qualified to refute or accept it. It cannot be denied that Hegel's attacks were strongly tinged with bitterness, and as he improvised upon his notes in the lecture room, the sharpness of his remarks was often involuntarily heightened. I beg the physicists to remember the noble passion for truth which characterized the deceased. However, and to take into consideration the conscientiousness with which I have 35 attempted to give an account of what was communicated. Whatever has gone wrong among the living has either been put right already or is still open to rectification however, and here we are striving for reconciliation, not fresh dissensions. We cannot hope to succeed without this understanding, but no matter 40 how earnestly we attempt to create it, we shall achieve nothing unless we have the objective support of a mediating principle, and both empiricism and the philosophy of nature are unable to provide this. If this medius terminus is to be a true middle term, it will have to display two aspects, 5 so that both extremes occur within it. I should now like to suggest that Goethe's sense of nature in its bearing upon experience, and this work of Hegel's in its bearing upon philosophy, constitute the mediating principle required. Although Goethe takes experience as his starting point, he does so in a different way from the natural scientists, for instead of concentrating upon an investigation of the remotest and subtlest relationships, in which phenomena are obscured and distorted by their multifarious connections, he concentrates upon the purest, simplest, and most basic form of a phenomenon, analyzes this basic datum of experience, and without his making use of any preconceived terminology, merely describes it. He therefore presents the distinct and basic aspects of a phenomenon, or the thought of their relationship. We may say therefore that Goethe's archetypal phenomena constitute the immediately intuited ideas of experience, and that they may only be readily discovered in experience by those in 20 command of the sure procedure of an instinctively rational genius. Goethe's fine sense of nature enabled him to discover the archetypal phenomena of colors, plants, and bones etc. He was proud of a presentation from Alexander von Humboldt which confirmed this, and which was accompanied by a flattering characterization, in which he suggested that 25 poetry might also be able to lift the veil of nature. If von Humboldt plus acknowledges this, who will deny it? Goethe's archetypal phenomenon is the idea which constitutes the factual nature of an appearance. If this idea is not discovered by any kind of obscure drive, but is grasped consciously by the precise procedure of the 30 self-motivating progression of dialectical thought, it constitutes the Hegelian method, which develops the idea of space, time, motion, and matter etc., out of the logical idea. Although these entities are only discovered because the philosopher has prior experience of them, they are quite independent of this experience, and are in no way determined by its 35 content. Philosophy certainly does not make an immediate deduction of the shapes of nature as such, it merely deduces certain of the thought relationships characteristic of nature, and then discovers the intuitions which correspond to them in the sphere of natural phenomena. In this second a posteriori procedure, it places space at the apex, for it is the intuition 40 we call space which corresponds most exactly to the simplest form of the idea of nature to issue forth from logical development. However, philosophy does not anticipate this placing of space by means of a priori deduction. When we make the transition from the idea of space to the second idea of nature, we find that this has its closest corresponding intuition in time, so that this recognition of our concept in an intuition 5 repeats itself as it does throughout the philosophy of nature. It cannot be said of this procedure that the idea is extracted from the intuition, for if the individual deduction had allowed the idea of space to be followed by the subjective thought determination that the second idea of nature corresponded more exactly to the intuition of motion or even of the 10 plant, then the philosopher would have rejected time, and placed this intuition next to space in the series of natural forms. Consequently, before he enters upon metaphysical determinations of this kind, the philosopher will have to make a preliminary survey of natural phenomena, in order to assess their relative worth and comparative 15 development. Only the dialectical development of the ideas themselves can decide where intuitions such as space and time should be placed however, and therefore what general order should be adopted, for it would be preposterous to assert that the graded series of forms had also been created out of nature, as it is certain that they are all in nature 20 together. If an idea is derived a priori, and no corresponding intuition is forthcoming, we may proceed in either of two ways. To a certain extent we may be justified in assuming that the empty place contains a phenomenon which has not yet been discovered empirically, but although Oken frequently made use of this expedient, it is not to be recommended. The plus other procedure open to us is to throw the thought back into the melting pot of the dialectic, and then to raise it once more from the productive mine of reason into the daylight of consciousness, for there is every possibility that despite the universally creative thought which slumbers in every breast, and which can guide us only along the correct path, our 30 idiosyncrasies will have caused us to go astray in our thinking. It is literally true therefore, that Hegel's philosophy of nature creates the entire system of nature's productive ideas out of its own freedom. Schelling says in effect that Hegel's logical idea precipitates itself into nature. As the logical idea remains a matter of thought, it is difficult to see what he 35 means by this. The logical idea has no need to take the first difficult step into actuality, because its thought coincides with the true actuality of nature. How can it be said then that philosophy is limited because it can only produce thoughts, and not a single blade of grass? Are we to regard it as plus limited because it produces the universal, the abiding, and the exclusively 40 valuable, instead of the individual, the sensuous, and the transitory? If the limitation of philosophy is supposed to consist not only of its being unable to constitute individuality, but also of its being unaware of how individual things are constituted, one has to reply that this how is inferior to 5 knowledge, not superior to it, and that knowledge cannot therefore be circumscribed by it. Consequently, knowledge goes by the board when we ask how this transformation of the idea into reality etc., the precise reason being that nature is the unconscious idea, and that knowledge is unnecessary to the growth of a blade of grass. The true creation is that 10 of the universal, which remains securely within philosophic cognition itself. Hegel's philosophy of nature also does full justice to experience, however, by which the speculative course of its ideas must always be regulated. I am therefore convinced that in its purest speculative development, his thought will coincide most completely with the results of experience, and on the other hand, that the full capabilities of a mature sense of nature based on experience will yield nothing to supersede an insight into the embodiments of ideas. It seems to me therefore, that Goethe and Hegel are the two geniuses destined to direct the course of the speculative physics 20 of the future, for it is these two men who have pointed the way towards the reconciliation of speculation with experience. This work displays a wide range of empirical knowledge, and it is probably for this reason that it will first attract attention, for it was in these lectures that Hegel's speculations underwent their severest test. I have made 25 every possible effort to avoid the introduction of errors, by carefully consulting sources, and by making use of the expert advice of my colleagues, which has always been given willingly, and for which I should now like to thank them. I am certain therefore that if any errors remain, they are not important enough to have a disturbing effect upon the 30 ideas which sought their corresponding intuitions in experience. It can always be said of course that Hegel was unaware of certain discoveries, but as his ideas are rooted in their own validity, this has no bearing upon their soundness, and when they undergo a further inner development, there is always a corresponding increase in the room available for the new 35 intuitions which might present themselves from without. If one attacks Hegel by saying, that is it impossible to approach actuality with that which is purely rational, it has to be replied that although that which is rational in the actual phenomena of nature is stunted and distorted in various ways by the form of externality, it is always present there in a purer form than 40 it is in the extremely sketchy systems of those who want to draw a sharp dividing line between that which is purely rational, and that which is actual. It now remains for me to indicate the procedure I have employed in editing these lectures, and to give an account of the sources I have drawn upon, which consist of Hegel's own lecture notes, and of notes taken 5 down by those who attended his courses. Hegel lectured on the philosophy of nature 8 times in all, once at Jena between 1804 and 1806, once at Heidelberg in the summer of 1818, and 6 times at Berlin in 1819 to 1820, 1821 to 1822, 1823 to 1824, 1825 to 1826, 1828 and 1830. From the plus Jena period we have a complete notebook of Hegel's in quarto. The first 10 edition of his encyclopedia was the basis of his lectures at Heidelberg, and he interleaved it with notes he had written down on sheets of paper. At Berlin, the first 2 series of lectures were based upon yet another complete notebook in quarto. He prepared a new introduction for the lectures of 1823 to 1824, and added a new supplementary notebook, 15, both of which were in folio. For these and the later lectures he also made use of his earlier notebooks, however, even the one from Jena. The second edition of his encyclopedia appeared in 1827, and was also used for the last 2 series of lectures. The third edition only appeared towards the end of 1830. The autographic sources I have used also include the 20 numerous and copious notes he interpolated from time to time as the lectures were repeated. I have also made use of the following sources: notes which I took during the winter course of 1821 to 1822, 3 sets of notes from the winter course of 1823 to 1824, taken down by Captain von Plusgreisheim, my worthy colleague Professor Hotto, and myself, notes plus taken by Vice Principal Geyer in the summer of 1830. Plus. There is no need for me to describe the method I have employed in making use of these sources, because it is essentially the same as that I used in editing Hegel's History of Philosophy, and I have explained it in plus detail in the preamble to that work. I should add, however, that when 30 lectures are brought out in book form, many obvious alterations have to be made. As I have had to present the reader with material from all periods of Hegel's activity as a writer, I feel that I should give some account of Hegel's own notebooks, and of the printed versions of them which appeared in the various editions of the encyclopedia. 35. The general arrangement of the material in Hegel's Berlin notebooks differs very little from that of the second edition of the encyclopedia, and the third edition introduced no changes. In the notebooks, part of the theory of colors is placed differently, however, and attention has been drawn to this in a note. These notebooks, and the lectures 40 delivered from them, were still based upon the first edition of the encyclopedia, where much of the material was arranged differently. Hegel became aware of the shortcomings in the ordering of its material soon after he had published this book, but its arrangement approximates 5 to that of his later work more than it does to that of the Jena notes, and it is therefore an important link in the history of his development. The main fault in the first edition was that the higher relationships of a sphere were regarded as the premises of the lower relationships. In mechanics, for example, universal gravitation is said to give rise to pressure, fall, impact, and inertia. In physics, the individual physics of shape has the more finite relationships of specific gravity, cohesion, sound, and heat worked into it. Thus the mathematics of space and time constitute section 1 of the whole. In section 2, physics is subdivided into the triad of absolute and finite mechanics, elementary physics, and individual physics, 15, and section 3 deals with organics. In the second edition, however, for the first time, the abstract moments of a whole such as shape are no longer introduced in the sphere of their totality, but are allowed to proceed in logical progression as the stages of its becoming, though shape is also the true prius of these stages. 20. The Jena notebook still takes the basic division of objectivity in the logic as its point of departure, and the philosophy of nature is therefore divided into mechanics, chemism, and life as teleology. Its mechanics include space, time, place, motion, mass, and the celestial sphere. The first subdivision of chemism is figuration, and presents light, inertia, fall, 25 projection, pendulum, pressure, elasticity, impact, sound, cohesion, magnetism, the crystal, and electricity. The second subdivision is the chemical process, which begins with heat, passes to the 4 physical and the 4 chemical elements, then to the meteorological process, and concludes with odor, taste, and color as the particular characteristics of 30 bodies, together with their particular existence as metal, sulfur, and salt. The third subdivision is the chemism of physically individual bodies, and covers the actual chemical processes of fire and water, and galvanism. In this notebook, The only essential change in the arrangement of the organics occurs in the unique and somewhat clumsy ordering of 35, the three universal organic processes, the first two divisions plus of which cover the processes of nutrition and formation. This notebook has many passages which bear the marks of Hegel's struggle to complete the dissolution of empirical material into logical thought, and in particular to maintain the strictness of the dialectical 40 transitions from one matter to another. I could draw attention to several passages illustrating this, and despite the efforts I have made to round off their phrases and clarify their thought, the reader will still be aware of the labored awkwardness with which their profundity was first expressed. Other passages are still brightly colored with the full poetry of the philosophy of nature, and even its method of drawing ingenious parallels has not completely disappeared. The pervasive thoughtfulness of mature Hegelianism already shines through this glitter, however, for even at the beginning of his career, Hegel's mastery in dialectic goes hand in hand with the whole breadth of empirical knowledge, and it is this combination which breaks forth into his weighty and illuminating thoughts. I did not want to suppress these passages, their style distinguishes them clearly enough from the rest of the writing, and the reader will have no difficulty in picking them out by the genuine poetry with which they touch the true nature of the subject matter. I should also like to draw attention to the fact that in this early notebook, 15, Hegel began the philosophy of nature with ether. This principle has recently found great favor with physicists, and if I now have to dampen the enthusiasm with which they have accepted it, this is merely because I do not wish to lay Hegel open to the censure of having regarded it in the same way as they do. The words he uses when discussing it indicate a 20 philosophy of nature which is still closely related to the striving Fichtean idealism which Schelling built into his first sketch of a systematic philosophy of nature. Hegel begins in the following way. This is in fact plus the first transition he made from the logical idea to nature, as the determinate being which has gone back into its notion. The idea may now 25 be called absolute matter or ether. It is evident that this has the same significance as pure spirit, for this absolute matter is in no way sensuous, but is the notion as pure notion in itself. As such, this is existent spirit. It is called ether in so far as spirit is not being thought of, the one name replacing the other for the same reason. Ether in its simplicity and self-equality is therefore the plus indeterminate soul of spirit. It is motionless quiescence, or the essence which is perpetually returning into itself from otherness. It is the substance and being of all things, as well as the infinite elasticity which has rejected and dissolved every form and determinateness within it, but which for that very reason constitutes the absolute pliability and potentiality of all form. Ether is therefore being, and 35, although it is not ubiquitous in its penetration, it constitutes everything. It has nothing external to it, and does not change, for it is the dissolution of everything, the simple purity of negativity, the fluidity of undisturbable transparency. By having returned into the self-equality of being, this pure essence has eradicated and left behind difference as such, and has become opposed to it. Ether is therefore 40, the implicitness which has not displayed its becoming, in difference, as this essence. It is merely the teeming matter which is in itself the absolute motion of the fermentation which is certain of itself as the whole truth, and which remains in itself and equal to itself in this free independence of the moments which have preserved the truth within it. In so far as it is said to be ether or absolute matter, it is in itself, or pure self-consciousness, and is this as general being, not as determinate plus being nor as being of a determinately real nature. This determinateness of non-determinate being passes over into determinate being, however, and the element of reality is the universal determinateness in which spirit has its being as nature. The inner essence or ether is not present there, and one might say that the inwardness of its being in self is not its truth. It is in precisely the same way that the determination of implicit being expresses the essence of ether, which is plus opposed to form. This philosophic encyclopedia of the natural sciences now awaits the 15 judgment of philosophers and scientists. The considerable range of empirical material it covers is not taken for granted, and is often presented with a certain predilection. This is by no means out of place in academic discourses of this kind, however, for although the professionals are sufficiently aware of the facts, Hegel was not always able to assume that this 20 basic knowledge was already present in the minds of his students, and as it was indispensable for the understanding of his ideas, he was forced to present it to them. History is rich in the decrees of fate, and the appearance of this work plus together with the arrival of Schelling at Berlin, is certainly one of them. 25. The man who planned the philosophy of nature, but was unable to do more than lay its foundations, will find the building completed in this work. In this book he may hail the genius of one who later became his friend, for he is the father of the science developed here, and he of all men living is most to be honored for it. Yet if he believes it to be his 30 mission, to lead philosophy out of the undeniably difficult position in which it finds itself at present, and to save it from a terrible shipwreck, and the destruction of all noble convictions, in order to really break through into the promised land of philosophy, he will have to undertake a scientific refutation of these legitimate children of his own philosophizing. 35. For without this he cannot hope to return from his long exile, and to grasp again the scepter of philosophy. The page in the history of philosophy which he began to write 40 years ago has been finished by his followers, and it is some years now since it was turned, and its conclusions drawn and generally acknowledged. The history of philosophy 40 has not yet failed to find expression because Schelling has kept quiet. Philosophy is not without a free, untroubled, and completely unhindered movement, merely because Schelling's inner nature causes him to feel constrained and embarrassed by the strictly scientific procedure of a dialectical method. It is in this metropolis that the fate of German philosophy will have to be decided, but if Schelling merely repeats the 5 promises he has made for 40 years, if the whole world is still said to have misunderstood him, and his first philosophy merely to have contained the injunction to avoid absence of thought, while his second philosophy is attempting to draw all its positive content from beyond rationality, then despite the most solemn assurances that this is not the case, he will have shown that he has abandoned the true freedom of a scientific philosophy, and will most certainly come to grief in the shadow of the giant he is trying to overreach. In any case, we now await him here on this field of battle, where many of the heroes of modern German philosophy are still to be found. He is by no means a burden to us, nor are we unable 15 to accommodate him, for we welcome the opportunity of accounting for the necessity of his relapse into a philosophy of revelation, and we shall 11 therefore give careful consideration to his reasons for having found it impossible to keep to the giddy height which formed the intellectual intuition of his youth. 20. Michelet, Berlin, December 10, 1841. The Philosophy of Nature. The second part of the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences in outline. Introduction. Addition. It can perhaps be said that philosophy, in our time, enjoys no particular favor or affection. It is at least no longer recognized as the foundation which must constitute the indispensable introduction to all plus further scientific and vocational education. It may certainly be accepted as 5 indisputably true, however, that the philosophy of nature in particular is suffering from a very considerable lack of favor. I shall not concern myself very fully with the extent to which this particular prejudice is justified, although I cannot of course entirely overlook this question. Intense stimulation has had the effect that one might have expected, and 10. Looking at the way in which the idea of the philosophy of nature has exhibited itself in recent times, one might say that in the first gratification which its discovery has afforded, it has been grasped by fumbling hands instead of being wooed by active reason, and that it is by its suitors rather than by its detractors that it has been done to death. For the most part it 15 has been variously transformed into an external formalism, and perverted into a notionless instrument for superficiality of thought and unbridled powers of imagination. The details of the extravaganzas into which death-struck forms of the idea have been perverted do not concern me here. Some years ago I expressed myself more fully on this subject in the plus preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit. It need cause no surprise that the more thoughtful view of nature, in which perception has been guided by the idea, as well as the crass empiricism of the external abstract understanding, should have shunned such a procedure, which is as grotesque as it is pretentious. Crude empiricism and travestied thought forms, capriciousness 25 of fancy and the flattest methods of proceeding according to superficial analogy, have been mixed into a complete chaos, and this stew has been served up as the idea, reason, science, divine perception. A complete lack of system and scientific method has been hailed as the very peak of scientific accomplishment. It is charlatanry such as this, and Schelling's philosophy is a prime example of it, that has brought the philosophy of nature into disrepute. Plus, to reject the philosophy of nature outright because of such bungling and misrepresentation of the idea, is quite another matter however. Those possessed by a hatred of philosophy have often welcomed its misuse and perversion, which they have used in order to bring the science itself into discredit, and out of their established rejection of what is bogus, to fabricate nebulous evidence of their having called philosophy itself in question. Bearing in mind the present prejudices and the widespread misunderstandings of the philosophy of nature, it might seem appropriate to begin by evincing the true notion of this science. The initial opposition we encounter is to be regarded as accidental and superficial however, and all that it entails may be left on one side without more ado. Dealing with it would tend to involve polemics, and would not be gratifying. What is 15 might be learned is partly subsumed under the science itself, and would not be so instructive as to justify reducing still further the already limited space available for the wealth of material to be dealt with in an encyclopedia. We shall therefore content ourselves with what has already been said. It can serve as a kind of protest against this manner of thinking, and 20 as an assurance that such philosophizing about nature, which often glitters and entertains, which will always thrill and astonish, and which may well satisfy those daring enough to follow the brilliance of a flare dropped into the philosophy of nature if it obviates the need for thought, is not to be expected from this presentation. What we are engaged on here is not a 25 matter of imagination and fantasy, it is the matter of the notion, and of reason. This standpoint does not justify our discussing the notion, determination, manner, and method of the philosophy of nature at this juncture. It is fitting however that the treatment of a science should be preceded by the thorough determination of its position, purpose, and content, and the way in which the content is to be regarded. It is unnecessary to counter a perversion of the philosophy of nature once we have defined the notion of the science more precisely. The science of philosophy is a sphere, and each member of the sphere has its antecedent and sequel, so that the philosophy of nature 35 appears as only one sphere within the whole of the encyclopedia. Nature's proceeding forth from the eternal idea, its creation, the proof indeed that there necessarily is a nature, lies in that which precedes it. Here we have to presuppose this as known. In order to determine what the philosophy of nature is, it is convenient that we should separate it from 40 that which determines it, for all determining requires two terms. In the first place we find it standing in a peculiar relationship to natural science in general, that is to say, to physics, natural history, and physiology. It is indeed physics, but rational physics, and it is at this point of rationality 5 that we have to grasp it, and in particular to determine its relationship to physics. This procedure might appear to rest upon a novel distinction. At first the philosophy of nature will tend to be regarded as new science, and there is no doubt that in one sense it is. In another sense it is not, for it is as old as all observation of nature. It does not differ from this observation, 10 and thus has traditions more ancient than those of physics, which in Aristotle for example, is much closer to a philosophy of nature than it is plus today. It is only in recent times that the two have become separated. The separation is already apparent in Wolff's philosophy, where the science of cosmology, which is supposed to be a metaphysic of the world or nature, 15 but which confines itself to completely abstract determinations of the plus understanding, is distinguished from physics. This metaphysics was certainly further removed from physics than what we now know as the philosophy of nature. The first thing to be noticed about this distinction between physics and the philosophy of nature and the mutual determination 20 which exists between them, is that they are not so widely separated as they might seem to be at first. Physics and natural history are regarded as eminently empirical sciences, as belonging exclusively to observation and experience, and as therefore opposed to the philosophy of nature, the cognition of nature by means of thought. It has in the first instance to be 25 pointed out, however, that empirical physics contains much more thought than it will either realize or admit, that it is in fact better than it supposes, or if thought is considered to be a bad thing for it, that it is worse than it supposes. Physics and the philosophy of nature are therefore to be distinguished, not as perception and thought, but merely by the nature and manner of their thought. Both are a thinking cognition of nature. We shall first consider the place of thought in physics. This will lead us on to observe what nature is, and our third concern will be the division of the philosophy of nature. A. Ways of regarding nature. Addition. In order to find the notion of the philosophy of nature, we have 35 first to indicate the notion of the knowledge of nature in general, and then to develop the distinction between physics and the philosophy of nature. What is nature? It is through the knowledge and the philosophy of nature that we propose to find the answer to this general question. We find nature before us as an enigma and a problem, the solution of which seems to both attract and repel us. It attracts us in that spirit has a presentiment of itself in nature, it repulses us in that nature is an alienation in which spirit does not find itself. From this arose Aristotle's dictum that philosophy has its origin in wonder. We begin to observe, and we collect plus data from the multifarious formations and laws of nature, which may be pursued for their own sake into endless detail in all directions, and because we can see no end to this procedure, it leaves us unsatisfied. What is more, despite all this wealth of knowledge, the question, what is nature, can always be asked and never completely answered. It remains a problem. Plus, when we see nature's processes and transmutations, we want to grasp its simple essence, and force this Proteus to relinquish his transformations, to reveal himself to us, and to speak out, not so that he merely dupes us with 15 an ever-changing variety of new forms, but so that he renders himself to consciousness in a more simple way, through language. This quest for plus being has a multiple meaning. It is merely the matter of a name if we ask, what sort of plant is this? If we know the name, it may be a matter of perception. If for example I do not know what a box compass is, I merely have to get someone to show me the instrument, and then I can say that I know. In the question, what is this man, is refers to his status, but this is not its meaning if we ask, what is nature? The meaning of this question, when we ask it because we want to know what the philosophy of nature is the object of this investigation. 25. We could resort immediately to the philosophical idea, and say that the philosophy of nature should provide us with the idea of nature. To begin in this way might however be confusing. Our task is to grasp the idea itself in its concreteness, and so to apprehend and bring together its different determinations. In order to take possession of the idea, we therefore have to work through a series of determinations, by means of which the idea first comes into being for us. Now if we take these determinations in forms known to us, and say that we wish to relate ourselves thinkingly to nature, we are immediately presented with still further ways in which to relate ourselves to it. I shall introduce these here not in the interest of completeness, 35, but so that we may find in them the raw material or moments which necessarily belong to the cognition of the idea, and which we are aware of earlier, particularized as the various ways of regarding nature. In this way we shall reach the point at which the characteristic feature of our undertaking becomes apparent. We relate ourselves to nature partly in practice and partly in theory. A contradiction in the theoretical view will become apparent and will, in the third instance, open the way to our standpoint. In order to resolve the contradiction we must incorporate what is peculiar to the practical relationship, and in this way both the 5 practical and theoretical approaches will be united and integrated into totality. 245. In the practical relationship which man establishes between himself and nature, he treats it as something immediate and external. He is himself an immediately external, and therefore sensuous individual, who is nevertheless also justified in acting as purpose in the face of natural situations. Nature, viewed in the light of the relationship thus established, is seen from the finite teleological standpoint, which is based on the correct supposition, that nature does not itself contain the absolute end plus ultimate end. Nevertheless, if this view is based on particular finite ends, it transforms them partly into presuppositions, the contingent content of which can, by itself, be insignificant and trivial. However, for itself, the teleological relationship demands a deeper manner of comprehension than 20 that appropriate to external and finite relationships. It thus opens the way for the notional point of view, which is universally immanent, and therefore also immanent within nature. Addition. In general, the practical approach to nature is determined by the self-seeking of appetite. Need impels us to turn nature to our advantage, 25 to exploit and harness, and in short to annihilate it. Two further determinations are immediately apparent here. The practical approach is only concerned with the individual products of nature, or with certain aspects of these products. Need and ingenuity have enabled man to discover endlessly varied ways of mastering and making use of nature. As Sophocles 30 says, Omicron delta nu theta rho pi omicron upsilon delta iota nu tau rho omicron nu pi lambda iota. Plus pi omicron rho omicron pi omicron delta nu rho chi tau alpha iota. Whatever powers nature develops and releases against him, cold, wild beasts, flood and fire, man knows how to counter them. He uses nature 35 as a means to defeating nature. The nimbleness of his reason enables him to protect and preserve himself by pitting the objects of nature against the natural forces which threaten him and so nullifying them. Nature itself, as it is in its universality, cannot be mastered in this manner, however, nor bent to the purposes of man. The other aspect of the practical approach is that our purpose overrides the objects of nature, so that they five become means, the determination of which lies not in themselves but in us, as for example when we turn food into blood. The outcome is our satisfaction and self-assertion, which had been disturbed by some kind of deficiency. The negation of myself, which is within me when I am hungry, is present at the same time as something to be consumed. I cancel this 10 opposition by acting so as to make this other identical with myself. I sacrifice this something in order to restore my unity with myself. The teleological interpretation, which was formerly so popular, was certainly based on the relation to spirit. It limited itself to external functionalism, however, and so confined the 15 significance of spirit to finite and natural purposes. It has become discredited as a way of indicating the wisdom of God on account of the triviality of the finite purposes cited as evidence of the usefulness of natural objects. The notion of plus purpose is not merely external to nature, as it is when I say that sheep 20 bear wool only in order that I may clothe myself. Silly remarks of this kind are often made, as for example in the Xenia, where the wisdom of God is admired because he causes cork trees to grow that we might have bottle stoppers, herbs that we might cure disordered stomachs, and cinnabar that we might make ourselves up. To see purpose as inherent plus within natural objects, is to grasp nature in its simple determinateness, e.g. the seed of a plant, which contains the real potential of everything pertaining to the tree, and which as purposeful activity is therefore orientated solely towards self-preservation. Aristotle had already noticed this notion of purpose in nature, and he called the activity the nature of 30th thing. This is the true teleological view, for it regards nature in its proper animation as free, and is therefore the highest view of nature. Plus. 246. What is now called physics, was formerly called natural philosophy. It is, what is more, a theoretical and thinking consideration of nature, and while on the one hand it does not concern 35 itself with determinations such as these purposes, which are external to nature, on the other hand it does aim at comprehending that which is universal in nature as it presents itself in a determinate form, i.e. forces, laws, genera. Here the content is not a simple aggregate, but is distributed through orders and classes, and must be regarded as an organic whole. In that the philosophy 5 of nature is a comprehending consideration, its object is the same universal, it is however the universal for itself, which it regards in its own immanent necessity, according to the self-determination of the notion. Remark. The relationship of philosophy to what is empirical was discussed plus in the general introduction. It is not only that philosophy must accord with the experience nature gives rise to, in its formation and in its development, philosophic science presupposes and is conditioned by empirical physics. The procedure involved in the formation and preliminaries of a science is not the same as the science itself, however, for in this latter case it is no longer experience, but rather the necessity of the notion, which must emerge as the foundation. It has already been pointed out that in the procedure of philosophic cognition, the object has not only to be presented in its notional determination, the empirical 20 appearance corresponding to this determination also has to be specified, and it has to be shown that the appearance does in fact correspond to its notion. This is not, however, an appeal to experience in regard to the necessity of the content, and an appeal to what has been called intuition, which was usually nothing 25 more than a purveyance of random concepts by means of fanciful and even fantastic analogies, is even less admissible here. These analogies may have a certain value, but they can only impose determinations and schemata on the objects in an external manner. 30 Addition. In the theoretical approach, the initial factor is our withdrawing from natural things, leaving them as they are, and adjusting to them. In doing this we start from our sense knowledge of nature. If physics were based only on perceptions, however, and perceptions were nothing but the evidence of the senses, the activity of a natural scientist would consist 35 only of seeing, smelling, hearing, etc., so that animals would also be physicists. It is, however, a spirit, a thinking entity, which sees and hears, etc. If we say that in the theoretical approach things are left as they are, we shall be referring only partly to the external senses, for these are themselves partly theoretical and partly practical. Only ideation or intelligence has this free relation to things. We can of course also look at them through the medium of the senses, but cognition will then be merely a means, not an end in itself. In the second relation of things to us, they either acquire the determination of universality for us, or we transform them into something universal. The more thought predominates in ordinary perceptiveness, so much the more does the naturalness, individuality, and immediacy of things vanish away. As thoughts invade the limitless multiformity of nature, its richness is impoverished, its springtimes die, and there is a fading in the play of its colors. That which in nature was noisy with life, falls silent in the quietude of thought. Its warm abundance, which shaped itself into 1,000 intriguing wonders, withers into arid forms and shapeless generalities, which resemble a dull northern 15 fog. Both these determinations are opposed to both practical ones, and we also find that the theoretical approach is inwardly self-contradictory, for it appears to bring about the precise opposite of what it intends. We want to know the nature that really is, not something which is not, but instead of leaving it alone and accepting it as it is in truth, instead of taking it as given, we make something completely different out of it. By thinking things, we transform them into something universal. Things are singularities, however, and the lion in general does not exist. We make them into something subjective, produced by us, belonging to us, and of course peculiar to us as men, for the things of nature do not think, and are neither 25 representations nor thought. In the second determination which we have just considered, it is precisely this inversion which takes place, and consequently, what we have started upon may well seem to be impossible from the start. The theoretical approach begins by checking appetite. It is disinterested, it leaves things to subsist in their own way, and thus immediately. 30 displays two aspects, subject and object, the separation of which is fixed as the side and that. Our aim is rather to grasp and comprehend nature, however, to make it ours, so that it is not something beyond and alien to us. This is where the difficulty comes in. How are we as subjects to get over into the object? If we venture the leap over this gap, and, 35 while failing to find our footing, think that we have found nature, we shall turn that which is something other than we are into something other than what it is. Both theoretical relationships are also the precise opposites of one another. we turn things into universals or make them our own, yet as natural things they should be free for themselves. This is the crux 40 of the issue concerning the nature of cognition, and is the concern of philosophy. The philosophy of nature is in such a perilous condition, however, that it has to demonstrate its existence, and in order to justify it, we shall have 5 to trace it back to what is familiar. In the dissolution of the subject-object opposition a specific shape may be noticed, which has been made known partly by science, and partly by religion, in which it is however a past, and which readily overcomes the whole difficulty. The unification of both determinations is what is called the primal state of innocence, in which spirit 10 is identical with nature, and the spiritual I stands immediately in the center of nature. The standpoint of the division of consciousness is the fall of man from the eternal and divine unity. This unity is represented as a primal intuition, a ratiocination, which is at the same time a vision, forming and so rationalizing sensuous shapes. This intuitive reason is the divine 15 reason, for we may say that God is that in which spirit and nature are one, and in which intelligence at the same time has both being and shape. The eccentricities of the philosophy of nature have their basis partly in this idea, which implies that although people nowadays no longer find themselves in a state of paradise, there are still some on the sunny side of the 20 hedge to whom God imparts the verities of cognition and science while they sleep, and that even if a man is not on that side of the hedge, he can transport himself thither merely by believing in the moments in which the secret of nature automatically becomes apparent to him, and allowing himself to have brainwaves, so that by giving rein to his imagination, he plus may give prophetic utterance to truth. Such a performance, which offers no further credentials, has been generally regarded as the consummation of scientific ability. What is more, it is also asserted that such a state of consummate science preceded the present history of the world, and that genera are fall from this unity some remnants and distant glimmerings of 30 that state of spiritual light have remained with us in myths, tradition, and other fragments, onto which the subsequent religious culture of the human race has fastened, and from which all scientific cognition has proceeded. If it were no more difficult than this for consciousness to know truth, but one only had to sit on a tripod and utter oracles, much of the plus labor of thought would certainly be spared. Nevertheless, in order to state clearly where the failing of such a general conception lies, it must be admitted that there is something lofty in it, which at first sight seems highly promising. This unity of intelligence and intuition, of the being in self of spirit and its relation to externality, must 40 however be the goal not the beginning. It must be a unity which is brought forth, not one which is immediate. The natural unity of thought and intuition found in a child or an animal is no more than feeling, it is not spirituality. Man must have eaten of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, he must have gone through the labor and activity of thought in order to be what he is, i.e. the subjugator of the separation of what is his, 5 from nature. That immediate unity is therefore merely abstract. It is the being in self of truth, not the actuality of it. Not only the content, but also the form must be true. The healing of the schism must have the shape of the form of the knowing idea, and the moments of the healing must be sought in consciousness itself. It is not a matter of resorting to abstraction 10 and vacuity and deserting knowledge. Consciousness must preserve itself, so that ordinary consciousness may itself overcome the assumptions out of which the contradiction arose. Theoretical consciousness, because of its one-sided assumption that the natural things over against us are persistent and impenetrable, creates a 15 difficulty which is refuted point-blank by the practical approach, which displays the absolutely idealistic belief that individual things are nothing in themselves. In its relationship to things, appetite is defective not because its attitude towards them is realistic, but because it is all too idealistic. Philosophically valid idealism consists in nothing other than the determination 20 that the truth of things lies in their immediate particularity or sensuousness, that they are in fact mere show or appearance. According to a metaphysics prevalent at the moment, we cannot know things because they are uncompromisingly exterior to us. It might be worth noticing that plus even the animals, which go out after things, grab, maul, and consume them, 25 are not so stupid as these metaphysicians. The same determination, i.e. that we think natural objects, occurs in the second aspect of the theoretical approach already indicated. Intelligence does not of course familiarize itself with things in their material existence. In that it thinks them, it sets their content within itself, and to practical ideality, which for itself is mere 30 negativity, it adds form, universality so to speak, and so gives affirmative determination to the negative of particularity. This universality of things is not something subjective and belonging to us, it is, rather, the noumenon as opposed to the transient phenomenon, the truth, objectivity, and actual being of the things themselves. It resembles the Platonic ideas, 35, which do not have their being somewhere in the beyond, but which exist in individual things as substantial genera. Proteus will only be compelled plus into telling the truth if he is roughly handled, and we are not content with sensuous appearance. The inscription on the veil of Isis, I am what was, is, and shall be, and my veil has been lifted by no mortal, melts before plus thought. Hamann is therefore right when he says, nature is a Hebrew word, written only with consonants, it is left to the understanding to add plus the points. The empirical view of nature has this category of universality in common 5 with the philosophy of nature, but it oscillates between regarding it as subjective, and regarding it as objective, and one often hears that these classes and orders are only formulated for the convenience of cognition. This uncertainty is even more apparent when distinguishing features are looked for, not because it is thought that they are the essential objective 10 determinations of things, but because they are a convenient way for us to distinguish things. If there were nothing more to it than this, one could for example select the earlobe as a distinctive feature of humanity, for no animal has it. One feels immediately, however, that such a determination is inadequate to the cognition of the essential nature of man. If the universal 15 is determined as law, force, or matter, however, it will not be asserted that this is an external form, a subjective trimming. Objective reality is attributed to laws, forces are said to be immanent, and matter is taken to be the true nature of the fact. Something similar is also asserted of the genera, i.e. that they are not such arranging together of that which is 20 similar, an abstraction made by us, that they not only have something in common, but that they are the peculiar inner essence of objects themselves, what is more, that the orders are not merely our mental vision, but form a graduated scale in nature itself. The distinguishing features are claimed to be the universal, the substantial element of the genus. Physics regards 25 these universals as its triumph, and it is unfortunately true to say that too much of its activity is concerned with such universalization. The current plus philosophy is called the philosophy of identity. It might be much more appropriate to apply this name to this kind of physics, which simply dispenses with determinateness. Contemporary electrochemistry, in which 30 magnetism, electricity and chemism are regarded as one and the same plus thing, is a good example. It is a fault in physics that it should involve so much identity, for identity is the basic category of the understanding. The material prepared out of experience by physics, is taken by the philosophy of nature at the point to which physics has brought it, and reconstituted 35 without any further reference to experience as the basis of verification. Physics must therefore work together with philosophy so that the universalized understanding which it provides may be translated into the notion by showing how this universal, as an intrinsically necessary whole, proceeds out of the notion. The philosophic manner of presentation 40 is not arbitrary, it does not stand on its head for a while because it has got tired of using its legs, nor does it paint up its everyday face just for a change. The ways of physics are not adequate to the notion, and for that reason advances have to be made. The philosophy of nature distinguishes itself from physics on account of the metaphysical procedure it employs, for metaphysics is nothing but 5 the range of universal thought determinations, and is as it were the diamond net into which we bring everything in order to make it intelligible. Every cultured consciousness has its metaphysics, its instinctive way of thinking. This is the absolute power within us, and we shall only master it if we make it the object of our knowledge. Philosophy in general, 10 as philosophy, has different categories from those of ordinary consciousness. All cultural change reduces itself to a difference of categories. All revolutions, whether in the sciences or world history, occur merely because spirit has changed its categories in order to understand and examine what belongs to it, in order to possess and grasp itself in a truer, deeper, 15 more intimate and unified manner. The inadequacy of the thought determinations used in physics may be traced to two very closely connected points. The universal of physics is abstract or simply formal, its determination is not immanent within it, and does not pass over into particularity. This is precisely the reason why its determinate content is 20 external to the universal, and is therefore split up, dismembered, particularized, separated and lacking in any necessary connection within itself, why it is in fact merely finite. Take a flower for example. The understanding can note its particular qualities, and chemistry can break it down and analyze it. Its color, the shape of its leaves, citric acid, volatile oil, 25 carbon, hydrogen etc., can be distinguished, and we then say that the flower is made up of all these parts. Nu Cairo eta sigma iota nu naturi chemistry calls it. Mocks itself, knows not what befalls it. Holds the parts within its hand, 30. But lacks, alas, the spiritual band. As Goethe says, spirit cannot be confined to this procedure of the reflective plus understanding. There are two possible ways out. When nature is viewed by an alive and open mind, as it is in the apt and effectual manner we find so often in Goethe, this mind feels the life and the universal relatedness 35 within nature, it has a presentiment of the universe as an organic whole, a rational totality, just as it experiences an inner unity with itself through the living individual. We can assemble all the separate constituents of the flower, but this will not make the flower. Intuition has therefore been reinstated in the philosophy of nature, and set above reflection, but this gets us nowhere, because one cannot philosophize on the basis of intuition. Intuition has to be submitted to thought, so that what has been dismembered may fifth be restored to simple universality through thought. This contemplated unity is the notion, which contains the determinate differences simply as an immanent and self-moving unity. Philosophic plus universality is not indifferent to the determinations, it is the self-fulfilling universality, the diamantine identity, which at the same time holds 10 difference within itself. True infinity is the unity of itself and the finite, it is the category of philosophy, and also therefore of the philosophy of nature. If the genera and forces constitute the inwardness of nature, and as opposed to this universal what is outward and particular is ephemeral, a third stage is 15 required, the inwardness of this inwardness. This, according to what has been said, would be the unity of the universal and the particular. Into nature's inwardness. Oh! You Philistine! No created spirits steal. 20 I ask you never to remind me and mine of sayings of this kind. We think, and here and there. We find the center everywhere. 25 The sweet of mortal blessedness is to taste the outer peel. For 60 years they've told it me, I've learned to curse them silently, but tell me till the shadows fall. 30 All riches from its bounty pour, nature has neither rind nor core, but everything is found in all. Look to yourself, and only find plus whether you are core or rind. When this inwardness is grasped, the one-sidedness of the theoretical and practical approaches is transcended, and at the same time justice is done to both determinations. The one contains a universality without determinateness, the other a particularity without universality. Notional apprehension stands between the two, where universality is not personal and so opposed to the particularity of objects, but relates itself negatively to things and assimilates them, and while eliciting their particularity, leaves them alone, and allows them to determine themselves freely within it. Notional comprehension is therefore the unity of the theoretical and practical approaches. 5 The negation of particularity, as negation of the negative, is affirmative universality, which gives subsistence to the determinations, for true particularity is at the same time universality in itself. Objections may be raised of course to this standpoint. One might ask how the universal comes to determine itself, or how the infinite issues tend forth into finitude. In concrete terms, this is the question of the creation of the world by God, in which God is imagined to be a subject, an actuality for himself, and divorced from the world. If such abstract infinitude and universality were external to singularity, however, it would itself be only one side of the matter, and therefore finite and singular. The insensibility 15 of the understanding consists in its precise cancellation of the determination which it establishes, and so in its doing the opposite of what it intends. The singular is supposed to be separated from the universal, but it is precisely on account of this separateness that it is posited within the universal, so that what is present is merely the unity of the universal and the particular. 20. God has two revelations, as nature and as spirit, and both manifestations are temples which he fills, and in which he is present. God as an abstraction is not the true God, his truth is the positing of his other, the living process, the world, which is his Son when it is comprehended in its divine form. God is subject only in unity with his other in spirit. The 25 determination and the purpose of the philosophy of nature is therefore that spirit should find its own essence, its counterpart, i.e. the notion, within nature. The study of nature is therefore the liberation of what belongs to spirit within nature, for spirit is in nature in so far as it relates itself not to another, but to itself. This is likewise the liberation of nature, 30, which in itself is reason. It is only through spirit, however, that reason as such comes forth from nature into existence. Spirit has the certainty which Adam had when he beheld Eve: this is flesh of my flesh, this is bone of my bones. Nature is, so to speak, the bride espoused by spirit. Is this plus certainty also truth, however? The inwardness of nature is nothing but 35 the universal, and we enter it of our own accord if we have thoughts. If subjective truth is the correspondence between sensuous representation and the object, objective truth is the correspondence of the object, of the fact, with itself, so that its reality is in conformity with its notion. The essential ego is the self-equality of the notion, which pervades everything, 40, and which through maintaining its control over particular differences, constitutes the universal returning into itself. This notion is, on this account, the true idea of the universe, the sole actuality. Thus God alone is plus truth. According to Plato, he is that which is immortally alive, and his 5 body and soul are by nature one. The first question to arise is therefore, plus why has God determined himself in order to create nature? b. The notion of nature. 247. Nature has yielded itself as the idea in the form of otherness. Since the idea is therefore the negative of itself, or external to itself, nature is not merely external relative to this idea 10, but is embodied as nature is the determination of externality. Addition. If God is all-sufficient and lacks nothing, how does he come to release himself into something so clearly unequal to him? The divine idea is just this self-release, the expulsion of this other out of itself, and the 15 acceptance of it again, in order to constitute subjectivity and spirit. The philosophy of nature itself belongs to this pathway of return, for it is the philosophy of nature which overcomes the division of nature and spirit, and renders to spirit the recognition of its essence in nature. This then is the position of nature within the whole. Its determinateness lies in the 20 self-determination of the idea, by which it posits difference, another, within itself, whole maintaining infinite good in its indivisibility, and imparting its entire content in what it provides for this otherness. God disposes therefore, while remaining equal to himself. Each of these moments is itself the whole idea, and must be posited as the divine totality. Distinctiveness 25 can be grasped in 3 forms, the universal, the particular, and the singular. First, it is preserved in the eternal unity of the idea, plus i.e. the lambda gamma omicron, the eternal Son of God as it was to Philo. The other of this extreme is singularity, the form of finite spirit. Singularity, as return into self, is certainly spirit, but as otherness to the exclusion of everything 30 else, it is finite or human spirit, for we are not concerned with finite plus spirits other than men. In so far as the individual man is at the same time received into the unity of the divine essence, he is the object of the Christian religion, which is the most tremendous demand that may be made upon him. Nature is the third form with which we are concerned here, and as the idea in particularity, it stands between both extremes. This form is the most congenial to the understanding. Spirit is posited as contradiction 5 existing for itself, for there is an objective contradiction between the idea in its infinite freedom and in the form of singularity, which occurs in nature only as an implicit contradiction, or as a contradiction which has being for us in that otherness appears in the idea as a stable form. In Christ the contradiction is posited and overcome as life, passion, and resurrection. 10 Nature is the Son of God, not as the Son however, but as abiding in otherness, in which the divine idea is alienated from love and held fast for a moment. Nature is self-alienated spirit, a bacchantic God innocent of restraint and reflection has merely been let loose into it. In nature, the unity of the notion conceals itself. 15. The thinking view of nature must note the implicit process by which nature sublates its otherness to become spirit, and the way in which the idea is present in each stage of nature itself. Estranged from the idea, nature is merely the corpse of the understanding. Nature is the idea, but only implicitly. That was why Schelling called it a petrified intelligence, 20, which others have even said is frozen. God does not remain petrified and plus moribund however, the stones cry out and lift themselves up to spirit. God is subjectivity, activity, infinite actuosity, within which the other is only momentary, and remains implicit within the unity of the idea, because it is itself this totality of the idea. Since nature is the idea in the form 25 of otherness, according to the notion of the idea is not within it as it is in and for itself, although nature is nevertheless one of the modes in which the idea manifests itself, and in which it must come forth. Secondly, it has to be established and demonstrated that this mode of the idea is nature. In order to do this, a comparison will subsequently have to 30 be made, to see if the definition corresponds to ordinary thinking about nature. In other respects however, philosophy need not concern itself with ordinary thinking, nor undertake the tasks it carries out with respect to nature. Although such thinking is conformable however, there must, in general, be an agreement between these two aspects. 35. The relation between the metaphysical aspect and this basic determination of nature has now to be indicated, and presents itself as the question of the eternity of the world. It might well seem as though we could leave metaphysics alone in this connection, but as they may be dealt with succinctly and efficiently at this point, we should not hesitate to bring them forward. The metaphysics of nature, the essential thought determinateness of its distinctiveness, is that it is the idea in its otherness. It is therefore essentially of an ideal nature, and determinate only through its being relative to a first principle. The question of the eternity of the world, is primarily concerned with the time image, an eternity as it is called, an infinitely long period of time, involving the world's having had no beginning in time. Its secondary content is the image of nature as something uncreated, eternal, and inherently independent of God. This secondary content is removed and completely disposed of by the determinateness of nature, its constituting the otherness of the idea. With regard to its primary meaning therefore, after the absoluteness of the world has been removed from the argument, the question is merely concerned with the relation between eternity and the time image employed. 15. At this point certain observations may be made. Eternity is not before or after time, it is not prior to the creation of the world, nor is it the sequel to its disappearance, it is absolute present, the now, and has no before or after. The world is created, is now being created, and always has been created. This becomes apparent in the conservation of the world. 20. The activity of the absolute idea is created, like the idea as such, the idea of nature is eternal. If one asks whether the world, nature, in its finitude, has a beginning in time or not, one has the world or nature in general before one's mind, i.e. the universal, and it has already been shown that the true universal is the idea, which is eternal. That which is finite is 25 temporal however, and has a before and after, and if one has the finite as one's object, one is within time. That which is finite has a beginning, but not an absolute beginning, its time begins with it, and there is no time without finitude. Philosophy is the timeless comprehension of everything in general according to its eternal determination, and including time. 30. Having removed the concept of the absolute beginning of time, the opposite concept of an infinite time occurs, but infinite time, if it is still regarded as time, and not as transcended time, is still to be distinguished from eternity, and if thought cannot resolve the finite into the eternal, it can never be this time, it is perhaps another time, or another, and always another. 35. Matter presents a parallel example, for in that it is infinitely divisible, its nature is such, that what is posited as a whole, as a one, is completely external to itself, while within itself it constitutes a plurality. Matter is not in fact divided in this way however, and does not consist of atoms, its divisibility is a possibility and nothing but a possibility, so that this 40 infinite division is not something positive and actual, but only a subjective idea. Infinite time is similar in that it also is merely an idea, a postulated beyond which, remains negatived. It is a necessary conception so long as one continues to regard what is finite, but if one passes to the universal, to that which is not finite, then one has left the standpoint at which there is an occurrence of individuality and its variability. To ordinary thinking, 5. The world is merely a collection of finitudes, but if it is grasped as universal, as totality, the question of its beginning becomes meaningless. It is then not clear where the beginning is to be made, a beginning has to be made, but only a relative beginning. One goes beyond it, but not into infinity, merely to another beginning, which is of course also only a condition. 10.1. In short, this beginning simply expresses the nature of that which is relative, because we are dealing with finitude. Here we have a metaphysics moving indiscriminately between abstract determinations which it takes to be absolute. If we ask whether or not the world has a beginning in time, it is impossible that we should receive a 15 plain and straightforward answer to the question. It is assumed that a plain answer would assure us of one or the other of these alternatives, but the plain answer is that the either or assumed by the question is unwarranted. Being finite, one's beginning is also not a beginning, and the conflict between these opposed determinations, as it is involved in finitude, 20 is devoid of resolution and reconciliation. It is because the finite is this contradiction that it perishes. The finite is preceded by another, and its antecedents have to be sought, in the history of the earth or of mankind for example, when its context is being traced. There is no end to such an inquiry, just as there is an end to be found in all that is finite, time having 25 power over the plurality of the finite. The finite has a beginning, but this beginning is not the first, it is independent, but this immediacy is limited in the same way. When ordinary thinking leaves this determinate finitude, which has a before or after, and passes on to the empty concept of time, or of the world in general, it flounders about in the empty ideas of 30 merely abstract thoughts. 248. In this externality, the determinations of the notion have the appearance of an indifferent subsistence and isolation with regard to one another, the notion is therefore internal, and nature in its determinate being displays necessity. 35 and contingency, not freedom. Remark. Nature is what it is through its determinate existence, and it should not therefore be deified. It is wrong to regard and treat the sun, the moon, animals, plants etc. as works of God superior to the deeds and events of humanity. Nature 5 is implicitly divine in that it is in the idea, but in reality its being does not correspond to its notion, and it is rather the unresolved contradiction. Its distinctive characteristic is its positedness, its negativity. The ancients grasped plus matter in general as non-ens, and nature has also been regarded as the ideas falling short of itself, for in this external shape the idea is inadequate to itself. It is only to the external and immediate stage of sensuous consciousness that nature appears as that which is primary, immediate, as mere being. Even in such an element of externality, nature is, nevertheless, 15 the representation of the idea, and consequently one may and should admire the wisdom of God within it. Vanini said that a piece of straw was enough to prove the being of plus God, but every product of the spirit, the very worst of its imaginings, the capriciousness of its most arbitrary moods, 20 a mere word, are all better evidence of God's being than any single object. It is not only that in nature the play of forms has unbounded and unbridled contingency, but that each shape by itself is devoid of its notion. Life is the highest to which nature drives in its determinate being, but 25 as merely natural idea, life is submerged in the irrationality of externality, and the living individual is bound with another individuality in every moment of its existence, while spiritual manifestation contains the moment of a free and universal relation of spirit to itself. 30 It is by a similar misunderstanding that we are led to regard that which is spiritual as generally less important than the things of nature. Works of art are sometimes prized less highly than natural things because material has to be brought to them from without, and they do not live. This is to talk as if the 35 spiritual form did not contain a higher animation, and spirit were not superior to natural form, as if form in general were not superior to matter, and as if that which may be called the matter of moral activity were not purely and simply the product of spirit, as if that which is higher and more animated in nature did not also take its material from without. The superiority of its conforming to its eternal laws through all its contingency is attributed to nature, but that is also the case in the realm of self-consciousness. Even Faith 5 acknowledges that a providence guides human events. Should we regard the determinations of this providence in the field of human events as merely contingent and irrational? If spiritual contingency or caprice goes forth into evil, that which goes astray is still infinitely superior to the regular 10 movement of stars, or the innocent life of the plant, plus because that which errs is still spirit. Addition. The infinite divisibility of matter simply means that it is external to itself. It is precisely this externality which we first wonder at in the immeasurability of nature. Thoughts are not coordinated in nature, 15 for notionlessness holds sway here, and each material point appears to be entirely independent of all the others. The sun, planets, comets, elements, plants, animals, all exist as self-contained particulars. The sun is not one and the same individual as the earth, and is only bound to the planets by gravity. Subjectivity is first encountered in life, which is the opposite of 20 extrinsicality. The heart, liver, eye are not independent individualities on their own account, the hand, severed from the body, decays. The organic body is still a whole composed of a multiplicity of mutually external members, but each individual organ subsists only in the subject, and the plus notion exists as the power which unites them. In this way the notion, 25 which is something merely inward in notionlessness, first comes into existence in life, as soul. The spatiality of the organism is completely devoid of truth for the soul. If this were not so, we should have as many souls as points, for the soul feels at every point. One should not allow oneself to be deceived by the appearance of extrinsicality. One should remember 30 that the mutual externality constitutes only a single unity. Although they appear to be independent, the celestial bodies have to patrol a single field. Since unity in nature is a relation between apparently self-subsistent entities, however, nature is not free, but merely necessary and contingent. Necessity is the inseparability of terms which are different, and yet appear 35 to be indifferent. The abstraction of self externally also receives its due there, however, hence the contingency or external necessity, contrasting with the inner necessity of the notion. In physics a lot has been said about polarity, and this concept has marked a great advance in the metaphysics of physics, for as a concept it is nothing more nor less than the determination of the necessary relationship between two different terms, which, in so far as the positing of one is also the positing of the other, constitute a unity. Polarity of this kind limits itself only to the opposition. 5. It is by means of the opposition however that there is also a positing of the return out of the opposition into unity, and it is this third term which constitutes the necessity of the notion, a necessity which is not found in polarity. In nature taken as otherness, the square or tetrad also belongs to the whole form of necessity, as in the 4 elements, the 4 10 colors etc., the pentad may also be found, in the 5 fingers and the 5 senses for example, but in spirit the fundamental form of necessity is the triad. The totality of the disjunction of the notion exists in nature as a tetrad, the first of which is universality as such. The second term is difference, and appears in nature as a duality, for in nature the other must 15 exist for itself as an otherness. Consequently, the subjective unity of universality and particularity is the fourth term, which has a further existence as against the other 3. In themselves the monad and the dyad constitute the entire particularity, and the totality of the notion itself can therefore proceed to the pentad. 20. Nature is the negative because it negates the idea. Jacob Boehme says that God's first birth is Lucifer, this creature of light having centered his imagination upon himself and become evil. This is the moment of difference, of otherness held firm in opposition to the Son, who is otherness plus held in love. Representations such as this, which have a free rein in 25 orientalized taste, have their ground and significance in the negative nature of nature. Immediacy is the other form of otherness, and consists of what is different subsisting abstractly by itself. This subsisting is only momentary however, it is not true subsistence, only the idea, because it has returned into itself and is therefore being in and for self, subsists 30 eternally. In time nature comes first, but the absolute prius is the idea. Plus this absolute prius is the finus, the true beginning, alpha is omega. Men often consider that which is immediate to be superior to that which is mediated, because the latter seems to imply dependence. The notion has both aspects however, it is mediation through the sublation of mediation, 35 and therefore immediacy. An immediate belief in God is often spoken of. This is the more degraded, and not the higher mode however, and the plus original or primitive nature religions were an expression of it. Affirmation in nature is the shining through of the notion, which soon displays its power through the mutability of this externality. All existences are in fact 41 body, in which the soul has its dwelling. Although the notion displays itself in these gigantic members, it does so imperfectly, and it is only in spirit that it exists as it is. 249. Nature is to be regarded as a system of stages, the one proceeding of necessity out of the other, and being the proximate 5 truth of that from which it results. This is not to be thought of as a natural engendering of one out of the other however, but as an engendering within the inner idea which constitutes the ground of nature. Metamorphosis accrues only to the notion as such, for development is nothing but the 10 alteration of the same. In nature the notion is however partly a mere inner principle, and partly an existence which is simply a living individuality. Existent metamorphosis is therefore limited solely to this individuality. Remark. The inept conception in which the progression and transition of one natural form and sphere into a higher is regarded 15 as an outwardly actual production somewhat clarified by being relegated into the murkiness of the past, may be found in both ancient and modern philosophies of nature. It is precisely the externality which allows differences to fall apart and appear as indifferent existence, which is 20 characteristic of nature. It is the dialectical notion which is the inner principle of the same, and guides its stages forward. Thinking consideration must reject such nebulous and basically sensuous conceptions as for example the so-called emergence of plants and animals out of water, and of the more 25 highly developed animal organizations out of the lower etc. Plus. Addition. The view that natural things are useful is true in that it denies that they are absolute purpose in and for themselves. This negativity is not however external to them, but is the immanent moment of their idea, which brings about 30 their mutability and transition into another existence, but at the same time their transition into a higher notion. As the notion posits all particularity within existence at once, it does so in a universal manner. To think of the genera as gradually evolving themselves out of one another in time is to make use of a completely empty concept. The time difference is quite devoid of interest for thought. If it is merely a matter of enumerating the genera in order to show in a convenient way how the series of living being divides itself into general 5 classes, from the simplest to those richer in determinations and content, or the other way about, this will always be of general interest. It is a way of plus ordering things, as is the division of nature into the 3 kingdoms, and is better than mixing everything up, which tends to repel the intuitive notion in general intelligence. But one must not think one makes such a 10-dry series dynamic, philosophical, more comprehensible, or what you will, merely be using the concept of emergence. The animal world is the truth of the vegetable world, which in its turn is the truth of the mineralogical world. The earth is the truth of the solar system. In a system, the most abstract term is the first, and the truth of each sphere is the last. It is 15 at the same time, only the first term of a higher stage however. The completion of one stage out of the other constitutes the necessity of the idea, and the variety of forms has to be grasped as necessary and determinate. A land animal has not proceeded by a natural process out of an aquatic animal, and then flown into the air, neither has the bird returned to the 20 earth again. If we want to compare the stages of nature with one another, we are perfectly justified in observing that this animal has 1 ventricle, while that has 2, but we cannot go on to say that parts have been added, as if this had actually taken place. Nor should we use the category of an earlier stage in order to explain a later one. It would be a formal howler to plus say that the plant constituted the carbon, and the animal the nitrogen pole. Evolution and emanation are the 2 forms in which the progressive stages of nature have been grasped. The course of evolution begins with what is imperfect and formless, such as humidity and aquatic formations, leads on to what emerged from water, such as plants, polyps, mollusca, 30 and fishes, progresses to land animals, and arrives finally at man, as he emerges out of animals. This gradual alteration is said to be an explanation and comprehension of nature. The doctrine is derived from the philosophy of nature, and is still widely prevalent. Although quantitative difference is easy enough to understand, however, it explains nothing. The 35 course of emanation is peculiar to the Oriental world, where it is regarded as a series of degradations, beginning with the perfection and absolute totality of God. God has created, and fulgurations, flashes, and likenesses have proceeded from him, so that the first likeness most resembles him. The first production is supposed, in its turn, to have given birth to something 40 less perfect than itself, and so on down the scale, so that each thing begotten is in its turn procreative down as far as the negative, which is matter, or the acme of evil. In this way emanation ends in the complete absence of form. Both these progressions are one-sided and superficial, and plus postulate an indeterminate goal, but the progress from the more to the less perfect has the advantage of holding up the prototype of a perfect organism, 5, which is the picture that must be in our mind's eye if we are to understand stunted organizations. That which appears to be subordinate within them, such as organs with no functions, may only be clearly understood by means of the higher organizations in which one recognizes the functions they perform. If that which is perfect is to have the advantage over that 10 which is imperfect, it must exist in reality, and not only in the imagination. In the concept of metamorphosis there is also a fundamental idea which persists throughout all the various genera as well as the individual organs, so that they are merely transfigurations of the form of one and the same prototype. One speaks, for example, of the metamorphosis of an insect, in 15 which the caterpillar, the chrysalis, and the butterfly are one and the same individual. In individuals it is certainly true that the development takes place in time, but this is not so in the genus. If the genus exists in a particular way, the other modes of its existence are also posited. If water is posited, air and fire are also, etc. It is important to maintain 20 identity, but not less important to maintain difference, which is pushed into the background if only quantitative change is considered. It is here that the simple concept of metamorphosis shows itself to be insufficient. This leads on to the concept of a series of natural things, and in particular, 25 of living things. The desire to understand the necessity of such a development makes us look for a law governing the series, or a basic determination which, while positing variety, recapitulates itself within it, and so simultaneously engenders a new variety. But to augment a term by the successive addition of uniformly determined elements, and only to 30 see the same relationship between all the members of the series, is not the way in which the notion determines. It is in fact precisely this conception of a series of stages and so on, which has hindered advances in the recognition of the necessity of formations. It turns out to be a hopeless task to attempt to arrange the planets, metals, or chemical bodies in general, 35 plants, and animals, into a series, and to look for a law governing such a series, because nature does not distribute its formations into series and member, and the notion distinguishes according to qualitative determinateness, making leaps in the process. The old saying, or law as it is called, non datur saltus in natura, is by no means adequate to the diremp-plustion plus of the notion. The continuity of the notion with itself is of an entirely different nature. 250. In so far as the contradiction of the idea is external to itself as nature, one side of it is formed by the notion ally-generated necessity 5 of its formations and their rational determination within the organic totality, and the other high their indifferent contingency and interminable irregularity. In the sphere of nature, contingency and determinability from without come into their own. This contingency is particularly prevalent in the realm of concrete plus individual formations, which are at the same time only immediately concrete as things of nature. That which is immediately concrete is in fact an ensemble of juxtaposed properties, external and more or less indifferent to one another, to which simple subjective being for self is therefore equally indifferent, and 15 which it consequently abandons to external contingent determination. The impotence of nature is to be attributed to its only being able to maintain the determinations of the notion in an abstract manner, and to its exposing the foundation of the particular to determination from without. Remark. 20. The infinite wealth and variety of forms, and the utterly irrational contingency which mixes with the external order of natural formations, have been praised as the sublime freedom and divinity of nature, or at least as the divinity within it. It is to be expected that ordinary ways of thinking should mistake contingency, caprice 25 and lack of order, for freedom and rationality. This impotence on the part of nature sets limits to philosophy, and it is the height of pointlessness to demand of the notion that it should explain, and as it is said, construe or deduce these contingent products of nature, although the more isolated and trifling they are the easier plus the task appears to be. Traces of notional determination will certainly survive in the most particularized product, although they will not exhaust its nature. The traces of this transmission and interconnection will often surprise the investigator, but will be particularly astonishing or even incredible to those accustomed only to seeing the same contingency in the history of nature as they see in that of humanity. Here one has to guard against accepting plus such traces as the determinate totality of formations, for it is this that gives rise to the analogies mentioned above. 5. The difficulty, and in many cases the impossibility of finding clear distinctions for classes and orders on the basis of empirical observation, has its root in the inability of nature to hold fast to the realization of the notion. Nature never fails to blur essential limits with intermediate and defective formations, and so to provide 10 instances which qualify every firm distinction. Even within a specific genus such as mankind, monsters occur, which have to be included within the genus, although they lack some of the characteristic determinations which would have been regarded as essential to it. In order to classify such formations as defective, 15 imperfect, or deformed, an invariable prototype has to be assumed, with the help of which we are able to recognize these so-called monsters' deformities, and borderline cases. This prototype cannot be drawn from experience, but has as its presupposition the independence and worth of notional determination. 20. 251. Nature is implicitly a living whole, more closely considered, the movement through its series of stages consists of the idea positing itself as what it is implicitly, i.e. the idea passes into itself by proceeding out of its immediacy and externality, which is death. It does this primarily in order 25 to take on living being, but also in order to transcend this determinateness, in which it is merely life, and to bring itself forth into the existence of spirit, which constitutes the truth and ultimate purpose of nature, and the true actuality of the idea. 30. Addition. It is as a positing of that which it is implicitly, that the development of the notion in accordance with its determination is to be grasped. This determination might be regarded as its goal or purpose. In the development, these determinations of its content come into existence and are manifested, not however as independent self-sufficient being, but 35 as posited moments of an ideal nature, which remain within its unity. This positedness can therefore be grasped as an expression, protrusion, exposition, or self-externalization insofar as the subjectivity of the notion loses itself in the juxtaposition of its determinations. It preserves itself within them as their unity and ideality however, and seen from the five opposite side therefore, this outward movement of the center towards the periphery is just as much an internal resumption of that which is outward, it is a reminder that it is the notion which exists in what is expressed. Beginning with the externality in which it is first contained, the progress of the notion is therefore a turning into itself in the center, i.e. the assimilation into subjective unity or being within self of what is, to the notion, the inadequate existence of immediacy or externality, not so that the notion withdraws from this existence and leaves it as an empty shell, but so that existence as such is immanent within itself, or adequate to the notion, and so that being within self, which is life, itself exists. The 15 notion wants to break the rind of externality in order to become itself. Life is the notion which has reached its manifestation and stands displayed in its clarity, at the same time however it is the most difficult for the understanding to come to terms with, because the understanding finds it easiest to grasp whatever is simplest, abstract, and dead. C. Division. 252. 20. The idea, as nature, has I. The determination of extrinsicality and of infinite individuation. Unity of form, as it is external to this, is of an ideal nature, and as it is simply implicit, is merely sought after. This constitutes matter and the ideal nature of the system of matter, 25 i.e. mechanics. 2. The determination of particularity, in which reality is posited with an immanent determinateness of form and its own existent differentiation. This is a relationship of reflection, the being in self of which constitutes natural individuality, i.e. physics. 33. The determination of subjectivity, in which the real differences of form are also brought back into a unity of an ideal nature, plus which has found itself and has being for itself, i.e. organics. Addition. This division follows from the standpoint of the notion as it is grasped in its totality, and displays the diremption of the notion in its determinations. As it exhibits its determinations in this diremption and yet only allows them independence as moments, it realizes itself in this, and so posits itself as idea. The notion not only exhibits its moments and 5 expresses itself in its differences however, but also leads these apparently independent stages back into their ideality and unity. By leading them back into itself, it in fact turns them for the first time into the concrete notion, the idea, and truth. There seem therefore to be 2 ways of formulating this division and so proceeding scientifically. The one begins with the concrete notion, which in nature is life regarded for itself, and from this it is led to the expressions which the notion throws out of itself as independent spheres of nature, and to which it relates itself as to another in the more abstract aspects of its existence, ending with the complete extinction of life. The other is the opposite one. It begins with the last 15 self-externally of the merely immediate manner in which the notion first exists, and ends with its true determinate being, the truth of its whole exposition. The first way may be compared to the progression in the conception of emanation, the second to the progression implied in the conception of evolution. Each of these 2 forms taken 20 by itself is one-sided, for they take place simultaneously, and the eternal divine process is a unified flow in two antithetical directions, which simply meet and completely permeate each other. The first, even when it is given the highest names and regarded as being concrete, is merely an immediacy. When matter negates itself as untrue existence, for example, 25, a higher existence emerges, and in one respect the earlier stage is sublated by means of an evolution. On the other hand, however, it remains in the background, and is reproduced by emanation. Matter involves itself into life, and evolution is therefore also involution. As the result of the drive of the idea towards being for itself, independent moments such as the senses 30 of the animal, come into objective existence as the sun, and the lunar and cometary bodies. Despite some changes, these bodies retain their shape but lose their independence even in the physical sphere, where they are the elements. Projected outwards, subjective sight is the sun, taste is water, and smell is air. As it is necessary to posit determinations of the notion here, 35, we must begin with the most abstract, not with the most concrete sphere. Plus, initially, matter is the form in which the self externally of nature attains its first being in self. It is the abstract being for self which, in that it is exclusive, is a plurality which has its unity within itself and at the same time outside itself, as the plural being for self included within 40 universal being for self. It is in fact gravity. In mechanics, being for self is still not an individual stable unity having the power to subordinate plurality to itself. Weighted matter does not yet possess the individuality which preserves its determinations, and since the determinations of the five notion in it are still external to one another, difference is indifferent or merely quantitative, not qualitative, and matter as simple mass has no form. It is in physics that the individual bodies acquire form, and at the same time it is there that we see gravity revealed for the first time as the being for self which submits multiplicity to its rule, and which is number 10 longer anisis, but which has at least the superficial appearance of being at rest. Each atom of gold, for example, contains all the determinations or properties of gold, so that matter is immanently specified and particularized. The second determination is that specification as qualitative determinateness, and being for self as the point of individuality, still unite 15 in one and the same term, so that the body is finitely determined. Individuality is still bound to definite, exclusive, and specific properties, and is not yet present in its complete and general form. If a body of this kind is brought into the process, it ceases to be what it is if it loses these properties. In this way qualitative determinateness is posited affirmatively, 20, but not at the same time negatively. Organic being, which is an individuality existing for itself and developing itself into its differences within itself, constitutes totality as found in nature. Its determinations are at the same time concrete totalities, not merely specific properties, and remain qualitatively determined with regard to one another. Life expresses itself 25 within the process of these members, and also posits them as finite elements of an ideal nature. We thus have a number of beings for self, which are however brought back to the being for self which is for itself, and which, as its own end, subjugates the members and reduces them to means. It is unity of qualitative determinedness and of gravity, which 30 produces itself in life. Each of these stages constitutes a characteristic realm of nature, and all of them appear to be separately self-subsistent. Each subsequent stage contains those prior to it, however, so that the last is the concrete unity of all that have preceded it, and presupposes them as constituting its inorganic 35 nature. One stage is the power of the other, but this is a mutual relation, and within it one finds the true meaning of potencies. That which is inorganic constitutes the potencies opposed to that which is individual and subjective, that is to say that whatever is inorganic subverts that which is organic. In its turn, organic being is the power opposed to its universal 40 forces such as air and water, which although they are perpetually being released, are also being ceaselessly appropriated and assimilated by it. The eternal life of nature consists firstly in the idea displaying itself in each sphere to whatever extent finitude makes possible, just as every drop of water yields an image of the sun. Secondly, it consists in the dialectic of the notion, which breaks through the limitation of this sphere, and since 5 it only finds partial satisfaction in such an inadequate element, necessarily passes over into a higher stage. Section 1. Mechanics. 253. Mechanics treats of a. The completely abstract extrinsicality of space and time. b. Individualized extrinsicality and its relation within this abstraction, i.e. the finite mechanics of matter and motion. 5c. Matter in the freedom of its implicit notion, i.e. the absolute mechanics of free motion. Addition. Self externally immediately breaks down into two forms, as a positive form it is space, and then as a negative form it is time. Matter is the first concrete unity and negation of these abstract moments, and in that it is related to these moments, the moments are related to one mother in motion. When this is not an external relation, it gives rise to self-motivated plus matter, i.e. to the absolute unity of matter and motion. Chapter 1. Space and Time. A. Space. 254. The primary or immediate determination of nature is the abstract universality of itself externally, its unmediated indifference, i.e. space. It is on account of its being self-externally, that space constitutes collaterality of a completely five-ideal nature, as this extrinsicality is still completely abstract, space is simply continuous, and is devoid of any determinate difference. Remark. Plus the nature of space has given rise to many theories. I shall only make mention of the Kantian determination of it plus as a form of sensuous intuition like time. It is now generally accepted that space must be regarded as a merely subjective element of the representative faculty. If we disregard the determinations of the Kantian notion and subjective idealism in this theory, we are left with the correct determination 15 of space as a simple form, i.e. an abstraction, the form of immediate externality. It is inadmissible to speak of spatial points as if they constituted the positive element in space, because on account of its lack of difference, space is merely the possibility, not the positedness of juxtaposition and 20 what is negative, and is therefore simply continuous. The point, which is being for self, is therefore rather the negation of space, a negation which is posited within space. This also plus resolves the question of the infinitude of space. Space is, in general, pure quantity, no longer in its merely logical determination, but as an immediate and external being. Consequently, nature begins with quantity and not with quality, because its determination is not a primary abstract and immediate state like logical being. Essentially, plus it is already internally mediated externality and otherness. Addition. As it is our procedure to ask how the thought which has been established as a necessity by means of the notion looks in our sensuous intuition, the further requirement is that the intuition of space shall correspond to the thought of pure self externally. Even if we should deceive ourselves in this respect, this would in no way affect the truth of our thought. In the empirical sciences, on the other hand, the opposite procedure is adopted. The empirical intuition of space comes first, and is then followed by the thought of space. In order to prove that space accords 15 with our thought, we have to compare the image of space with the determination of our notion. The content of space has nothing to do with space itself, in which various heraes are juxtaposed without impinging upon one another. Here is not yet place, it is merely the possibility of place. The heraes are completely identical, and this abstract plurality, which has number 20 true interruption and limit, is the precise constitution of externality. Although the heraes are also differentiated, their being different is identical with their lack of difference, and the difference is therefore abstract. Plus space is therefore punctiformity without points, or complete continuity. If one fixes a point, space is both interrupted and simply uninterrupted. 25. The point has significance only in so far as it is spatial, and so external both to itself and to others. The here also has within itself an above, a below, a left and a right. If anything were no longer external to itself, but only to others it would be a point, but as no here is the last, there can be no such plus thing. No matter how far away I place a star, I can always go beyond it, 30 for no one has boarded up the universe. This is the complete externality of plus space. This other of the point is itself just as external to itself however, and consequently both are undifferentiated and unseparated. Space is still at unity with itself as its otherness beyond its limit, and it is this unity in extrinsicality which constitutes continuity. The unity of these two moments 35 of discreteness and continuity is the objectively determined notion of space. This notion is however only the abstraction of space, which is often regarded as absolute space, and thought to be the truth of space. Relative space is something much higher however, for it is the determinate space of any given material body, and it is rather its being as material body which constitutes the truth of abstract space. To ask whether space by itself is real, or whether it is only a property of things, is to ask one of the most well-worn of all metaphysical questions. 5. If one says that it is something inherently substantial, then it must resemble a box, which, even if there is nothing in it, is still something subsisting within itself. Space is absolutely yielding and utterly devoid of opposition however, and if something is real, it is necessary that it should be incompatible with something else. One cannot point to a part of space which is space for itself, for space is always filled, and no part of it is separated from plus that which fills it. It is therefore a non-sensuous sensibility and a sensuous plus insensibility. The things of nature are in space, and as nature is subject to the condition of externality, space remains the foundation of nature. If one says, as Leibniz did, that space is an order of things which does not 15 concern the noumena, and which has its substrata in things, we assume that if one removes the things which fill space, the spatial relationships plus between them still persist independently. It may certainly be said that space is an order, for it is of course an external determination, but it is much more than a merely external determination, it is externality itself. 255. 20. Space is implicitly the notion in general, and as such has the differences of the notion within itself. In its indifference it has them immediately as the three dimensions, which are merely different, and quite devoid of determination. Remark. 25. Insofar as it is not a philosophical science, geometry may assume the universal determinations of space as its object, and it is not to be demanded of it that it should deduce the plus necessity of the three dimensions of space. The deduction of this necessity is founded upon the nature of the notion, 30, but because of the non-philosophical nature of geometry, it is never considered. In this primary form of extrinsicality and abstract quantity, the determinations of the notion constitute a merely superficial and completely empty difference. Consequently one cannot say how height, length, and breadth differ from one another, because they are merely supposed to be distinctions. There is as yet no difference between them, and no determination is added by calling a direction height, length, or breadth. Height is more precisely determined as a direction from the middle of the earth, but a more concrete determination of this kind is irrelevant to the nature of space itself. Admitting this determination, it is still a matter of indifference whether we call a certain direction height or depth. It is the same with length or breadth, which is also often called depth, for nothing is determined in this way. 10. 256. Spatial difference is however essentially determinate and qualitative. As such it is in the first instance the point, i.e. the negation of the immediate and undifferentiated self externally of space itself. The negation is however the negation of space, and is therefore itself spatial. In that this 15 relation is essential to the point is self-sublating and constitutes the line, which is the primary otherness or spatial being of the point. The truth of otherness is however the plus negation of negation, and the line therefore passes over into the plane. Although one aspect of the plane is that it 20 constitutes surface in general, in that it is a determinateness opposed to line and point, it also has the aspect of being the transcended negation of space, or the reinstatement of that spatial totality which now has the negative moment within it. It is therefore an enclosing surface, which divides 25 off and separates a distinct part of space. Plus. Remark. It is because of their notion, that the line does not consist of points nor the plane of lines, the line being rather the self externally of the point in that is relates itself to space 30 and is self-sublating, and the plane likewise, being the transcended self externally of the line. The point is here presented as that which is primary and positive, and it is from this that a beginning is made. The contrary is also true, however, for space may be considered as that which is 35 positive, the plane as the first negation of space, and the line as the second negation, which, because it is the second, is in truth the self-relating negation of the point. The necessity of this transition is the same as it was in the first case. The necessity 5 of this transition is not realized when the point and the line etc. are grasped and defined in an external manner. The former kind of transition is however grasped, as something contingent, when a manner of definition is used in which the line is said to arise from plus the movement of the point etc. The other figurations of space 10 treated in geometry are further qualitative limitations of an abstract division of space, of the plane, or of a bounded spatial unit. Moments of necessity also occur here, in the triangle for example, which is the primary rectilinear figure, to which, with the square, all other figures must be reduced if they 15 are to be determined etc. The principle of these constructions is the identity of the understanding, which determines the figurations into regularity and so establishes the relationships by which they may be understood. It may be noticed in passing that Kant was of the extraordinary 20 opinion that the definition of a straight line as the shortest distance between 2 points is a synthetic proposition because our conception of straightness is merely plus qualitative and does not involve size. In this sense, every definition is a synthetic proposition, that which is defined, 25 which in this case is the straight line, is primarily nothing but an intuition or representation. As we have already seen in 229, in definitions such as this, it is the determination as the shortest distance between 2 points which first constitutes the notion. A definition is necessary here 30 because the notion differs from the intuition by not being already present within it. Kant's definition is clearly analytic, since the straight line reduces itself to simplicity of direction, which, when taken in relation to quantity, yields the determination of the smallest quantity, and consequently of the shortest 35 distance. Addition. It is only the straight line which is the primary determination of spatiality, for curved lines implicitly involve 2 dimensions, in the circle we have the second power of the line. As the second negation, the plane has 2 dimensions, for the second negation is no less double than 2. Plus. If certain determinations are given, it is the task of the science of geometry to discover what other determinations follow from them, the main thing being that that which is given, and that which follows, should constitute 5 a single developed totality. The central propositions of geometry are those in which a whole is postulated, and expressed in its determinate elements. There are 2 such cardinal propositions involved in the complete determinability of the triangle. If one has any 3 elements of a triangle, one of which has to be a side, 10 the triangle is completely determined. Geometry deviates here into the easier but superfluous presentation of 2 triangles, which under these circumstances are supposed to be congruent. In fact, the proposition needs only 1 triangle, for the triangle in itself is such a relationship. If the first 3 parts of it are determined, so are the other 3, for the triangle is 15 determined by 2 sides and an angle, or 2 angles and a side etc. The first 3 elements constitute the determinability or notion of the triangle, the other 3 belong to its external reality, and are superfluous to the notion. In such postulation, determination is still completely abstract, and there is only a general dependence, for the relation of specific 20 determinateness in the size of the elements of the triangle is still lacking. This is reached in Pythagoras's theorem, which presents the perfect determinateness of the triangle, in that in it, only the right angle is completely determined, its adjacent angle being equal to it. This theorem is therefore superior to all others as an illustration of the idea. It presents a 25 whole which has divided itself within itself, just as each shape in philosophy is divided within itself as notion and reality. Here we have the same magnitude twice, first as the square of the hypotenuse, and then divided into the squares on the two cathodices. There is a higher definition plus of the circle than that based on the equality of radii, in which difference 30 is taken into account, so that the perfect determinateness of the circle is obtained. This occurs in analytical treatment, and contains nothing that is not found in Pythagoras' theorem. The cathodices are the sine and cosine, or abscissa and ordinate, and the hypotenuse is the radius. The relationship of these three constitutes the determinateness of the circle. Plus this is not however a simple relationship like that in the first definition, but a relationship of different elements. Euclid also concludes his first book with Pythagoras' theorem. After this he is interested in bringing differences back to likeness, and he therefore concludes his second book by reducing the rectangle to the square. A hypotenuse contains the possibility plus of an infinite number of right-angled triangles, and a square, likewise, a number of rectangles. The circle is the place for both. It is in this way that geometry, as an abstract science of the understanding, proceeds scientifically. Plus b. Time. 257. 5. The negativity which relates itself to space as point and develops its determinations within it as line and plane, is however also a being for self within the sphere of self externally. It posits its determinations within space, but at the same time, in conformity with the sphere of self externally, 10 and is therefore apparently indifferent to the immobile collaterality of space. Thus posited for itself, this negativity plus is time. Addition. Space is the immediate determinate being of quantity, in which everything remains subsistent, and even limit has the form of a subsistence. 15. This is its deficiency. Space is a contradiction, for the negation within it disintegrates into indifferent subsistence. As space is merely this plus inner negation of itself, its truth is the self-transcendence of its moments. It is precisely the existence of this perpetual self-transcendence which constitutes time. In time therefore the point has actuality. Through the 20 generation of difference within it, space ceases to be mere indifference, and through all its changes, is no longer paralysed, but is for itself. This pure quantity, as difference existing for itself, is that which is implicitly negative, i.e. time. It is the negation of the negation, or self-relating negation. Negation in space is negation relative to another. In space therefore the negative does 25 not yet come into its own. In space the plane is certainly negation of the negation, but in its truth it is different from space. The truth of space is time, so that space becomes time. Our transition to time is not subjective, space itself makes the transition. Space and time are generally taken to be poles apart. Space is there, and then we also have time. Philosophy calls plus this also in question. 258. Time, as the negative unity of self externally, is also purely abstract and of an ideal nature. It is the being which, in that it is not, and in that it is not, is. It is intuited becoming. Admittedly, its differences are therefore determined as being simply momentary, in that they immediately sublate themselves in their externality. However, they are self-external. Remark. Time, like space, is a pure form of sensibility or intuition, plus it is the insensible factor in sensibility. Like space however, time does not involve the difference between objectivity and a distinct subjective consciousness. If these determinations were to be applied to space and time, the first would be abstract objectivity, and the second abstract subjectivity. 10. Time is the same principle as the ego equals ego of pure self-consciousness, but as time, this principle, or the simple plus notion, is still completely external and abstract as mere intuited becoming, it is pure being in self, as a plain self-production. Plus 15. Time is as continuous as space is, for it is abstract negativity relating itself to itself, and in this abstraction there is as plus yet no difference of a real nature. It is said that everything arises and passes away in time, and that if one abstracts from everything, that is to say from 20 the content of time and space, then empty time and empty space will be left, i.e. time and space are posited as abstractions of externality, and represented as if they were for themselves. But everything does not appear and pass in time, time itself is this becoming, arising, and passing away. It is the 25 abstraction which has being, the chronos which engenders all and destroys that to which it gives birth. That which is of a plus real nature is certainly distinguished from time, but is just as essentially identical with time. It is limited, and the other involved in this negation is outside it. Consequently, the determinateness 30 is implicitly external to itself, and is therefore the contradiction of its being. Time itself consists of the abstraction and contradiction of this externality and of the restlessness of this contradiction. That which is finite is transitory and temporal because unlike the notion, it is not in itself total negativity. 35 It certainly contains negativity as its universal essence, but as it is not adequate to this essence and is one-sided, it relates itself to negativity as to its power. The notion, however, in its freely existing identity with itself, as ego equals ego, is in and for itself absolute negativity and freedom, and is consequently, not only free from the power of 5 time, but is neither within time, nor something temporal. It can be said on the contrary that it is the notion which constitutes the power of time, for time is nothing but this negation as externality. Only that which is natural, in that it is finite, is subject to time. That which is true, however, 10 The idea, spirit, is eternal. The notion of eternity should not, however, be grasped negatively as abstraction of time, and as if it existed outside time, nor should it be grasped in the sense of its coming after time, for by placing eternity in the future, one turns it into a moment of time. 15 Addition. Time does not resemble a container in which everything is as it were home away and swallowed up in the flow of a stream. Time is merely this abstraction of destroying. Things are in time because they are finite, they do not pass away because they are in time, but are themselves that which is temporal. Temporality is their objective determination. It is 20 Therefore the process of actual things which constitutes time, and if it can be said that time is omnipotent, it must be added that it is completely impotent. The present makes a tremendous demand, yet as the individual present it is nothing, for even as I pronounce it, its all-excluding pretentiousness dwindles, dissolves, and falls into dust. It is the universality of 25 these present moments which lasts, and the sublatedness of this process of things which does not. Even if things endure, time does not rest, but continues to pass, and it is because of this that it appears to be distinct and independent of things. If we say that time continues to pass even if things endure, however, we are merely saying that although some things endure, 30 change appears in other things, as for example the course of the sun, so that things still remain in time. The attribution of gradual change is employed as a last resort in order to endow things with stillness and permanence. If all stood still, even our thinking, we would be permanent, and there would be no time, but all finite things are temporal, as sooner or 35 later they are all subject to change, and their permanence is therefore only relative. Absolute timelessness is eternity, which is devoid of natural time, and is therefore to be distinguished from duration. In its notion, time itself is eternal, however, for its notion is neither the present nor any other time, but time as such. Its notion is, like all notion, eternal, and thus also constitutes the absolute present. Eternity will not be, nor has it been, it is. Duration is therefore to be distinguished from eternity, in that it is merely a relative sublation of time. Eternity is, however, infinite, that is to say, not relative, but intro-reflected duration. That which is not in time, 5 is without process, the most imperfect, like the most perfect, is not in time, and therefore endures. The most imperfect endures, because it is an abstract universality, such as space, and time itself, the sun, the elements, stones, mountains, inorganic nature in general, as well as works of man such as pyramids, have a barren duration. That which endures is regarded more highly than that which soon passes, but all blossom, all that is exquisite in living being, dies early. The most perfect also endures however, plus not only in the lifeless inorganic universal, but also in the other inherently concrete universal of the genus, the law, the idea, and the spirit. We have to decide whether something is the whole process, or 15 merely one moment of it. As law, the universal is also inherently a process, and lives only as process, but it is not part of the process, it is not within the process, it contains its double aspect, and is itself without process. In its phenomenal aspect, law falls within time, because the moments of the notion show themselves as independent, but in their notion the 20 excluded differences reconcile and relate themselves, and are harmoniously reassimilated. The idea or spirit is above time, because it is itself the notion of time, in and for itself it is eternal and unbreached by time, because it does not lose itself in its own side of the process. This is not the case with the individual as such, on one side of which is the genus, the finest life is 25, that which completely unites its individuality and the universal into one form. He individual is not then the same as the universal however, and is therefore one side of the process, or mutability, in accordance with which mortal moment it falls within time. Achilles, the flower of Greek life, and the infinitely powerful personality of Alexander the Great, are no more, 30, and only their deeds and influences remain through the world that they have brought into being. Mediocrity endures, and finally governs the world. Thought also displays this mediocrity, with which it pesters the world about it, and which survives by extinguishing spiritual liveliness and turning it into flat formality. It endures precisely because it rests in 35 untruth, never acquires its right, fails to honor the notion, and never realizes the process of the truth within it. Plus 259. The present, future, and past, the dimensions of time, constitute the becoming of externality as such, and its dissolution into the differences of being as passing over into nothing, and of nothing as passing over into being. The immediate 5 disappearance of these differences into individuality is the present as now, which, as it excludes individuality and is at the same time simply continuous in the other moments, is itself merely this disappearance of its being into nothing, and of nothing into its being. Remark. 10. The finite present is the now fixed as being, and as the concrete unity, distinguished from the negative, the abstract moments of the past and the future, it is therefore the affirmative factor, yet in itself this being is merely abstract, and disappears into nothing. Incidentally, these dimensions do not 15 occur in nature, where time is now as separately subsistent differences, for they are only necessary in subjective representation, in memory, and in fear or hope. The past and the future of time are space in so far as they have being in nature, for space is negated time, just as sublated space is 20. Initially the point which developed for itself is time. There is no science of time corresponding to geometry, the science of space. Temporal differences do not have this indifference of self externally which constitutes the immediate determinability of space, and unlike this determinability, do not 25 therefore give rise to figurations. Time first becomes capable of such figurations when the understanding paralyzes it and reduces its negativity to a unit. This dead unity, which is thought's highest externality, gives rise to external combinations. These are the figures of arithmetic, which may 30th be applied by the understanding to equality and inequality, plus identity and difference. One could go further and work out the thought of a philosophical mathematics apprehended through notions, instead of the assumed determinations from which the 35 method employed by the understanding derives ordinary mathematics. It is because mathematics is the science of the finite determinations of magnitude, which are supposed to remain firmly and consistently in their finitude, and may not go beyond these determinations, that it is essentially a science of the understanding, and since it is capable of realizing this science in a perfect manner, it has the advantage 5 over other sciences of this kind, of not being contaminated by the admixture of heterogeneous notions or empirical application. It is always possible therefore that the notion may establish a more exact awareness of the guiding principles of the operations of arithmetic 10 and the theorems of geometry. Plus, it would however be a superfluous and thankless task to attempt forcibly to manipulate such a refractory and inadequate medium as spatial figures and numbers into a means for expressing thoughts. Because of their simplicity, the 15 elementary primary figures and numbers may be employed as symbols without giving rise to misunderstandings, but they remain a heterogeneous and perfunctory way of expressing thought. The first essays in pure thought had recourse to this means. Pythagoras' system of numbers furnishes the 20 most famous example of this. Richer concepts will find plus these means completely inadequate however, because their external combination, and the contingency of connection in general, is not suited to the notion, and where the many relations which are possible in combinations of numbers 25 and figures should be held together, radical ambiguity is introduced. The result, in any case, is that the fluidity of the notion is dissipated in an external medium of this kind, so that each determination falls into indifferent extrinsicality. This ambiguity could only be removed by 30 explanation. The essential expression of thought is then the explanation however, and the symbolization becomes a worthless superfluity. Other mathematical determinations such as the infinite and its relationships, the infinitely small, factors, powers etc. 35 have their true notions in philosophy itself. It is wrong-headed to think that they should be borrowed and adapted from mathematics, where they are not employed in conformity with the notion, and where they are often taken up at random. It is rather by means of philosophy that they 40 can be corrected and given significance. In order to avoid thinking and determining by means of the notion, indolence has recourse to formulae, and deals in their ready-made schemata, which are in no way an immediate expression of thought. 5. The truly philosophical science of mathematics considered as the doctrine of quantities, would be the science of measures, but this already assumes the real nature and the particularity of things, which is first present in concrete plus nature. Because of the external nature of quantity, this would tend certainly also be the most difficult of all sciences. Addition. The dimensions of time complete that which is determinate in intuition in that they posit for intuition the totality or reality of the notion of time, which is becoming. This reality consists of the abstract moments of the unity which constitute becoming, each being posited 15 for itself as a whole, although on de opposite determinations. Each of these two determinations is therefore in itself the unity of being and nothing, but they are also different. This difference can only be that of arising and passing away. In the first, the principle with which one begins plus is being in the past, of Hades. The past has really existed as world history 20 or natural events, but it is approached by being posited with the determination of not being. In the second determination, the opposite is the case. In the future the first determination is not being, being comes later, although not in time. The middle term is the undifferentiated unity of both, in which neither the one nor the other is the determining dement. 25. The present is, only because the past is not, the being of the now has the determination of not being, and the not being of its being is the future. The present is this negative unity. The not being replaced by now, is the past, the being of not being contained in the present, is the future. If one considers time positively one can therefore say that only the 30 present is, before and after is not, but the concrete present is the result of the past, and is pregnant with the future. The true present is therefore eternity. Incidentally, it would also be permissible to define mathematics as the philosophical consideration of space and time. If one attempted to treat 35 the figurations of space and of the unit philosophically however, they would lose their characteristic significance and shape. A philosophy of them would be a matter of logic, or, to the extent that one attributed a more concrete significance to the concepts, even become another concrete philosophical science. Mathematics only takes into consideration the determination of quantity involved in these objects, and as we have seen, ignores time itself, and concentrates only upon the figurations and combinations of the unit. In the theory of motion, time will certainly also be treated by this science, but applied mathematics, precisely because it is the application of pure mathematics to a given material, and the determinations 5 of this material are taken from experience, is in no respect an immanent science. C. Place and motion. 260. Space in itself is the contradiction of indifferent juxtaposition and of continuity devoid of difference, it is the pure negativity of itself, and the initial transition into time. 10. Time is similar, for as its opposed moments, held together in unity, immediately sublate themselves, it constitutes an immediate collapse into undifferentiation, into the undifferentiated extrinsicality of space. Consequently, the negative determination here, which is the exclusive point, is no longer 15 merely implicit in its conformity to the notion, but is posited, and is in itself concrete on account of the total negativity of time. This concrete point is place. Addition. If we refer back to the exposition of the notion of duration, we see that this immediate unity of space and time is already the ground of their being. 20. The negative of space is time, and the positive, or the being of the differences of time, is space. In this analysis, however, they are posited as of unequal import, or their unity is merely presented as the movement of the transition from one into the other. Consequently, the beginning, and the realization, the rest, fall apart. The result is the precise expression of their ground and truth, however. 25. The durable element is the self-equality into which time has returned, this is space, the determinability of which is indifferent existence in general. Here the point is that which it is in its truth as a universal, it is in fact the whole of space, as a totality of all dimensions. This here is to the same extent time, and is now plus an immediately self-subting present, or a now which has been. As it is the 30 point of duration, the here is at the same time a now. This unity of here and now is place. 261. Initially, the place which is thus the posited identity of space and time is also the posited contradiction set up by the mutual 5 exclusiveness of space and time. Place is spatial and therefore indifferent singularity, and is this only as the spatial now, or time. As this place, it is therefore in a condition of immediate indifference to itself, it is external to itself, the negation of itself, and constitutes another place. This passing away and self-regeneration 10 of space in time and time in space, in which time posits itself spatially as place, while this indifferent spatiality is likewise posited immediately in a temporal manner, constitutes motion. To an equal extent, however, this becoming is itself the internal collapse of its contradiction, it is therefore the 15 is immediately identical and existent unity of place and motion, i.e. matter. Remark. The transition from ideality to reality, from abstraction to concrete existence, in this case from space and time to the reality which makes its appearance as matter, is incomprehensible 20 to the understanding, for which it therefore always remains as something externally presented. Space and time are usually imagined as being empty and indifferent to that which fills them, and yet as always to be regarded as full. They are thought to be empty until they have been filled with 25 matter from without. On the one hand, material things are therefore taken to be indifferent to space and time, and yet at the same time they are accepted as essentially spatial and temporal. It is said of matter that, it is composite, which is a 30 property it derives from its abstract extrinsicality, space. In so far as an abstraction is made of time and all form, matter is said to be eternal and immutable, which is in fact the immediate result of this, but matter in such a state is merely an untrue abstraction. It is impenetrable and offers resistance, it can be felt, seen, etc. These predicates merely indicate that matter has 2 determinations, according to which it exists partly for determinate perception, or more generally for another, and partly and equally, for itself. It has these 2 determinations as the identity of space and 5 time, and of immediate extrinsicality and negativity, or as the being for self of singularity. Plus The transition of ideality into reality also expresses itself in the familiar mechanical phenomenon of reality being replaceable by ideality and vice versa, and it is only the thoughtlessness of popular conception and of the understanding which prevents the identity of both from being recognized in this interchangeability. In the case of the lever, for example, the mass may be replaced by the distance and vice versa, and a certain quantum of moments of 15 an ideal nature produces the same effect as the corresponding moments of a real nature. Similarly, in the magnitude of motion, velocity, which is a quantitative relationship, simply between space and time, replaces mass, and conversely, the real nature of the same effect is obtained by augmenting 20 the mass and correspondingly diminishing space and time. A tile does not strike a man dead by itself, it only has this effect by virtue of the velocity it has acquired, i.e. the man is struck dead by space and time. Here the understanding gets no further than the reflectional determination 25 of force, which it regards as fundamental, and is not therefore tempted to look further into the relationship of its determinations. Even this thought implies vaguely that the effect of force is a sensuous event of a real nature, however, that there is no difference between the content 30 and expression of force, and that precisely this force has the real nature of its expression in the relationship between the ideal nature of the moments of space and time. This sort of notionless reflection also thinks of what it calls forces, as being implanted in matter, and therefore as 35 originally external to it. The very identity of time and space which hovers vaguely before this reflectional determination of force, and which constitutes the true essence of matter, is consequently posited as something alien and contingent to it, and as brought into it from without. 40. Addition. One place does not merely imply another, it sublates itself into plus becoming another, the difference is also a sublatedness however. Each place is for itself only this place, so that all places are the same, and place is the simply plus mediated here. Something occupies one place, and then changes its place, passing 5 thereby into another place, but both before and after this, it does not leave, but occupies its place. Zeno enunciated this dialectic within place, when he demonstrated immobility by saying that to move was to change place, but that the plus arrow never leaves its place. This dialectic is precisely the infinite notion, or the here, for time is posited as being implicit. There are 3 different 10 places, the present, that which is to be occupied, and the vacated. The disappearance of the dimensions of time is paralysed, but at the same time there is only one place which is common to these places, and invariable throughout all change, and this is the duration which is in immediate accordance with its notion, i.e. motion. This demonstration of motion is 15 self-evident, for the intuition of it coincides with its notion. Its essence is its being as the immediate unity of space and time, it is time realizing itself and subsisting in space, or space first truly differentiated through time. We know therefore that space and time belong to motion. Velocity, which is quantum of motion, is space in relationship to a specific time 20 elapsed. Motion is also said to be a relation of space and time, it was necessary however to grasp the more exact definition of this relation. Space and time first attain actuality in motion. Plus just as time is the simply formal soul of nature, and according to Newton, space is the sensorium of God, so motion is the notion plus of the true soul of the world. We habitually regard it as a predicate or state, but it is in fact the self, the subject as subject, and the persistence, even of disappearance. It is precisely because of its immediate necessity to dissolve itself that it appears as predicate. Rectilinear motion is not motion in and for itself, but motion subordinated to another term, of which, in that it 30 has become a predicate, or sublated, it is a moment. The re-establishment of the duration of the point in opposition to its motion, is the re-establishment of the immobility of place. This re-established place is not immediate, but the return from alteration, and is the result and ground of motion. In that it is dimension, and so opposed to the other moments, it is the center. This return as line is plus the circular line, it is the now, before, and after, joining itself with itself, it is the indifference of these dimensions, in which the before is just as much an after as the after is a before. This is the first necessary paralysis of these dimensions posited in space. Circular motion is the spatial or subsistent unity of the dimensions of rhyme. The point tends towards a place which is its future, and 4D vacates one which is the past, but that which it has behind it, is at the same time that at which it will arrive, and it has already been at the after towards which it tends. Its goal is the point which is its past. The truth of time is that its goal is the past and not the future. The motion which relates itself to the center is itself the plane, that is to say the motion which, in that it forms a synthetic whole, itself contains its moments or its dissolution in the center, as well as the radii of the circle, which relate it to the dissolution. This plane itself moves however, and so becomes its otherness, an entirety of space, i.e. the motion returns into itself, and the immobile center becomes a universal point, in which the whole sinks into quiescence. It is in part the essence of motion which has here sublated the now, the past, and the future, or the different dimensions which constitute its notion. In the circle these dimensions are precisely one, and constitute the re-established notion of duration, or of motion, extinguishing itself within itself. This is posited mass, durability, that which has condensed itself through itself, and displays motion as its possibility. 15. We have now reached the following position: where there is motion, there is something which moves, and this durable something is matter. Space and time are filled with matter. Space is not adequate to its notion, and it is consequently the notion of space itself which creates its existence in matter. People have often begun with matter, and then regarded space and time as its forms. This is a valid procedure in so far as matter is the reality of space and time, but for us space and time must come first because of their abstraction, and matter must then show itself to be their truth. Just as there is no motion without matter, so there is no matter without motion. Motion is the process, it is the passage of time into space, 25 and of space into time. Matter on the contrary is the relation of time and space as a quiescent identity. Matter is the primary reality, existent being per self, it is not merely abstract being, it is the positive subsistence of space as exclusive of other space. The point should also exclude other points, but it does not yet do so, for it is merely an abstract negation. 30 Matter is exclusive relation to self, and consequently the first real limit in space. That which is said to fill time and space, which can be grasped and felt, which offers resistance, and which is for itself in its being for other, is simply reached in the general unity of time and space. Plus. Chapter 2. Matter and Motion. Finite Mechanics. 262. Matter maintains itself against its self-identity and in a state of extrinsicality, through its moment of negativity, its abstract singularization, and it is this that constitutes the repulsion of matter. As these different singularities are one and the same however, the negative unity of the juxtaposed being of this being for self is just as essential, and constitutes their attraction, or the continuity of matter. Matter is inseparable from both these moments, and constitutes their negative unity, i.e. singularity. This is however still distinct from the immediate extrinsicality of matter, and is therefore not yet posited as being a center, a material singularity of an ideal nature, i.e. gravity. Remark. It is to be regarded as one of the many merits of Kant, that in his Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science, he 15 made an attempt at a so-called construction of matter, and by establishing a notion of matter, revived the concept of a philosophy of nature. In so doing however, he postulated the reflective determinations of the forces of attraction and repulsion as being firmly opposed to and independent of another, and although matter had to be derived from them, assumed it to be complete in itself, and therefore that which is to be attracted and repelled is already fully constituted matter. I have dealt more fully with the fundamental flaw in this Kantian exposition in my Science of Logic. It should be noted moreover that weighted matter is the first totality and real nature in which attraction and repulsion can occur. It has the ideal nature of the moments of the notion of singularity or subjectivity. Consequently, they are not to be regarded as independent, or as self-contained forces. It is only as moments of the notion that they result in matter, although matter is however the presupposition of their appearance. It is essential to distinguish gravity from mere attraction, which is simply the general sublation of juxtaposition, and yields nothing but continuity. Gravity on the other hand is the reduction of juxtaposed and yet continuous particularity into unity, into negative relation to self, singularity, a single subjectivity plus which is however still quite abstract. In the sphere of the primary immediacy of nature, the self-external being of continuity is still posited as subsistent however. Material introflexion first 15 occurs in physics, and although singularity is therefore certainly present here as a determination of the idea, it is external to material being. Consequently, the primary essence of matter is that it has weight. This is not an external property which may be separated from it. Gravity constitutes the substantiality of matter, 20, which itself consists of a tendency towards a center which falls outside it. It is however this externality of its center which constitutes the other essential determination of matter. As it negates its juxtaposed and continuous subsistence, one can say that matter is attracted to the center, but if the center itself is thought of as 25 material, the attraction is merely reciprocal, and is at the same time a being attracted, so that the center is again different from them both. The center should not be thought of as material however, for the precise nature of material being is that it posits its center as external to itself. It is therefore not the center, but the 30 tendency towards the center which is immanent in matter. Gravity is so to speak the acknowledgement by matter of its lack of independence, its state of contradiction, of the nullity of the self externally involved in its being for self. Plus, it can also be said that gravity is the being in self of matter 35 insofar as it is not yet in its own self a center or subjectivity, but is still indeterminate, undeveloped, occludent, and lacking as yet in material form. Where the center lies is determined by means of the weighted matter of which it is the center, insofar as it is mass, it is 40 determined, and is therefore its tendency, which is consequently a plus determinate positing of the center. Addition. Matter is spatial separation. By offering resistance it repels itself from itself, and so constitutes repulsion, through which it posits its reality and fills space. The singularities, which are repelled from another, plus all merely constitute a unit of many units, they are identical with each other. The unit only repels itself from itself, and it is this which constitutes the sublation of the separation of being for self, or attraction. Together, attraction and repulsion constitute gravity, which is the notion of matter. Gravity is the predicate of matter, which constitutes the substance of this subject. Its unity is a mere should, a yearning, this is the most afflicted of efforts, and matter is damned to it eternally, for the unity does not fulfill itself, and is never reached. If matter reached what it aspires to in gravity, it would fuse together into a single point. It is because repulsion 15 is as essential a moment as attraction, that unity is not attained here. This subdued, crepuscular unity does not become free, yet since matter has as its determination the positing of the many within a unit, it is not plus so thick as those would-be philosophers who separate the one from the many, and are therefore refuted by matter. Although the two unities of 20 repulsion and attraction are the inseparable moments of gravity, they do not unite themselves in a single unity of an ideal nature. As we shall see later, this unity reaches the first being for self of its existence in light. Matter searches for a place outside the many, and since there is no difference between the factors which do this, there is no reason for regarding 25 one as nearer than the other. They are at the same distance on the periphery, and the point sought is the center. This extends to all dimensions, plus so that the next determination we reach is the sphere. Gravity is not the dead externality of matter, but a mode of its inwardness. At this juncture, This inwardness has no place here however, for matter, as the notion of 30 that which is notionless, is still lacking, in inwardness. The second sphere which we now have to consider is therefore finite mechanics, in which matter is not yet adequate to its notion. This finitude of matter is the differentiated being of motion and of matter as such. Matter is therefore finite in so far as the motion which is its life, is external 35 to it. Either the body is at rest, or motion is imparted to it from without. This is the primary difference within matter as such, which is subsequently sublated through its nature, or gravity. Here therefore we have the three determinations of finite mechanics, firstly inert matter, secondly impact, and thirdly fall. This constitutes the transition to absolute mechanics, in which the existence of matter is also adequate to its notion. Gravity does not occur within matter in a merely implicit manner, but in so far as the implicitness already makes its appearance, in that it does this it constitutes fall, which is therefore the first occurrence of. Initially, in its mere universality and immediacy, matter has only a quantitative difference, and is particularized into different quanta or masses, which in the superficial determination of a whole or unit, are bodies. The body is also immediately distinguished from its ideality. It is however within space and time that it is essentially spatial and temporal, and it appears as their content, indifferent to this form. Addition. Matter fills space merely because it is exclusive in its being for self, and so posits a real limit in space. Space as such lacks this exclusiveness. The determination of plurality necessarily accompanies 15 being for self, but is as yet completely indeterminate difference, and not yet a difference implicit within matter itself. Matters are mutually exclusive. 264. In accordance with the spatial determination in which time is sublated, the body is durable. In accordance with ditemporal plus determination in which indifferent spatial subsistence is sublated, it is transitory. In general, it is a wholly contingent unit. It is indeed the unity which binds both moments in their opposition, i.e. motion, but in its indifferent opposition to space and time, and so to the relation of space and time in motion. 25. The body has motion external to it in the same way as its negation of motion, or rest. It is in fact inert. Plus. Remark. In this sphere the body is inadequate to its notion or finite, because as matter it is only posited as the immediate abstract unity of time and space, and not as a single developed restless unity with motion immanent within it. Ordinary physical mechanics accepts the body in this determination, so that it is one of its axioms that a body can only be set in motion or come to rest through an external cause, motion or rest being merely a plus state of the body. Determinations such as this are vaguely envisaged as applying to selfless terrestrial bodies, as of course they do. This is merely finite corporeality in its immediacy and abstraction however. The body as body means this abstraction of body. The imperfection of this abstract existence is sublated in concretely existent bodies however, and the positing of this sublation begins already in the selfless body. Inertia, impact, 15 pressure, draw, fall etc., the determinations of ordinary mechanics, belong to the sphere of finite corporeality and so to finite motion, and should not therefore be transferred to absolute mechanics, where it is rather in the freedom of their notion that corporeality and motion have their existence. 20. Addition. Mass, posited immediately, contains motion as resistance, for this immediacy is being for other. The real moment of difference is external to mass, which has motion either as this notion, or as sublated within it. Mass is plus inert when it is fixed in this way, yet it does not express rest. Duration is rest in that as the notion of its realization, it is opposed to motion. Mass is the unity 25 of the moments of rest and motion, both are sublated within it, for it is indifferent to both of them, it is as capable of motion as it is of rest, and in itself is confined to neither of them. In itself it neither rests nor moves, but merely passes from one state to the other through external impulse, i.e. rest and motion are posited within it by means of another. In so far as it rests, 30 it remains quiescent, and does not, of its own accord, pass over into motion. Similarly, when in motion, it is in fact in motion, and does not pass over of its plus own accord into rest. Matter is implicitly inert, i.e. it is inert in so far as its notion is opposed to its reality. Its reality has therefore separated itself and gone plus into opposition to it, and it is this that first constitutes its sublated reality, or 35 that in which it exists merely as abstraction. It is this abstraction which is always regarded as the implicit nature and essence of matter by those for whom sensuous actuality is what is real, and die form of abstraction constitutes implicitness. While finite matter is moved from without, therefore, free matter moves itself, within its sphere it is therefore infinite, for within the whole, matter belongs to the stage of finitude. The just man is free, although he is bound by the laws which limit the unjust man. In nature each sphere plus exists not only in its infinitude, but as a finite relationship in itself. Finite 5 relationships such as pressure and impact have the advantage of being known to us through reflection and being drawn from experience. They are defective merely because other relationships are subsumed under a rule constituted in this way. People think that things should happen in heaven as they do at home, but these finite relationships cannot show forth the 10 infinitude of a sphere of nature. B. Impact. 265. When movement which is external to an inert body and therefore finite, sets this body in motion and so relates it to another, the two form the momentary unit of a single body, for they are both masses, and only differ quantitatively. It is thus that both bodies 15 are united by movement through the imparting of motion, but as each is to an equal extent presupposed as an immediate unit, they also resist one another. In the relationship between them, their being for self, which is further particularized by the quantum of mass, constitutes their relative gravity. This is plus weight as the gravity of a quantitatively distinct mass. It is extensive as a number of weighted parts, and intensive as a specific pressure. As the real determinateness, together with velocity, or the ideal nature of the quantitative determinateness of motion, it constitutes a single determinability, within which weight and velocity can reciprocally replace one another. Plus addition. The second moment in this sphere consists in matter being set in motion, and finding contact with itself in this movement. Matter is also moved because it is indifferent to place. This is contingent, and all necessity 30 is here posited in the mode of contingency. Later we shall see that the movement of matter is also necessary in existence. In impact the two colliding bodies are to be regarded as self-motivating, for they conflict over a single place. The body which produces the impact assumes the place of the body at rest. The latter, the body which receives the impact, retains its place by also moving itself, and attempting to reassume the place which the other has occupied. It is in the contact produced by the 5 collision and pressure of these masses, between which there is no empty space, that the general ideality of matter begins. It is important to see how this intimality of matter arises, for it is always important to see how the notion arrives at existence. Masses create contact by being one for the other, merely because there are two material points or atoms in a single 10 moment of identity, the being for self of which is not being for self. No matter how hard and inflexible one imagines matters to be, it is always possible to postulate an interstice between. As long as they touch one another, they have positedness within a unit, no matter how small one plus imagines this point to be. This is the higher continuity existing in matter, 15, which is not external and merely spatial, but real. Similarly, the point of time is the unity of the past and the future, for here there are two in one, and in that they are in one, they are also not within it. The precise nature of motion consists in being in one place while at the same time being in another, and yet not being in another, but only in this place. 20. To the extent that they are contained in one, masses also have being for self. This constitutes the other moment of repulsion, or the elasticity of matter. The one is merely the surface, and the whole is continuous, because the body is completely hard. Since only the whole is one, however, the one is unposited, and the body simply gives or is absolutely soft. By leaving its plus whole, however, it correspondingly increases the intensity of its oneness. The very softness, the sublation of the body's outwardly exerted force, constitutes the restoration of this force through a return into self. The immediate reversion plus of these two sides is elasticity. What is soft also repels, it is elastic, it gives way, but only to a certain extent, and it cannot be driven out of place 30 altogether. It is here that the being for self of matter becomes apparent, and it is by means of this being for self that matter asserts itself as internality, against its externality, which is here its being for other, i.e. the being within it of another. The ideality of being for self consists in another asserting a prevalence within the 35 mass, and vice versa. This determination of ideality, which appeared to come from without, shows itself to be the peculiar essence of matter, which at the same time itself belongs to matter's internality. This is the plus reason why reflective thought makes use of the concept of force in physics. The strength of an impact, as an amount of activity, is merely that by 40 which matter retains its being for self or resists, for impact is also resistance. Resistance however simply implies matter. That which offers plus resistance is material, and conversely, it is material to the extent to which it offers resistance. Resistance implies the motion of two bodies, so that a determinate motion and a determinate resistance are one and the same thing. Bodies act upon one another only in so far as they are independent, plus and they are only independent by means of gravity. Therefore, bodies only offer resistance to one another through their gravity. This gravity is relative however, it is not the absolute gravity which expresses the notion of matter. One of the moments of the body is its weight, by which, in its tendency towards the center of the earth, it puts pressure on that 10 which resists it. Pressure is therefore a motion which tends to sublate the separation of one mass from another. The other moment of the body is the transversal movement posited within it, which diverges from the tendency towards the center. The magnitude of its motion is then determined by these two moments, i.e. by its mass, and the determinability of its transversal 15 motion as velocity. If we posit the magnitude of this motion as internal to matter, we have what is called force. We could however dispense with this apparatus of forces, for the propositions of mechanics which deal with them are very largely tautological. As the determinateness plus of force is the only determinateness, it is certainly true that we have 20 the same material activity whether the number of material parts is replaced by velocity, or vice versa, for material activity only occurs as self-motivating. Yet the real nature of the factor should be only partly, and not wholly replaced by its ideal nature, and vice versa. If the mass is 6 pounds, and the velocity 4, the force is 24, and the force is the same if 25 8 pounds move at velocity 3 etc. The pi omicron mu chi lambda iota omicron nu carrying the weight, and the length of the arm on one side of it balancing the mass of the load carried on the other, also illustrates this principle. Pressure and plus impact are the two causes of external mechanical motion. 266. This weight, concentrated as an intensive amount into 1.30 within a body, is the body's center of gravity, in that it is weighted. The body has its center where it posits it however, i.e. on side itself. Consequently, impact and resistance, as well as the motion posited through them, have a substantial foundation in a center which, while lying outside each particular body, is 35 common to them all. This explains why each contingent motion imposed on them from without, passes into rest in the center. As plus the center is outside matter, this rest is at the same time merely a tendency towards the center, and as the result of the relationship of the particular bodies, and of this tendency towards the center in the matter which is common to them, they exert pressure on one another. In relationships where bodies are separated from their center of gravity by relatively empty space, this tendency constitutes fall, i.e. essential motion, in which contingent motion conforms to the notion and its existence, by passing over into rest. Remark. 10. It is the basic proposition of mechanics, that in external finite motion, a body at rest would continue to rest indefinitely, and a moving body would continue to move indefinitely, if they were plus not forced from one condition to the other by an external cause. This proposition merely expresses motion and rest in accordance 15 with the principle of identity. It tells us that motion is motion, and that rest is rest, and that each determination is external plus to the other. It is this abstract separation of motion as it is for itself, from rest as it is for itself, which gives rise to the empty postulate of a perpetual motion, which always involves certain conditions. Plus the nullity of the principle of identity, on which this postulate is based, has been shown in its proper place. As a postulate it has no empirical basis, for even simple impact is conditioned by gravity, i.e. the determination of fall. It is true that in projection there is a contingent motion opposed to the essential 25 motion of fall. The abstraction, however, the body considered as body, is inseparable from its gravity, and in a projection therefore, the necessity of taking this gravity into account is self-evident. One cannot have a bodiless projection existing for itself. The example usually given to illustrate motion supposed to 30 be produced by centrifugal force, is that of a stone swung round in a sling, in which there is a constant tendency to fly outwards plus. We already know perfectly well that such a direction exists, however, it is its existing for itself apart from gravity, and the way in which it is to be 35 presented as a fully independent aspect of force, which has to be established. Newton, in the same place, maintains that a leaden ball, in Silas abere et motu abeundi perduret in infinitum, if one could only impart the necessary velocity to it. This separation of external from essential motion is merely a plus product of abstractive reflection, and belongs neither to experience nor to the notion. It is one thing to distinguish these motions, it is in fact necessary to do so, and to consider them mathematically as separate lines, or treat them as distinct quantitative factors, etc. It is another thing to regard them as physically independent existences. Plus, in the postulated flight of this leaden ball into infinity, the resistance of air and friction is also turned into an abstraction. When a perpetuum mobile, no matter how correctly calculated and demonstrated in theory, necessarily passes over into rest in a certain period of time, an abstraction is made of gravity, and the phenomenon is attributed solely to friction. The gradual decrease in the motion of the pendulum, and its final cessation, is also attributed to the retardation of friction, as it is also said of this motion that it would continue indefinitely if friction could be 15 removed. This resistance which the body encounters in its contingent motion, belongs of course to the necessary manifestation of its dependence. But just as the body is hindered in its effort to reach the middle of its central body without these impediments sublating its pressure and its gravity, so the resistance produced by 20 friction checks the projectile motion of the body, without its gravity being removed or replaced by friction. Friction is an impediment, but it is not the essential obstacle to external contingent motion. Finite motion must be inseparably bound up with gravity therefore, for in its purely accidental form, it passes over 25 into and becomes subject to the direction of gravity, which is the substantial determination of matter. Addition. It is here that gravity itself now occurs as the principle of motion, but of motion determined as cancelling this separation or distance from the center. This is self-generating motion, which posits its 30-own determinateness as a manifestation. Direction is the first determinateness, and the law of fall is the other. Direction is the bearing upon the unit, which is sought and presupposed in gravity. It is a tendency which is not a random indeterminate spatial vacillation, but a unit which matter posits for itself as a place in space which is not however reached by it. 135 cannot say that the center is present merely as a nucleus to which matter is drawn, or around which it subsequently agglomerates. The gravity of masses generates such a center, and material points, by seeking one another, posit it as their common center of gravity. Gravity is the positing of such a unit. Each particular mass is the positing of the same, and by this it seeks a unit in itself, and so gathers the whole of its quantitative relationship to others into a single point. This subjective unit, which as mere tendency constitutes the objective unit, is a body's center of gravity. Every 5 body has a center of gravity, by which it has its center in another body, and it is only in so far as it possesses the center that the mass constitutes an actual unit or body. The center of gravity is therefore the primary reality of the unit of gravity, the tendency in which the entire weight of the body plus is concentrated. A mass cannot be at rest unless its center of gravity is supported, but if it is supported, the rest of the body might just as well not be there, for its gravity is completely withdrawn into one point. As a line, this point is the lever, to which each part of this unit belongs, and in which the center of gravity divides itself as middle into points of extremity, the continuity of which constitutes the line. Gravity is equally the whole of this unit, the surface constitutes plus the unit, but the unit is taken back into the center as a whole. Whatever exhibits itself here as the juxtaposition of dimensions, is in its immediacy a unit. It is plus in this way that the center of gravity makes itself into the whole individual body. Each individual mass is then such a body, which strives towards its center, i.e. the absolute center of gravity. In so far as matter determines a 20 center towards which it strives, and this center is a point of unity while matter remains a multiplicity, matter is determined as proceeding out of itself and out of its place. By proceeding out of itself, it also proceeds out of itself externally, and as sublation of externality, this is the first true inwardness. All mass belongs to such a center, and each particular mass is 25 dependent and contingent as against this truth. It is because of this contingency, that an individual mass can be separated from this central body. In so far as the specific mass which intervenes offers no resistance, the body will not be prevented from moving towards the center, it will then move on account of there being no impediment, or rather fall on account of there being no support. The rest into which external motion is brought by fall is certainly still a tendency, but unlike the first kind of rest, it is not contingent, nor is it a mere condition, or posited externally. The rest we have now is posited through the notion, like fall, the motion which is posited through the notion and sublates external and contingent motion. 35 Here inertia has disappeared, for we have reached the notion of matter. In that each mass, through its weight, has a tendency towards the center, and therefore exerts pressure, its motion is only an attempted motion, which makes itself effectual within another mass, and so posits its ideal nature. Similarly, by offering resistance and maintaining itself, this second 40 mass posits the ideal nature of the first. In finite mechanics both kinds of rest and motion are placed on the same level. Everything is reduced to interrelated forces differing only in direction and velocity, consequently the result becomes all-important. Thus, the motion of fall, which is posited by the force of gravity, is placed on the same level as the force of projection. 5. It is imagined that if a cannonball were to be shot forth with a force greater than that of gravity, it would escape at a tangent, if, it is added, there were no resistance from the air. It is also thought that the pendulum plus would go on swinging indefinitely if the air offered no resistance. The pendulum, it is said, describes an arc. By falling into the perpendicular, it has acquired a velocity by virtue of which it must reach a height on the other side of the arc equal to that of the point from which it started. It must therefore continue to move from side to side. On one side the pendulum follows the direction of gravity, and this direction is then sublated, that is to say that it is removed from the direction of gravity by 15 the communication of a new determination. It is this second determination which produces the lateral motion. It is then asserted that, it is primarily because of resistance, that the arc of oscillation becomes progressively smaller and the pendulum finally comes to rest, for if there were no resistance, the oscillatory motion itself would continue indefinitely. Plus gravitational and transversal motion are not however two opposed kinds of movement. The first is the substantial movement, within which the second is contingently absorbed. Friction itself is not contingent however, for it is the result of gravity, although it can also be reduced. Fraenker realized this when he 25 said, "Le frottement ne depend pas de l'étendue de surfaces en contact, le peut du correspond le même. Le frottement est proportional à la pression. Friction is therefore gravity in the form of an external resistance, plus it is pressure as a mutual drawing towards the center. In order to counteract the variable motion of the body, it has to be attached to something else. 30. This material connection is necessary, but it disturbs the motion and so gives rise to friction. Friction is therefore a necessary factor in the construction of a pendulum, and can be neither eliminated nor thought away. If one imagines what it would be like without it, one is dealing with an empty concept. It is not only friction which brings the movement of 35, the pendulum to rest however, for even if friction ceased, the pendulum would still come to rest. Gravity is the power which brings the pendulum to rest in conformity with the notion of matter, for as the universal principle of matter, it maintains its preponderance over what is alien, and oscillation ceases in die line of fall. This necessity of the notion appears in plus the sphere of externality as an external impediment or as friction. A man can be struck dead, but this external circumstance is contingent. The truth of the matter is that the man himself dies. The combinations of fall with contingent motion, in projection for 5 example, do not concern us here, where we have to consider the sublation of purely contingent motion. In projection the magnitude of the motion depends upon the force of the projection and the weight of the mass. It is this very weight however, which is at the same time gravity, in that it gains preponderance as the universal, it overcomes the determinateness posited within it. The body is projected only by plus means of gravity, it passes out of its determinate direction however, although plus only to return into the universal and become simple fall. This return gives a further determinability to gravity, in which motion comes still closer to its unity with it. In projectile motion weight is only one moment of the motive 15 force, it is the transition by which the force lying outside gravity is posited within it. This transition increases the extent to which gravity constitutes all motive force. The principle of motion is certainly still external to it, but in a completely formal way as mere impulse, which in fall is simple removal. It is in this way that projection constitutes fall, and both of 20 these occur simultaneously in the motion of the pendulum. Gravity is removal from self, a presentation of itself as self-sundering, but everything is still external. The fixed point, the removal from the line of fall, the holding at a distance of the motivated point, and the moments of the actual motion, belong to something else. The return from projection into the 25 line of fall is itself projection, and the oscillation of the pendulum is the falling self-producing sublation of projection. See fall. 267. Fall is relatively free motion, free, in that it is posited through the notion of the body and is the manifestation of the body's own gravity, within the body it is therefore immanent. At the same time, it is however only the primary negation of externality, and is therefore conditioned. Separation from the connection with the center is therefore still a contingent determination, posited externally. Remark. The laws of the motion are concerned with quantity, and in particular with distances traversed in periods of time, and the highest credit accrues to the analysis of the understanding by reason 5 of the immortal discoveries it has made in this field. The further plus non-empirical proof of these laws has been provided by mathematical mechanics however, for even science which bases itself upon empiricism discovers the inadequacy of the purely empirical mode of demonstration. In the a priori proof in question, it is assumed that velocity is uniformly accelerated. However, the plus proof consists in the transformation of the moments of the mathematical formula into physical forces, i.e. into an accelerative force which produces a uniform impulse in each moment plus of time, and a force of inertia, which is regarded as maintaining 15 the increased velocity acquired in each moment of time. These determinations are completely lacking in empirical confirmation, and are in no way in conformity with the notion. Consequently, the quantitative determination, which here contains a potency relationship, is formed into a sum of two mutually independent 20 elements, so that the qualitative determination, which is connected with the notion, is eliminated. One of the corollaries drawn plus from the law supposed to have been proved in this way is, that in uniformly accelerated motion, the velocities are proportional to the times. In fact, this proposition is nothing more than the completely plus straightforward definition of uniformly accelerated motion. In simply uniform motion, the spaces traversed are proportional to the times elapsed. In accelerated motion, velocity increases in each successive unit of time. Consequently, in uniformly accelerated motion, the velocities are proportional to the times 30 elapsed, hence v/t, i.e. s/t2. This is the simple, genuine proof. V is the general velocity, which is as yet indeterminate, and so at the same time abstract, i.e. simply uniform. The difficulty of the proof consists in V being considered at first as an indeterminate velocity, and yet presenting itself in the mathematical expression 35 as s/t, i.e. as purely uniform. The roundabout procedure of the proof borrowed from the mathematical exposition, makes it possible to accept velocity as simply uniform s/t, and to pass over from there to s/t2. In the proposition that the velocity is proportional to times, it is primarily velocity in general that is referred to, so that it is superfluous to represent it mathematically as s/t, to posit it as simply uniform, to introduce the force of inertia, and then to attribute to it this moment of purely uniform velocity. If velocity is to be proportional to times, it must be as uniformly accelerated velocity, s/t2. Consequently, the determination s/t has no place here, and is plus excluded. As against the abstract uniform velocity of lifeless and externally determined mechanism, the law of fall is a free law of nature, i.e. it has a side to it which determines itself from the notion of the body. Since it follows from this that the law must be deducible 15 from this notion, it has to be shown how Galileo's law, that the plus spaces traversed are as the squares of the times elapsed, accords with the determination of the notion. The connection here lies simply in this, that since the notion is here the determinant of motion, time, and space, as notional 20 determinations, become free with regard to one another, i.e. their quantitative determinations conform to their notional determinations. Now since time is time moment of negation, of being for self, and the principle of the unit, its magnitude in relationship to space is to be considered as 25 the unit or denominator. Space on the contrary is juxtaposition, the extent of which is determined only by the extent of time, for in the velocity of this free motion, space and time are not mutually external and contingent, but constitute a single determination. The form of the extrinsicality of space, which is 30 opposed to unity as the form of time, and which is unmixed with any other determinateness, is the square. It is quantity coming out of itself, positing itself in a second dimension, and so augmenting itself, although only in accordance with its own determinability. This self-extension sets its own self as limit, so that by 35 becoming an other, it merely relates itself to itself. Here the proof of the law of fall is drawn from the notion of the matter. The potency relationship is essentially qualitative, and is the only relationship which belongs to the notion. It should be added in connection with what follows, that since fall, in its freedom, still contains conditionality, time remains an immediate number, a merely abstract unit, and the 5 quantitative determination of space only attains to the second dimension. Plus addition. The tendency towards the center is the only absolute factor in fall. We shall see later how the other moment, which is diremption, difference, the removal of the body into a state of supportlessness, also derives from the notion. In fall mass does not separate itself of its own accord, but when it is separated, it returns into the unity. The motion which produces itself in fall constitutes the transition, therefore, it is a middle term between inert matter, and matter in which its notion finds absolute realization, i.e. absolutely free motion. As merely quantitative 15 indifferent difference, mass is a factor in external motion, but here, where motion is posited through the notion of matter, purely quantitative difference between masses has, as such, no significance, for masses fall not as masses but as matters in general. In fall it is in fact merely the weightedness of bodies which comes under consideration, and a large body is as heavy 20 as a smaller one, le. One of less weight. We know well enough, that a feather does not fall like a plummet, but this is the result of the medium which has to give way, i.e. masses behave in accordance with the qualitative difference of the resistance they encounter. A stone falls faster in air than it does in water, for example, but in airless space bodies fall in the same 25 way. Galileo put forward this proposition, and expounded it to certain monks. Only one of the fathers got a slant on it when he said that a pair of scissors and a knife would reach the earth at the same time, but the plus matter cannot be decided so easily. Knowledge of this kind is worth more than thousands upon thousands of so-called brilliant thoughts. 30. The empirical extent of the fall of a body is a little over 15 feet per second, although there is a slight variation at different latitudes. If a body plus falls for 2 seconds, it covers not double, but 4 times the distance, i.e. 60 feet, in 3 seconds 9x 15 feet, and so on. If one body falls for 3 seconds and another for 9, the spaces traversed are related not in the 35 ratio of 3:9, but of 9:81. Purely uniform motion is ordinary mechanical movement. Motion which is not uniformly accelerated is capricious. Uniformly accelerated motion is that in which the law of living natural movement begins to appear. Velocity increases with time, therefore, i.e. t equals s/t, i.e. s equals t2 for s equals t2 is the same as m equals s/t2. In mechanics this is proved mathematically by representing the so-called force of inertia by a square, and the so-called accelerative force by the addition of a triangle. This is an interesting procedure, and may well be necessary for mathematical plus exposition, but this is its only use, and it is a forced representation. Proofs of this kind always assume what has to be proved, so they certainly describe what happens. Mathematical imagination arises out of the need for a transformation of the potency relationship into a more manageable form, e.g. by reducing it to addition or subtraction and multiplication. It is 10 because of this that the motion which occurs in 611 is analyzed into 2 parts. The division has no reality, however, and is an empty fiction which merely serves the convenience of mathematical exposition. 268. Fall is merely the abstract positing of a single center, in the unity of which the difference between particular masses and bodies 15 posits itself as sublated. Consequently, mass or weight plays no part in the magnitude of this motion. As this negative relation to self, the simple being for self of the center is essentially a repulsion of itself, however. It is formal repulsion into many immobile centers, and living repulsion in that it determines 20 these centers according to the moments of the notion and so establishes an essential relation within their notional differentiation. This relation is the contradiction of their independent being for self, and their connectedness with the notion. The appearance of this contradiction between the reality 25 and ideality of these centers is motion, and indeed absolutely free motion. Addition. The deficiency in the law of fall is the result of our regarding space as posited here in a simply abstract manner in its first power as line. This happens because the motion of fall is conditioned as well as being 30 free. Because its condition of being removed from the center is still contingent and not determined by gravity itself, fall is merely the primary manifestation of gravity. This contingency has still to fall away. The notion must become wholly immanent within matter. This takes places in the third main section, in absolute mechanics, where matter is completely free, and where its determinate being is completely adequate to its notion. Inert matter is wholly inadequate to its notion. Weighted matter, in so far as it falls, is only partly adequate to its notion through the sublation of plurality as the tendency of matter towards one central place. The other moment, which is the differentiation of the place within itself, is not yet posited by the notion, however, that is to say that 5 the self-repulsion of attracted matter as weightedness is lacking as yet, and that diremption into many bodies is not yet the act of gravity itself. Matter of this kind, which is extended as a plurality and at the same time continuous within itself, and which contains the center, must be repelled. This is real repulsion, in which the center is formed out of self-repulsion 10 and diversification, and a plurality of masses is consequently posited, each having its center. The logical unit is this infinite relation with itself, which is identity with itself, but as self-relating negativity, and consequently as repulsion from itself. This is the other moment contained within the notion. The self-positing of matter within the determinations of its 15 moments is necessary to material reality. Fall posits matter one-sidedly as attraction, it must now also appear as repulsion. Formal repulsion also has a place here, for it is a property of nature to allow an abstract and particular moment to subsist in itself. The stars are the bodies in which formal repulsion finds existence, for as bodies they are as yet simply 20 multiple and exhibit no difference. Here, they are not yet to be regarded as luminous, for this is a physical determination. We could regard the relations between stars as being rational, but they belong to dead repulsion. Their figurations could be the expression of essential relations, but they do not belong to living matter, where the 25 center differentiates itself within itself. The host of stars is a formal world, because only this one-sided determination is able to hold sway there. As a system it should not be put on a level with the solar system, which for us is the primary knowable system of real rationality within the heavens. The stars may be admired for their repose, but in worth they are not to be regarded as the equals of the concrete individual body. The content of space explodes into an infinite number of matters. This can delight the eye, but it is only the first breaking forth of matter, and this eruption of light is as unworthy of wonder as an eruption on the skin or a swarm of flies. The tranquility of these stars means more to the heart, for the 35 contemplation of their peace and simplicity calms the passions. Their world is not so interesting from the philosophical point of view as it is to the sentiments, however. As a plurality within immeasurable spaces it is of no significance to reason, it is externality, emptiness, negative infinity. Reason knows itself to be above this, for the wonder is merely negative, 40 plus an uplifting of the mind which remains strictly limited. The rationality of the stars is to be grasped in the figurations in which they are reciprocally disposed. The eruption of space into abstract matter proceeds according to an inner law, so that the stars present crystalline effects which could have an inner connection, although interest in these matters can be no more than an empty curiosity. Little can be said about the necessity of these figurations. Herschel has noted forms in nebulae indicative of plus regularity. The spaces are emptier as the distances from the Milky Way increase, and from this it has been concluded, that the stars form the figure of a lens, but this is something wholly indeterminate plus and general. It must not be thought that the worth of science depends upon its ability to grasp and explain all multifarious shapes. One must be content with the fact of that which has already come within one's grasp. There is still much that cannot be grasped, and this has to be admitted. 15 In the philosophy of nature. At present, rational interest in the plus stars must confine itself solely to stellar geometry. The stars constitute the field of this abstract and infinite diremption, in which contingency has an essential influence upon the disposition of the parts. Chapter 3. Absolute Mechanics. 269. Gravitation is the true and determinate notion of material corporeality realized as the idea. Universal corporeality plus divides itself essentially into particular bodies, and links itself together in the moment of individuality or subjectivity, as determinate being appearing in motion. This, in its immediacy, 5 is thus a system of many bodies. Remark. Universal gravitation must be recognized as a profound thought in its own right. It has already attracted attention and inspired confidence, particularly through the quantitative determination bound up within it, and its verification has been pursued from the experience of the solar system down to that of the phenomenon of the miniature capillary tube. Plus, when it is seized upon in this way in the sphere of reflection, however, it has a merely general abstract significance, which in its more concrete form is merely gravity in the quantitative 15 determination of fall, and it therefore lacks the significance of the idea developed into its reality, which is given to it in this paragraph. Gravitation is the immediate contradiction of the law of inertia, and it is because of this that matter strives out of itself towards another. 20. As has already been shown, the notion of gravity contains not only the moments of being for self, but also that of the continuity which sublates being for self. These moments of the notion suffer the fate of being grasped as distinct forces corresponding to the forces of attraction and repulsion. 25. They are defined more closely as the centripetal and centrifugal forks which, being mutually independent and brought to bear upon one another contingently in the body as a third element, are supposed to work upon bodies as plus gravity does. Whatever profundity there might be in the thought of universal gravity is annulled by this, and as long as this vaunted purveying of forces prevails, the notion and reason can never penetrate into the science of absolute motion. In the syllogism which contains the idea of gravity, this idea is the notion disclosing itself in external reality in 10 the particularity of bodies, and at the same time, in die ideality and intro-reflection of these bodies, displaying its integration into itself in motion. This contains the rational identity and inseparability of the moments which are otherwise taken to be independent. In general, motion as such only has significance 15 and existence where there is a system of several bodies, which are variously determined, and so stand in a certain relationship to one another. The closer determination of the syllogism of totality, which is in itself a system of 3 syllogisms, plus is given in the notion of objectivity. 20 Addition. Primarily, the solar system is a number of independent bodies, which maintain themselves in this relation, and posit an external unity within another. Difference is posited therefore, and plurality is no longer indeterminate as with the stars, so that determinateness consists of absolutely universal and particular centrality. The forms of motion in which 25 the notion of matter is achieved follow from these 2 determinations. The body which constitutes the relative center is in itself the universal determinability of place, and it is into this that motion falls, but at the same time, place itself is also not determined in so far as it has its center in another, and this indeterminateness has to find its determinate being. 30 For place determined in and for itself is a mere unit. The particular central bodies are consequently indifferent to particularity of place. This appears in the search for their center, in which they leave their place and transport themselves to another. The third determination is that they could all be simultaneously equidistant from their center, and that if they were, they 35 would then no longer be separated from one another. If they then moved in the same orbit, there would be no difference between them, they would be one and the same, each the mere repetition of the other, and their variety would then be purely nominal. The fourth determination is that by changing their place at different distances from one another, they return to themselves by means of a curve, for it is only in this way that they assert their independence of the central body. Similarly, by moving around the center in the same curve, they express their unity with it. It is because of their independence of the central body that they keep their place, and do not fall further into it. 5. There are therefore 3 movements present here: mechanical motion communicated from without, which is uniform; the motion of fall, which is partly conditioned and partly free, and in which the separation of a body from its gravity is still posited as contingent, although the motion already belongs to gravity itself; unconditioned free motion. 10 The main moments of which we have presented as the great mechanism of the heavens. This motion is a curve, in which the particular bodies posit the central body, which simultaneously posits them. The center has no significance without the periphery, nor has the periphery a significance without the center. This disposes of the physical hypotheses which proceed 15 indiscriminately from the center or from the particular bodies, positing first one and then the other as original. Each aspect is necessary, but is plus one-sided when taken alone. The diremption into different terms and the positing of subjectivity is a single act, a free motion, which unlike pressure and impact, is not external. It is said that the distinct reality of the force 20 of attraction may be seen and demonstrated in gravity. In that it brings about fall, gravity undoubtedly constitutes the notion of matter, but it does so abstractly, and is not yet self-diremptory. Fall is an incomplete manifestation of gravity, and is therefore not real. The centrifugal force through which a body has the tendency to fly off at a tangent, is supposed, 25 foolishly enough, to impart an impact to the celestial bodies by a swinging side blow, to which they have evidently always been susceptible. The contingency of externally administered motion of this kind belongs to inert matter. It appears, for example, when a stone is attached to a string, and swung round so that it tends to fly off. We should not speak of forces 30 therefore, but if we do so, we should remember that there is one force, and that its moments do not pull in different directions as two forces. The movement of the heavenly bodies is not a pulling hither and thither, but free motion, as the ancients said, they go their ways like the blessed gods. The corporeality of the heavens is not of a kind to have the principle of rest plus or of motion external to it. As stone is inert, and the whole earth is composed of stones, the other heavenly bodies are precisely the same. This syllogism plus puts the properties of the whole on the same level as those of the part, but impact, pressure, resistance, friction, attraction, and the like, are only valid in their application to an existence of matter distinct from that of heavenly corporeality. 40 plus matter is certainly common to them both, just as a good thought and a bad thought are both thoughts, but the bad is not good because the good is also a thought. 270. In bodies in which the full freedom of the notion of gravity 5 is realized, the determinations of their distinctive nature are contained as the moments of their notion. Thus, one of the moments is the universal center of abstract relation to self. Opposed to this extreme is immediate singularity, which is self-external and centerless, and which also appears as an independent corporeality. The particular bodies are however plus those which simultaneously stand as much in the determination of self externally, as they do in that of being in self. They are in themselves centers and find their essential unity through relating themselves to the universal center. Remark. 15. As that which is immediately concrete, diplanetary bodies are the most perfect form of their existence. The sun is usually regarded as the most important, for the understanding tends to prefer what is abstract to what is concrete. It is for the same reason that the fixed stars are more highly regarded than the bodies of the 20 solar system. Lunar and cometary bodies are opposites into which centerless corporeality divides itself in so far as it belongs to externality. It is well known that the immortal honor of having discovered the laws of absolutely free motion belongs to plus Kepler. Kepler proved them in that he discovered the universal plus expression of the empirical data. It has subsequently become customary to speak as if Newton were the plus first to have discovered the proof of these laws. The credit for a discovery has seldom been denied a man with more 30 unjustness. In this connection I have the following observations to make. Mathematicians will admit that Newton's formulae may be deduced from Kepler's laws. The simply immediate derivation is straightforward enough. In Kepler's third law is the constant. If this is expressed as, and Newton's definition of as universal gravity is accepted, one has an expression of this so-called gravity as working in inverse proportion to the squares of the distances. Newton's proof of the proposition that a body subject to the law of gravitation moves in an ellipse about a center simply gives rise to a conic section, whereas the main proposition to be proved consists precisely in the fact that the course of such a body is neither a circle nor a conic section, but simply the ellipse. This Newtonian proof needs further careful qualification, and although it is the basis of the Newtonian theory, analysis no longer uses it. In the analytical formula, the conditions which make the path of the body a specific conic section are constants, and their determination 15 is made to depend upon an empirical circumstance, i.e. a particular position of the body at a certain point of time, and the fortuitous strength of the original impulse it is supposed to have received. In this way the circumstance which determines the curved line into an ellipse falls outside the formula 20 which is supposed to be proved, and the attempt to prove it is never made. Plus, the Newtonian law of the so-called force of gravity is also merely demonstrated from experience by means of induction plus. The only difference to be seen here is, that what Kepler expressed in a simple and sublime manner as constituting the laws of celestial motion, is changed by Newton into the reflectional form of the force of gravity, and into the form of this force as it yields the law of its magnitude in the motion of fall. For the 30 analytical method, the Newtonian form is not only convenient, but necessary. This is merely the difference of a mathematical formula, however, and for some time now analysis has known how to deduce the Newtonian formulation and its dependent propositions from the form of Kepler's laws. On this point I concur with 35 the accomplished exposition in Francoeurs, Trait Elam. De mécanique BK. 2ch. 2n. 4. Taken as a whole, the old-fashioned plus attempt at what is called a proof, presents a confused web, and entails the lines of a simply geometrical construction, given the physical significance of independent forces, and empty reflectional determinations involving the accelerating force and the force of inertia already mentioned, and particularly 5 the relationship of what is called gravity itself to centripetal and plus centrifugal forces etc. The remarks made here need a far more extensive treatment than can be given them in a compendium such as this. Propositions not in accordance with accepted opinions look like mere assertions, 10 and when they contradict sober authorities, seem to be presumptuous, which is even worse. It is however simple facts rather than propositions which have been adduced here. The import of this reflection is merely this, that the distinctions and determinations employed by mathematical analysis, and the course to which its 15 methods committed, should be sharply distinguished from whatever is supposed to have a physical reality. It is not the assumptions, procedure, and results which analysis requires and affords which are questioned here, but the physical worth and the physical significance of its determinations and procedure. It is here that 20 attention should be concentrated, in order to explain why physical mechanics has been flooded by a monstrous metaphysic, which, contrary to both experience and the notion, has its sole plus source in these mathematical determinations. It is recognized that the significant moment added by Newton 25 to the content of Kepler's laws apart from the basis of the analytical plus treatment, the development of which has moreover rendered superfluous and even led to the rejection of much that belonged to Newton's essential principles and contributed to his fame, is the plus principle of perturbation. In so far as it rests upon the proposition 30 that what is called attraction consists of an action between all the individual material parts of a body, the importance of this principle has to be adduced here, and is to be found in the fact that matter in general posits its center. It follows that the mass of a particular body is to be regarded as a moment in the determination 35 of the place which occupies the center, and that all the bodies of a system posit their sun. The individual bodies themselves also give rise to each relative position which they assume with regard to one another in die general movement. However, this is the momentary relation of gravity between them, through 40 which they not only possess the abstract relationship of distance, but posit a particular center amongst themselves. This center is partly resolved again in the universal system however, and if it persists, as it does in the mutual perturbations of Jupiter and Saturn, it remains at least partly subordinate to it. Plus, the connection between the mass determinations or tree motion 5 and the notion has only been outlined, and as it is not possible here to develop it any further, it must be left to its fate. The principle of the matter is that the rational demonstration of the quantitative determinations of free motion can rest solely upon the notional determinations of space and time, for these 10 moments, in their intrinsic relationship, constitute motion. When will science reach an awareness of the metaphysical categories which it employs, and instead of taking these as basic, found itself upon the notion of the fact in hand? The notion in general affects the primary form of returning 15 into itself through a curve. This is due to the general particularity and individuality of bodies, which have a semi-independent existence, with their center partly in themselves, and partly in another. It is these notional determinations which give rise to the postulation of centripetal and centrifugal forces, and which 20 are distorted by being regarding as distinct and independent, as existing outside one another and influencing independently, and as only meeting contingently and externally in their effects. As has already been observed, these are the lines which should be reserved to mathematical determination, but which have been 25 transformed into physical actualities. Farther, this motion is uniformly accelerated, and as it returns into itself, it is in turn uniformly retarded. In free motion, space and time occur in accordance with what they are by differentiating themselves and entering into the quantitative 30 determination of motion, so that they are not related as they are in abstract simply uniform velocity. It is in the so-called explanation of uniformly accelerated and retarded motion by means of an alternating decrease and increase in the magnitude of the centripetal and centrifugal forces, that the 35 confusion caused by the postulation of such independent forces is greatest. According to this explanation, the centrifugal force is less than the centripetal force in the movement of a planet from aphelion to perihelion. At perihelion itself, however, the centrifugal force suddenly becomes greater than the centripetal force, 40, and in the movement from perihelion to aphelion, the forces are plus supposed to work in the inverse relation. It is clear that it is not in accordance with the nature of forces that the preponderance acquired by one over the other should suddenly switch like 5 this into subordinacy. On the contrary, it ought to be concluded that a preponderance acquired by one force over another should not only maintain itself, but lead to the complete annihilation of the other, so that motion must either pass over into rest through the preponderance of the centripetal force, and the planet crash 10 into the central body, or pass into a straight line through the preponderance of the centrifugal force. The conclusion drawn from this is simply that it is because the body draws away from the Sun after passing perihelion that the centrifugal force increases again, and that as it is furthest from the Sun at aphelion, it is just 15 there that this force is greatest. In this metaphysical chimera, two opposed and independent forces are assumed, and no further investigation of these fictions of the understanding is thought to be necessary. No inquiry is made into how an independent force of this kind is able, of its own accord, to make itself subordinate 20 to the other, and then to make itself predominate, to get the other force to allow this, and to follow this up by cancelling this predominance again, or allowing it to be cancelled. If this inwardly groundless augmentation and diminution is examined more closely, points are found midway between the apsides, in which 25 the forces are in equilibrium. The supposed movement of these two forces out of this equilibrium is just as unmotivated as this sudden reversal of their preponderance. It is easy enough to see how this method of explanation, in remedying a fault by means of a further determination, gives rise to further and more bewildering plus confusions. A similar confusion arises from the explanation of the fact that the oscillation of the pendulum appears to be slower at the equator. This phenomenon is also attributed to a supposedly greater centrifugal force, but it could be ascribed with equal facility to an 35 increase in the force of gravity holding the pendulum more firmly plus in the perpendicular, or line of rest. In so far as it enters into die shape of the orbit, the circle is only to be grasped as the orbit of a simply uniform motion. It is certainly conceivable, as it is said, that a uniformly increasing 40 and decreasing motion should take place in a circle. This conceivability, or possibility, is only an abstract representability however, and as it leaves out the determinate situation to which it applies, it is not only superficial, but wrong. The circle is the line returning into itself, all its radii are equal, and it is therefore fully determined through its radius. This is merely a unit, and the unit constitutes 5 the whole determinateness. In free motion however, where various spatial and temporal determinations occur in qualitative relationship with one another, the relationship necessarily occurs as a spatial differentiation, which therefore requires two determinations. Consequently the form of die path returning into 10 itself is essentially an ellipse, which is the first of Kepler's laws. Plus, the abstract determinability which constitutes the circle, also appears in the arc or angle being independent of the two radii by which it is enclosed, and to which it is a purely empirical measure. In motion determined by the notion however, the 15 distance from the center and the arc described in a certain time, must be contained in a single determinability, and constitute a single whole, for the moments of the notion are not related contingently. It is this that gives rise to the sector, which is a two-dimensional spatial determination. The arc is therefore the 20 essential function of the radius vector, and by its variation in equal periods of time, it carries the inequality of the radii with it. That the spatial determination should appear here, by means of time, as the two-dimensional determination of a plane, is connected with what was said above about the exposition of the same 25 determinateness in fall, now in the root as time, and again in the square as space. Here however the quadraticity of space is confined to the sector by the return of die line of motion into itself. It will be apparent that the second of Kepler's laws, which is concerned with the sweeping out of equal sectors in equal 30 periods of time, rests upon these general principles. Plus, this law only touches the relation between the arc and the radius vector, and within it time is an abstract unity, as time is the unity which determines the various sectors, they are all equal. The further relationship is however that between time and die extent 35 of the orbit, or, for it comes to the same thing, the distance from the center. Here time is not an abstract unity but the general quantum of time taken to complete the orbit. We have seen that in fall, which is an imperfectly free motion determined partly in accordance with the notion, and partly from without, time and 4D space are related to one another as root and square. In absolute motion however, which is the realm of free measures, each determinateness attains its totality. As root, time is a purely empirical quantity, and in that it is qualitative, it is merely abstract 5 unity. As a moment of the developed totality however, it is at the same time a determined unity, a totality for itself, which produces itself, and so relates itself to itself. It is however internally dimension S, and only reaches a formal identity with itself by producing itself as the square. Space on the other hand, 10 as positive extrinsicality, attains the dimension of the notion in the cube. It is in this way that their realization simultaneously contains their original difference. This is THIRD of Kepler's laws, which is concerned with the relation between the plus cubes of the distances, and the squares of the times. The greatness 15 of this law consists in its presentation of the rationality of the matter with such simplicity and immediacy. In the Newtonian formula however, it is transformed into a law applied to the force of gravity, and so shows how a reflection which fails to get to the bottom of things can distort and plus pervert the truth. Addition. It is here in the mechanical sphere that genuine laws make their appearance, for a law is the linking of two simple determinations so that only their simple relation to one another constitutes the whole relationship, although there must be the appearance of mutual freedom 25 between them. In magnetism however, the inseparability of the two determinations is already posited, so we do not call it a law. In higher shapes, the determinations are linked in the individualization of the third term, so that we no longer have the direct determinations of two interrelated terms. It is only in spirit, where there is a mutual confrontation of 30 independent entities, that laws occur again. Now the laws of this morion concern the two aspects of the form of its path, and its velocity. These have to be developed out of the notion, but this would demand an extensive investigation, and because of the difficulty of the task, it has not yet been fully accomplished. 35 Kepler discovered his laws empirically, by working inductively with plus-tile observations of Tycho Brahe. To discover the universal law governing these fragmentary phenomena is a work of genius in this field. Copernicus still regarded TIE orbit as circular and the motion as plus eccentric. Equal arcs acts not described in equal times however, and as it is contrary to the nature of the circle, motion of this kind cannot take place within it. The circle is the curve of the understanding, and posits equality. Circular motion can only be uniform, for equal arcs can only correspond to equal radii. There is no general agreement upon this point, but if it is considered more closely, the opposite is found to be an empty 5 assertion. The circle has only one constant, while other curves of the plus second order have two constants, the major and the minor axis. If different arcs are described in the same time, then they must be different not only empirically but in their function, i.e. it is in their function itself that the difference must be. In the circle, these arcs would in fact only be distinguished 10 from another empirically. The radius is essential to the function of an arc in that it is the relation of that which is peripheral to the center. If the arcs are different, the radii must also differ, and the notion of the circle be immediately transcended. Consequently, the assumption of acceleration necessarily implies a variation in the radii, for arc and radius 15 are inseparably connected. The path must therefore be elliptical, for its complete motion is a revolution. We know from observation that the ellipse does not correspond completely to the course of the planets, and other perturbations are therefore to be assumed. It is for subsequent astronomy to decide whether or not the path of the orbit has profounder 20 functions than the ellipse. It may perhaps be the oval line, etc. Plus. Here the determinability of the arc lies in the radii by which it is intersected. These three lines together form a triangle, which is a single determinate whole, of which they are the moments. Similarly, the radius is a function of the arc, and of the other radius. It should not be forgotten 25 that the determinateness of the whole as an empirical quantity, and a distinct determinability which may be brought into external comparisons, lies in this triangle, and not in the arc as such. The empirical determinability of the complete curve, of which the arc is a certain part, lies in the relation of its axes. The other determinateness lies in the law governing the 30 variation of the vectors, and so far as the arc is a part of the whole, its determinability, like that of the triangle, lies in that which constitutes the general determinability of the whole path. A line can only be subsumed under a necessary determinateness if it is a moment of a whole. The extent of the line is a merely empirical element. The whole first appears in 35 the triangle. This is the origin of the mathematical conception of the parallelogram of forces in finite mechanics, in which the space traversed is presented as the diagonal, which is therefore posited as part of a whole or function, and so susceptible to mathematical treatment. Centripetal force plus is the radius, centrifugal force the tangent, and the arc is the diagonal of 40 the tangent and the radius. These are only mathematical lines, however, separate the whole from physical reality, and it becomes an empty representation. In the abstract motion of fall, the squares, that is to say the plane involved in the time factor, are only numerical determinations. The 5 square is not to be taken in a spatial sense, because in fall only a straight line is traversed. It is this which constitutes the formal element in fall, and when the space traversed in fall is also represented as a plane expressing a quadratic spatial relationship, this is therefore a merely formal construction. However, as the time which sublates itself here corresponds to a 10-plane, it is here that the self-production of time attains reality. The sector is a plane produced by the arc and the radius vector. The two determinations of the sector are the space transversed, and the distance from the center. The radii drawn from the focus in which the central body is situated are not all the same. If two sectors are equal, the one with the 15 longer radii will have the smaller arc. Both sectors should be traversed in the same time. Consequently, in the sector with the longer radii, both the distance traveled and the velocity will be less. The arc or the distance traveled is here no longer an immediate term, but by its relation to the radius, which is not yet present in fall, it is reduced to a moment, and 20 therefore to the factor of a product. Yet the spatiality determined through time here forms two determinations of the path itself, i.e. the space traversed, and the distance from the center. The time taken determines the whole, of which the arc is only a moment. It is because of this that equal sectors correspond to equal times. The sector is determined by time, 25, so that the space traversed is reduced to a moment. The situation here corresponds to that in leverage, in which the load and the distance from the fulcrum are the two moments of equilibrium. Kepler searched for the law that the cubes of the mean distances of the various planets are as the square of the times of their revolutions, for 27 years. He had been on the brink of discovering it earlier, but an error in calculation had prevented him from doing so. It was his unshakable plus belief in the inherent rationality of the facts that led him to his discovery. Previous consideration has made it seem likely that time has a dimension plus less than space. Since space and time are bound together here, Each is 35 posited in its singularity, and their quantitative determinability is determined by their quality. These laws are some of the finest, purest, and least contaminated with heterogeneous matter that we have in the natural sciences. It is therefore of the greatest interest to reach an understanding of them. These Keplerian 40 laws are presented in their purest and clearest form. According to the Newtonian form of the law, gravity governs motion, and its force works in inverse proportion to the square of the distances. The honor of having discovered the law of universal gravitation has been attributed to Newton, who, by catching the popular imagination, has won the greatest applause, and obscured the glory of Kepler. The Germans have often looked on impassively while the English have assumed authority in this way. Voltaire furthered the acceptance of the Newtonian theory among the French, and the Germans also followed along. The merit of Newton's form is of course that it has many advantages in mathematical treatment. It is often envy which motivates the debunking of great men, but on the other hand, it is a kind of superstition to regard their accomplishments as unsurpassable. The mathematicians themselves have been unjust to Newton in so far as they have regarded gravity in two different ways. In the first instance, it is simply the direction in which a stone falls at 15 feet a second on the 15 surface of the earth, and as such it is a purely empirical determination. The law of fall is ascribed principally to gravity, but as the moon also has the earth as its center, Newton applied it to lunar motion, so that the quantity of 15 feet is also taken as basic to the orbit of the moon. The distance of the moon from the earth is 60 times the earth's diameter, and this fact is therefore used to determine the moment of attraction in lunar motion. It is then found that the earth's power of attraction over the moon also determines the entire lunar orbit, and that the moon falls. This may very well work out in this way, but it remains a particular case, in which the empirical extent of fall on 25 the surface of the earth is merely extended to the moon. It is not meant to apply to the planets, or would only be valid in the relationship between them and their satellites. It is therefore a limited principle. Fall is said to apply to the heavenly bodies. These bodies do not fall into the sun however, and in order to counteract fall, yet another motion is attributed to them. This is accomplished easily enough. Boys do the same thing when they whip the side of a top to keep it from toppling over. Such a puerile attitude towards the free motion of the planets is not to be tolerated however. Universal gravitation is therefore only the second meaning of gravity, and Newton saw in gravity the law of all motion. He therefore transferred gravity to the law governing the celestial bodies, and called it the law of gravity. It is this generalization of the law of gravity which constitutes the merit of Newton's work. We are aware of it when we watch the movement of a falling stone, and the fall of an apple from a tree is said to have motivated Newton into making this generalization. According to the law of fall, the body moves towards its center of gravity, and heavenly bodies have a tendency towards the sun. Their direction is posited jointly by this and their tangential tendency, the result being this diagonal direction. It seems therefore as though we have found a law here, and that it has as its moments, the law of gravity as attractive force, and the law of tangential force. If we examine the law of planetary revolution however, we shall discover only one law of gravity, for although the centripetal force is supposed to constitute only one of the moments, the centrifugal force is a superfluous element, and therefore disappears completely. Consequently, the construction of motion out of these forces shows itself to be futile. The law of one of these moments, le, that which is attributed to attractive force, is not the law of this force alone, but shows itself to be the law of the entire motion, the other moment becoming an empirical 15 coefficient. Nothing more is heard of centrifugal force. Elsewhere these two forces are readily allowed to separate. Centrifugal force is said to be an impulse received by bodies in accordance with their direction and magnitude. Such an empirical quantity can no more constitute the moment of a law than can the 15 feet. If one wants to determine the laws of centrifugal force as they are in themselves, contradictions will present themselves, as is always the case with opposites of this kind. Sometimes they are credited with the same laws as centripetal force, and sometimes with others. The greatest confusion arises, however, if one attempts to separate the action of these two forces when they are no longer in equilibrium, 25, but one is greater than the other, and one is supposed to be increasing while the other diminishes. The centrifugal force is said to be at its maximum in aphelion, and the centripetal force in perihelion. One could just as well assert the opposite, however. If the attractive force of the planet is greatest when it is closest to the Sun, it is precisely at this point 30 that the centrifugal force ought also to be at its maximum, in order to prevail as the distance from the Sun begins to increase again. If one assumes a gradual increase in the force in question instead of a sudden switch over, one has to assume an even greater increase in the other force, so that the opposition admitted for the purpose of explanation breaks down. In 35 some expositions the increase in one is taken to be different from the plus increase in the other, but the result is the same. This switching around, in which each is always supposed to be prevailing over the other, merely leads to confusion. It is die same in medicine, when irritability and sensibility plus are regarded as in inverse ratio to one another. This form of reflection 40 ought to be dispensed with completely. Experience shows that because the pendulum swings slower at the equator than at higher latitudes, it has to be shortened there in order to increase the rapidity of its oscillations. This is supposed to be evidence of a more powerful centrifugal force at the equator, for in the same time a point at the equator will describe a greater circle than the pole, 5, and it is supposed to be the resultant increase in centrifugal force which counteracts the pendulum's force of gravity, or tendency to fall. The opposite might be asserted with equal plausibility and rather more truth. Slower oscillation means that the direction of the vertical, or the line of the rest, is stronger. Here therefore motion in general is weakened, the 10 motion is deviation from the direction of gravity, consequently, the truth of the matter is that gravity is augmented. This is the outcome of such oppositions. Plus. It was not Newton but Kepler who first thought of the planets as standing in imminent relation to the Sun, and it is therefore absurd to 15 regard their being drawn as a new idea originating with Newton. What is more, attraction is not the right word here, for it is the planets rather than the Sun, which take initiative. Everything depends upon the proof plus that they move in an ellipse. This is the crux of Kepler's law, but the proof of it was never attempted by Newton. Laplace admits that infinitesimal analysis, which on account of its generality embraces everything that may be deduced from a given law, makes it clear that not only the ellipse, but every conic section, may be described by means of the force which maintains the planets in their orbits. It is in this essential fact that the 25 complete inadequacy of the Newtonian proof becomes apparent. In the plus geometrical proof Newton employs the infinitely small. It is not a rigorous proof, and modern analysis has therefore abandoned it. Instead of proving the laws of Kepler, Newton did the opposite. An explanation of the matter was called for, and Newton was content with a bad one. The idea 30 of the infinitely small stands out in this proof, which depends upon Newton's having posited all triangles in the infinitely small as equal. The sine and the cosine are unequal, however, and if one then says that they are equal when posited as infinitely small quanta, the proposition will certainly enable one to do anything. When it is dark, all cows are black. 35 The quantum has to disappear, but if qualitative difference is also eliminated in the process, there is no end to what can be proved. It is upon such plus propositions that the Newtonian proof is based, and that is why it is such an utterly bad one. Analysis goes on to deduce the other two laws from the ellipse. It has found a non-Newtonian way of doing this, but it is 40 precisely the first law, the foundation of the deduction, which remains plus unproved. In Newton's law, in so far as gravity diminishes with the distance, it is merely the velocity at which bodies move. The mathematical determination was stressed by Newton when he arranged Kepler's 5 laws in order to express gravity, but it was already present in these laws. The deduction is made in a manner resembling the definition of the circle as a 2 equals x2 plus y2, i.e. as the relationship between the invariable hypotenuse and the two cathetuses which are variable. The abscissa, for example, may be deduced from 10. This formula in the following way: x2 equals a 2 y2.i.e, or the ordinate thus, y2 equals a 2x2, i.e. We are therefore able to discover all other determinations from the original function of the curve. Gravity might be elicited as merely by arranging Kepler's formula so as to deduce this determination. This may be done with each of Kepler's 15 laws, with his law of ellipses, and with his law concerning the proportionality of times and sectors, but most simply and directly with the third. This law has the following formula: we want to deduce θ. S is the space traversed as part of the orbit, a is the distance from the Sun, both are interchangeable, and may be substituted for 120 another, because the distance and the orbit as a constant function of the distance stand in relationship to each other. The diameter being determined, I also know the curve of di-revolution, and vice versa, for I have here a single determinability. I now take the formula, i.e., and remove gravity, substituting g for and g for 25. I then have a2g a 2g. If I then state this relation as a proportion, I have a2 equals g, which is Newton's law. So far we have had two bodies in celestial motion. As subjectivity and determinateness of place in and for itself, the central body had its absolute center in itself. The other moment is the objectivity confronting this determinedness in and for itself, le. The particular bodies which have a center not only in themselves but also in another. Since these bodies are no longer the body which expresses the abstract moment of subjectivity, their place is certainly determined, for they are outside it. Their place is not absolutely determined, however, the determinateness of the place being indeterminate. The various possibilities are realized by the body as it moves in the curve. Each place on the curve is in fact indifferent to the body, which demonstrates this by simply moving in them around the central body. In this primary relationship, gravity has not yet unfolded φ into the totality of the notion. For it to do so, it is necessary that the particularization into many bodies by which the subjectivity of the center objectifies itself, should be further determined within itself. Firstly, we have the absolute central body, secondly the dependent bodies with no center in themselves, and thirdly relative central bodies. The whole 10 gravitational system is complete only if it includes these three types of body. It is said that there must be three bodies present in order to decide which body is moving, as when we are in a boat, and the shore is moving past us. Determinateness could be said to be already present in the plurality of planets, but this is a simple plurality, not a differentiated determinateness. 15. If only the Sun and the Earth are under consideration, it is a matter of indifference to the notion which of them moves. Tycho Brahe concluded from this that the Sun moved about the Earth, and the planets about the Sun, and although this tends to make calculations more difficult, it is just as feasible. It was Copernicus who hit upon the truth of the matter, plus astronomy was providing no real reason when it explained this by saying that it is more fitting that the Earth should move about the Sun because the Sun is larger. If mass is also brought into consideration, the plus question of the larger body having the same specific density also arises. The law of motion remains essential. The central body represents abstract 25 rotatory motion, the particular bodies simply move about a center, without independent rotatory movement. The third mode in the system of free motion is movement about a center combined with a rotatory motion which is independent of the center. The center is supposed to be a point, but as it is body and composed 30 of parts which tend towards a center, it is at the same time extended. This dependent matter involved in the central body causes the latter to rotate about itself, for the dependent points, which are at the same time kept away from the center, have no self-relating and clearly determined place, they are merely determined in a single direction as falling matter. All 35 other determinateness is lacking, and each point must therefore occupy all the places it is able to. Only the center is determined in and for itself, the rest, forming as it does the extrinsicality of the center, is indifferent, for it is merely the distance of each point from the center which is determined here, not the point's place. This contingency of determination comes into existence when matter changes its place. The internal rotation of the Sun about its center is the expression of this. This sphere is therefore mass in its immediacy as a unity of rest and motion, or it is self-relating motion. Axial rotation does not constitute a change of place, for all points keep same 5 place in relation to one another. The whole is therefore quiescent motion. In order that it should be an actual motion, the axis should not be indifferent to the mass, and must not remain still while the mass is in motion. There is no real difference between this which moves and its rest, because there plus is no difference in mass. That which rests is not a mass, but a line, and that which is moved is distinguished solely by places, not by masses. The dependent bodies do not constitute the connected parts in the extension of a body endowed with a center, for they have at the same time apparently free existence, and hold themselves at a distance from the plus central body. They also rotate, but as they have no center in themselves, plus not upon their axis. They therefore rotate about a center belonging to another individual body, by which they are repelled. They are completely indifferent to particularity of place, and they express this contingency of determinate place by rotation. As they remain in the same spatial determination with regard to the central body, they move about it in an inert rigid manner. The relationship of the Moon to the Earth is an example of this. A certain place A in the mobile peripheral body will always remain in the straight line joining the absolute and relative centers, and every other point B constantly maintain its determinate angle. It is as a mere mass that the dependent body moves about the central body, therefore, not 25 as a self-related individual body. It is the dependent heavenly bodies which constitute the aspect of particularity. This is why they fall apart and differentiate themselves, for in nature particularity exists as duality, and not as unity, as it does in spirit. If we regard this double nature of dependent bodies as a mere difference of movement, we have the 230 aspects of the motion as follows. The first posited moment is that in which quiescent motion becomes this plus restless movement, which is a sphere of aberration, or of effort to break out of immediate existence into what is beyond itself. This moment of self externally, as a mass and sphere, is itself the moment of substance, for each moment 35 here contains its special existence, or has within it the reality of die whole which constitutes a sphere. The second of these is the cometary sphere, and expresses the swirling which makes a permanent effort to disperse and scatter itself into the infinite or void. In this context, the shape of a body, and the whole conception of comets and celestial bodies which deals merely with 40 their contingency, and is based upon knowledge accumulated simply by looking at them, has to be put out of mind. According to this way of thinking, the comets might just as well not be there, and the recognition of their necessity, the grasping of their notion, may even seem laughable, used as this mental attitude is to regarding such things as quite beyond our comprehension, and consequently of the notion too. All the imaginative theories of what is called explaining plus the origin, according to which the comets may be ejected from the Sun, plus atmospheric vapors and so on, belong without exception to this way of thinking. Explanation of this kind may well attempt to state what the comets are, but it merely bypasses the essential point, which is their necessity, and it is plus precisely the necessity which constitutes the notion. There is therefore number 10 particular excuse for our taking up these phenomena and tinseling them with a glitter of thought. The cometary sphere threatens to break away from the universal self-relating order, and lose its unity. It is formal freedom, which has its substance outside itself, a pushing out into the future. In so far as it constitutes a necessary moment of the whole, however, it does not escape from this whole, 15, and so remains included within the first sphere. Nevertheless, it is uncertain whether such a sphere dissolves itself as an individual and other individuals come into existence, or whether it is perpetually moving as a motion about the first sphere, which is external to it, and in which it has its repose. Both possibilities plus belong to the contingency of nature, and this division or transition by 20 stages from the determinateness of the sphere into another, is to be reckoned with as proper to material existence. Nevertheless, the extreme limit of the aberration itself consists necessarily in an indefinite approach to the subjectivity of the central body, until the point is reached at which repulsion takes place. 25. It is precisely this moment of unrest in which moment of whirling attains its center. However, this is not a transition of simple change, for in its self-immediacy this otherness is the opposite of itself. The opposition is the duality of the immediate otherness and the cancellation of this otherness. It is not a pure flux or the opposition as such, however, but this opposition as it seeks its rest or center. It is sublated future, the past as moment, in which the opposition plus is sublated in its notion, although not yet in its determinate being. This is the lunar sphere, which is not the aberration or issuing forth of determinate being, but relation to self, to what has become, or to the being for self. Thus, while the cometary sphere is only related to immediate rotation about an axis, 35 lunar sphere is related to the new intro-reflected center, the planet. A satellite does not yet have its being in and for self within itself, nor does it revolve about its axis is outside it, but it is not the axis of the solar plus sphere. Considered purely as a motion, the lunar sphere is rigidly controlled by a single center, to which it is simply subservient, and the sphere of 40 aberration is just as dependent. The first is abstract obedience, and conformity to another, the second is merely intended freedom. The cometary sphere constitutes an eccentricity controlled by an abstract whole, while the lunar sphere is quiescent inertia. 5. The final sphere is the planetary, which is in and for itself, and constitutes relation to self and to another. It is formed as much by motion rotating about an axis, as by having its center outside itself. Consequently, although the planet also has its center in itself, it is a merely relative center, and as it does not contain its absolute center, it is not independent. The 10 planet has both determinations within it, and displays them by its change of place. It shows its independence only by its parts changing place in relation to the position which they hold with regard to the straight line joining the absolute and relative centers. It is this which is the basis of the rotatory motion of the planets. The precession of the equinoxes is caused plus by the movement of the orbital axis. The axis of the Earth also has a nutation, plus, and its poles describe an ellipse. As it constitutes the third sphere, the planet concludes and completes the whole. This quadruplicity of celestial bodies forms the completed system of rational corporeality. It is necessary to a solar system, and is the developed disjunction of the notion. These 24 spheres between them show forth the moments of the notion within the heavens. It may seem strange to attempt to fit the comets in here, but that which is present must necessarily be contained in the notion. Differences are still thrown freely apart here. We shall pursue the solar, planetary, lunar, and cometary spheres through all the subsequent stages 25 of nature. The deepening of nature is merely the progressive transformation of these four. It is because planetary nature is the totality, the unity of opposites, while the other spheres, being its inorganic nature, merely exhibit its particular moments, that it is the most perfect to come under consideration here, and this is also true of it as a motion. It is for this reason that living being occurs only on the planets. Ancient peoples plus have glorified the sun and worshipped it. We do the same when we recognize the final supremacy of the abstract understanding, and so determine God, for example, as the supreme essence. This totality is the ground and universal substance on which that which follows 35 is born. This totality of motion is everything, but everything withdrawn into a higher being in self, or, to express it differently, realized as a plus higher being in self. Everything has this totality within it, but is indifferent to it, leaves it behind as a particular existence, as a history, or as the origin against which the being in self has turned in order to be for itself. Everything lives in this element therefore, and also frees itself from it, for only feeble traces of everything subsist there. Terrestrial being, and more particularly organic being and self-consciousness, has escaped from the motion of absolute matter but remained in sympathy with it, and lived on with it as within its own inner element. The changes of the seasons and times of day, and the changeover from waking to sleep, constitute the terrestrial life in organic being. In itself each of 5 these moments constitutes a sphere of proceeding out of self, and of returning into its central point or power, so that it embraces or subdues all the multifarious elements of consciousness. Night is the negative to which everything returns, and organic being therefore derives its strength and consequently its negative being from thence, so that it may return again refreshed to the plus waking multifariousness of existence. Each has the universal sphere within it therefore, and is a sphere periodically returning into itself, and expressing the universal through its determinate individuality. The magnetic needle does so by its periodic deviations. According to Fourcroy's observations, man does plus so partly by his 4-day periods of increasing and decreasing, in which he puts 15 on for 3 days, and on the 4th returns to his original dimensions. The plus periodic courses of diseases might also be cited here. It is however in the circulation of the blood, the rhythm of which differs from that of the respiratory sphere, and thirdly in peristaltic movement, that the fully developed totality of the sphere occurs. The generally higher nature of physical being prevents this 20 sphere from expressing its peculiar freedom however, and in order to study universal motion, one must concentrate upon its freedom, not upon these trivial appearances. In individuality it is not its free existence, but a mere internality or intention which is present. The exposition of the solar system has not yet been completed by what 25 has been said, and although the basic determinations have been adduced, there are still supplementary determinations which could be added. The relationship between the orbits of the planets, their reciprocal inclinations, and the inclinations of comets and satellites to them, are all fields of inquiry which could still be of interest to us. The orbits of the planets do 30 not lie in a single plane, and what is more, the courses of the comets cut across the planetary orbits at very different angles. These do not deviate from the ecliptic, but they change the angle of their reciprocal relations. The motion of nodes is secular. It is more difficult to develop these occurrences, and we are not yet able to do so. We have only concerned ourselves 35 with the planet in general, but the distances between the planets should also be considered, for although it is as yet undiscovered, there may well be a law governing the series in the distances between the planets. Astronomers tend on die whole to scorn the idea of there being such a law, and will have nothing to do with it, but it is necessary that 40 this should remain an open question. Kepler considered the numbers in plus Plato's Timaeus for example. Taking these as a basis, something like the following conjecture might now be made: Mercury is the first of the planets, and if its distance is a, then the orbit of Venus is a plus b, the orbit 5 of the Earth a plus 2b, and that of Mars a plus 3b. In this way it will certainly become apparent that these first 4 planets form a whole. One might say that the first 4 bodies of the solar system constitute a single system in themselves, and that another order subsequently commences, both in the numbers, and in the physical constitution of the planets. These 4 move 10 in a uniform manner, and it is worth noting that there are 4 with such a homogeneous nature. Of these 4, only the Earth has a satellite, and it is therefore the most perfect. Between Mars and Jupiter there is a sudden wide gap, and a plus 4b was not permissible until more recent times, when the discovery of the 4 smaller planets Vesta, Juno, Ceres, and Pallas, 15 filled it and formed a new group. The unity of the planet is here sundered into a crowd of asteroids, all of which have approximately the same orbit. Plus dispersion and separation predominate in this 5th position. Then comes plus the 3rd group. Jupiter with its many satellites is a plus 5b etc. This only works out approximately, and the rationality of it is not yet recognizable. 20 This great mass of satellites is different again from the kind of arrangement found in the first 4 planets. Then comes Saturn with its rings and plus 7 satellites, and Uranus, which was discovered by Herschel, with a plus host of satellites which few have seen as yet. Here we have a point of departure for the preciser determination of planetary relationships. 25 It is not difficult to see that the law will be discovered in this plus way. Philosophy has to proceed on the basis of the notion, and even if it demonstrates very little, one has to be satisfied. It is an error on the part of the philosophy of nature to attempt to face NP to all phenomena. This 30 is done in the finite sciences, where everything has to be reduced to general conceptions. In these sciences, the empirical element is the sole confirmation of the hypothesis, so that everything has to be explained. Whatever is known through the notion is its own explanation and stands firm, however, so that philosophy need not be disturbed if the 35 explanation of each and every phenomenon has not yet been completed. Here I have merely traced the foundations of a rational interpretation, as this must be employed in the comprehension of the mathematical and mechanical laws of nature within the free realm of measures. Specialists do not reflect upon the matter, but a time will come when the rational 4D concept of this science will be demanded. 271. Gravity, which is the substance of matter, no longer has the self externally of matter external to it when it is developed into totality of form. The form appears first in its differences in the ideal determinations of space, time, and motion, and in accordance with its being for self, as a determinate center outside 5 self-external matter. In developed totality, however, this extrinsicality is posited as determined solely by the totality. This is the juxtaposition of matter, outside of which it has no existence. It is in this way that form is materialized. Looked at in the opposite way, matter has itself attained implicit determinateness of form in this negation of itself externally in the totality, which was formerly merely the center which it sought. Its abstract and subdued being in self, general weightedness, has been resolved into form. It is qualified matter, or physics. Addition. In this way we conclude the first part. Mechanics now constitutes 15 a distinct whole. When Descartes said, "Give me matter and motion and I will construct the world," he took the standpoint of mechanics as his first principle, and in these words he shows a greatness of spirit which we should not deny, despite the inadequacy of this standpoint. In plus modon, bodies are mere points, and gravity only determines the spatial 20 relations between points. The unity of matter is simply the unity of place which matter seeks. It is not a single concrete unit. It is in the nature of the sphere that this externality of determinedness should constitute the peculiar determinateness of matter. Matter is weighted being for self seeking its being in self. In this infinity the point is merely a place, so 25 that the being for self is not yet real. It is only in the whole solar system that the totality of being for self is posited, so that what the solar system is as a whole, matter should be in particular. The complete form of the solar system is the notion of matter in general. Itself externally should now be present in each determinate existence of the completely developed 30 notion. Matter should find its unity by being for itself in the whole of its determinate being, which is the being for self of being for self. Put in another way, the self-motivation of the solar system is the sublation of the merely ideal nature of being for self, of mere spatiality of determination, of not being for self. In the notion, the negation of place does not 35 merely give rise to its reinstatement. The negation of not being for self is a negation of the negation, i.e. an affirmation, so that what comes forth is real being for self. This is the abstractly logical determination of the transition. It is precisely the total development of being for self which is real being for self. This might be expressed as the freeing of the form of 5 matter. The determinations of form which constitute the solar system are the determinations of matter itself, and these determinations constitute the being of matter, so that determination and being are essentially identical. This is of the nature of quality, for if the determination is removed here, being also disappears. This is the transition from mechanics to physics.